Good morning. I think I'm hearing myself. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly take your seats as we are about to start. On behalf of the organizing committee of the National Agriculture Investment Symposium, Agrivest 2024, I extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you to this event. This symposium is being held and organized under the theme, Reimagining Agriculture Sustainability towards enhanced production, food and nutrition security, and economic development. Let us start, please, with a prayer, inviting God's blessing on the symposium, and we will be led in this prayer with Reverend Gerard Keynes Douglas, moderator of the Evangelical Churches of the West Indies. Thank you, Reverend Douglas.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. A very special good morning to one and all, and happy 50th anniversary celebrations of our wonderful island states, Grenada. We give God praise for that. There are verses in the Bible that says this that I'd like to draw to your attention this morning. Oh, give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. His mercies endureth forever. Another passage says, because of his mercy, we are not consumed. His mercies, they reach to the heavens. They are new every morning. Great is his faithfulness. This is the day that the Lord has made, so let us rejoice and let us be glad in it. And today is a day of rejoicing. Today is a day of celebration. Please stand with me as we pray this morning, and as I pray on our behalf. O Lord God Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, blessed and holy, we bow before you today, our Creator, our Redeemer, and Lord of life. And before we ask anything, Lord, we ask you to forgive us of our sins. We ask you, Lord, to touch our hearts in a special way this day. We acknowledge and confess our failures, our sin, in our homes, at work, and in the world at large. We acknowledge that in our homes, we have not always lived together in unity and in love. And we have oftentimes been discourteous and inconsiderate and uncharitable, unforgiving. And we have not always shared fully the task and the duties of family life. For this, we humbly ask your forgiveness and grace. And we confess that we have not always worked hard or honestly, and have not always done the things that we ought to do. We have withheld the help and the service or the praise and the reward due to others. And we have not done everything with singleness of heart and with reverence to thee. And for this, we ask for your mercy and forgiveness. We even acknowledge that as citizens, we have not always shared the responsibilities in the affairs of neighborhood and nation building. And we have not always, we've been so preoccupied with our own rights and advantages and privilege, and we have given too little concern to the needs and welfare of others. And we have lacked the zeal, sometimes, and the courage to strive for justice and peace. And for this we ask you to forgive us, O Lord. Have mercy upon us and forgive our sins and our faults and missteps. And Lord, thank you for your forgiveness. Cleanse us, and may we use this as a platform to show forgiveness and grace and mercy to those who have offended us and transgressed against us. Today, we thank you for the beauty of our nation and our land. We thank you, Lord, for the growth of our crops and the trees and our waters teeming with fish, for our fresh water supply. You have truly blessed this nation. You have protected us, provided for us, and you have preserved us, O God. And Lord, you have put your hand of mercy upon our lives, that we have life and that our country can produce. And today, in this symposium, we ask, oh God, that you would bless the presenters, you would bless the chairperson, you would bless the agricultural technicians, the strategists, the panelists, that the best ideas and best practices will flourish from their hearts and take us toward the place of food sustainability and viable markets and better health for our nation. Bless this symposium. We crave your presence, O God, and your ideas. And Lord, we humbly recognize we need you. So, Father, thank you for 50 years of nationhood. And may our agricultural sector grow to bring economic growth and stability and sustainability to our country. Bless everyone here today. Let your grace fill this place. Let your joy be in our hearts. And Lord, may you watch over us and continue to bless us throughout this day and throughout the celebration of our 50th anniversary of independence. We give you thanks, we recognize your position, and we humbly ask your blessing through Christ our Lord, through whom we pray. Amen. The Lord bless and be with you all. Amen.
Thank you very much, Reverend Douglas, Keynes Douglas. As you are all aware, Grenada is in special celebratory mood right now as we come to our 50th anniversary of independence, and therefore our national anthem is of special significance. So we have a small treat on behalf of the National Organizing Committee in the presentation or leading of the anthem by the Presentation Boys College Choir. So the PBC choir has been in existence for over 15 years. It has over 60 members. It has represented Grenada in 3 Carifestas over the years: Suriname, Barbados, Trinidad, and at other major events. The choir mistress is Miss Olympia Lewis. I'm not sure if she's here. The director is Mr. Halim Brazan. And today, Ms. Philmon Charles, or Mr. Philmon Charles. And we have accompanying the choir, Mr. Kenrick Harper. Are we ready? Thank you. Please stand for the national anthem. Please stand for the national anthem. Thank you, Steve. Thank you very much. You've done us well. Honorable Minister Lennox Andrew, Minister for Economic Development, Planning, Agriculture and Lands, Forestry, Marine Resources and Cooperatives. Honorable Minister Lacrette, with the changes, I'm not so sure what his ministry is now. Youth and Sport, thank you. Honorable Minister Kireen, Minister for the Environment and Climate Change. Honorable Minister Gloria Thomas, Minister for Social Development, Community Affairs, Housing and Gender Affairs. Honorable Minister Adrian Thomas, Minister for Tourism, I think Culture and the Creative Industry. I hope I got that correct. Senators Roderick St. Clair and Salim Rahman. Cabinet Secretary Ms. Carvel-Lett. Any permanent secretaries who are present, especially Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture, Minister P.S. Bagwan. Heads of departments, responsible officers, project coordinators, and members of the ITAPC team in the Ministry of Agriculture. Heads and representatives of CARD, ICA, UNDP, FAO, SIEP, Chamber of Commerce, GTA and GHTA, chairmen and managers of the Grenada Cocoa Association, Nutmeg Association, and the MNIB, dean and manager of the Grenada Farm School, all presenters for this symposium, registered participants, members of the steering committee, Ms. Donessa Charles and Ms. Petlin Alexander. Again, I bring to you warmest greetings and a welcome to this symposium. We'd like to continue with opening remarks by Permanent Secretary Isaac Bagwan, inviting you, sir, to bring us some welcome and opening remarks.
Okay. Let me say a pleasant good morning. I was just looking for my protocol list, but notwithstanding. So I wish to recognize Honorable Lennox Andrews, Minister of Agriculture. I also wish to recognize Senator Lacrette. I also wish to recognize Minister Kireen James. I also wish to recognize Minister Gloria Thomas, and of course the former Minister of Agriculture, Senator Adrian Thomas. I note also we have some other senators, Senator Rahman, Senator St. Clair. I wish to also recognize other officials here from Parliament, our colleague permanent secretaries, heads of department, ministerial representative, and others gathered here, all the stakeholders. Good morning and welcome. The pleasure is mine as the new acting permanent secretary in the Ministry of Economic Development, Planning, Agriculture and Land, Forestry, Marine Resources and Cooperatives, with special responsibility for agriculture and land, forestry and marine resources, to specially welcome you here to this National Agriculture Investment Symposium, commonly called Agrivest 2024, being held here under the theme, Reimagining Agriculture Sustainability towards Enhanced Production, Food and Nutrition Security, and Economic Development. This theme points to the new vision for the development of the agricultural sector to a more food-secure nation and equitable and sustainable development of all of our citizens. This symposium has brought together a number of stakeholders, ministry officials and key agriculture and financial investment stakeholders capable of contributing to the advancement of Grenada by strengthening the agri-food business and, of course, fostering inclusive economic growth. This symposium is expected to serve as a catalyst for positive change in the agricultural sector, fostering a facilitating investment environment, fostering strategic partnership, and promoting knowledge exchange, initiatives that are strategically aligned with our national plans and policies to ensure sustainable development. In fact, there are a number of documents that drive the agricultural sector, such as the National Sustainable Development Plan, commonly called NSDP 2020 to 2035, our National Agriculture Plan 2015 to 2030, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and the CARICOM 25 by 2025. And I'm sure there are many other sector documents which I am yet to come across. Today's symposium is not just a gathering of minds. It is a call for action. It is an opportunity for us to forge partnership, share insights, and explore investments that will drive innovation in agriculture. The program today will feature a number of panel discussions with focus on performance of the agricultural sector in Grenada and the need for business investment packages for agriculture. Another panel will look at strengthening Grenada competitiveness in agriculture, the role of the private sector in agricultural investment, plus other special promotions and presentations. I note a number of experts and very experienced and prominent persons are here, and some of them from the various panel. Of course, you, the audience, would also have an opportunity to have your say in this discourse. I do expect at the end of today's session that some solid policy recommendations will be put forward so that that can be carried forward to the Cabinet for its approval and eventually its implementation. I do expect financial institutions to modify their approach and tap into the resources that we can garner for grant making, loans, and on lending. The reality is that I can go to my financial institution and ask for a loan for a vehicle or even a boat for pleasure purposes. But the minute time I mention for agricultural purposes, not only the tone of the conversation change, but the terms and conditions and even the approval level, your relationship or loan officer, suddenly they have to go further up. We need to change these dynamics. Agriculture is a business, it's not a social activity. And so we're glad that our financial institutions are here, and we expect, of course, that kind of collaboration. In closing, I wish to commend this initiative that was put forward by Honorable Senator Adrian Thomas and former Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Aaron Francois. I also want to recognize the work that the planning team have put into this symposium. It is, of course, now left for the new minister, Honorable Lennox Andrews, and myself to carry the baton forward. Once again, I welcome you, and we are happy that you are here, and I encourage each of you to participate and to have your say. Thank you very much, and welcome.
Thank you very much, P.S. Bagwan, for that warm welcome. I have just learned that our Prime Minister, Honorable Deacon Mitchell, despite his best efforts, is unable to attend, and sends his apologies. We now invite Honorable Minister Lennox Andrew, Minister for Economic Development, Planning, Agriculture, Lands, Forestry, Marine Resources, and Cooperatives to make his remarks.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Gordon. Just a few minutes, please, let me organize my equipment. Let's see how this thing works. So I want to begin by recognizing in our presence my colleague ministers, Senator Adrian Thomas, former Minister for Agriculture, who's been the architect of our activity here this morning. Thank you, Brother Adrian. Our colleague, Gloria Thomas, our new Minister for Social Development and Housing. Minister Kieran James, Minister for the Environment and Climate Change. Minister Jonathan Lacquette, Minister for Youth and Sport. I also recognize Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Mr. Bagwan, and the PS for the Ministry of Climate Change is also with us. Senators Rahman and St. Clair, Clerk of Parliament is present with us. And I also want to recognize a few friends who came from abroad to be with us here this morning. So we have a team from Azerbaijan. They are here with us this morning. We have Mr. Nick Bernal, flew all the way from Miami to be with us. And indeed, we have Dr. Stacy Richard Kennedy. Doc, please stand. You're so welcome here in Grenada. She's the regional manager for the Caribbean Latin American Development Bank. And she's joined by her colleague, Javier. Thanks for being here with us. It is indeed an honor and pleasure to join with my peers and to welcome you to this National Agricultural Investment Symposium, Agrivest 2024, which is now being held in the midst of our official celebration of our 50th anniversary of independence. I think I have the wrong speech, you know. Sometimes when these things happen, you have to speak from your head instead. But with that as it may, let's put away the machine. And let's talk from our heads. My friends, there are many issues confronting our country that need immediate attention and need a concerted effort and a conscious effort to solve them. Being small and open and vulnerable, as we all know, we are open to external shocks that can impact negatively on our economy and can create some serious macroeconomic imbalances. I am of the view that if we manage our economy well, and if we design plans and projects and programs and implement them, we can in fact reduce the negative impact those external shocks can have on our economy. But of course, as we all know, to do this, we must identify the sectors that we consider to be important, that can help transform our economy, raise our living standards, increase our income, increase our gross domestic product, our GDP, and provide a better life for our people. I am of the firm view that agriculture is one such industry. And I refer to agriculture industry. I don't like to call it as a sector. I say it's an industry. And if we manage that industry properly, then we can produce the goods that we need to consume, but we could also produce the goods for export, to earn foreign exchange, so that we can pay for those goods and services that we don't produce, but we consume. And for me, that's the concept of economic development, being able to pay for what you consume, but that which you don't produce. But I share the view that for agriculture to work, two things must happen. The first is that our farmers must have a ready market for their product. And the second, and very importantly, is that agricultural prices must be sticky upwards, as we say in economics. They must be high. And if we have those two things in place, then certainly I do believe that we can transform our sector and we can build our economy. But I also believe, my friends, that if we manage agriculture properly, if we invest in the right sectors, if we identify those institutions and individuals who are committed, having understood and seen the value of the sector, of the industry, then I do believe that we can move towards eradicating poverty in our country and providing the conditions that can make Grenada proud. I share the view that as a nation and as a people, for us to be proud, we must have industry. Our pride lies in our industry. If we have no industry, we have nothing to speak about. We have nothing to boast about. And therefore, we have no pride. So therefore, for us to be a proud nation, we must have industry. And I do believe that our industry, our pride lies precisely in the development of our agriculture industry. And for this reason, we are having this symposium here today. I want to say to you that there is a simple theory. In fact, there's an easy question, a simple question I ask myself every day. Why it is that diamonds, which is not necessary for our livelihood, is so expensive. But water, which is indispensable for our living, is so much cheaper. And in my view, the answer is simple. Diamond is scarce, but water is found everywhere. And therefore, if we have to solve our problems of shortages, of supply break, of high prices, what we have to do is produce. We have to produce. Produce and produce more. Because when we produce more, we can supply more. If we supply more, then prices can fall. If prices fall, then consumers can buy more. And given the elastic nature of agricultural products, the seller will earn more revenue. And therefore, everybody benefits, and the society benefits. And that's the basic economic thinking, I may say, that should define our approach in helping to build the agricultural sector. It is only through increased production that we can, in fact, solve the problem of predial larceny. When things are present everywhere, there is no need to thief it. There is no need to thief because it is present everywhere. So the solution, my dear ones, to our problem lies precisely in our production. And our production brings with it the development of our industry. Once we have industry, we have pride, and we can boast about what we can do and feel good about ourselves. I had the opportunity to visit a number of farmers. And I really and truly was amazed of the quality of products that come from our farmers. I went by a farmer named Buenos in the Baca Paradise. Buenos produce one big grain, a pumpkin, big soup. And I said to Buenos, "What Buenos? You should be on television. You should be on the TV. Letting our people know that as a farmer, this is what you have produced. And you should feel good about yourself." But the Rasta man, you know what they think already. Rasta don't have time for that. But these are the kind of things, my friends, that we have to promote if we are to develop our sector and to see the value and the importance of our sector in our lives and what it can do to transform our lives and give our people a higher living standard. And therefore, as we assemble here this morning, I know we have put together many of the major players in the agricultural sector. We have the financiers, we have the think tankers, we have the farmers, we have the whole of the Ministry of Agriculture, we have our international friends to also help us. And I do hope, therefore, from this symposium will emerge some of the best ideas, ideas that are realistic, ideas that are pragmatic, ideas that can be easily implemented, and ideas that will help to transform and develop this noble but meaningful industry that we all call agriculture. So I want to thank you all for coming. I want you all to feel free. Feel free. Say what you have to say. Every word is important. Every thought is important. Every idea is important. Because whether or not we survive in this century and in the century to come, as John Maynard Keynes says, will depend on our ideas. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much, Minister, for all of your exhortations and for setting the tone for today's symposium. Thank you. We now have a cultural interlude, first with a spoken word in poetry by Ryan DeRiggs, and then we'll have the presentation, Brothers College Choir. Ryan?
Good morning. Before I start, I just want to confirm to the Honorable Minister that I'm not a Rasta, so I do have time for this today, for this poem. So when you see me in the cold mountain, what a planting banana. Swinging my cutlass, you might say that I dying. A planting cassava. Riding my donkey till my bottom bruise. Used to see how I walking in my old shoes. Listen, partner, that is agriculture. Well, actually, that was agriculture. Let's step back a bit to a time where cutlass was ringing on stony soil. Hot sun on your back making your blood boil, and farming was seen as an act of bravery, an image reminiscent of the fact of slavery. Agricultural workers were poor, overworked, and weary, and that's how things was in the time before Gary. But when Gary came, he came with a plan to change up agriculture by sharing out land. The name of the plan was Land for the Landless. He might have reached further if it was Man for the Manless. But he had this grand scheme called Action and Progress. We see plenty action, but not so much progress. And one bright morning, after Gary was gone, a whole new set of ideas for agriculture was born. Well, I'm sure by now, all they don't know are talking about that time of the Revo, when children in school were taught to repeat, eat what we grow and grow what we eat. And from the tongue to the country, we start digging that beat. State farms, cooperatives, agro-industry. Local saltfish, jams, jellies, and the rest was history. The government went as far as buying a boat to give farmers a chance to boost their export. But just one little thing I forget to mention. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. For we couldn't build agriculture with just speeches and slogans. We needed organization and well-thought-out programs. So no matter all the talk about pride and devotion, agriculture is about commitment, not the romantic notion. The Revo come and mash up, and once more we could have vote. But we start measuring progress by the amount of tourists boat. The call was for golf courses, casinos, offshore banking, policymakers, movers, shakers, all man jack was skanking. A big man in Grenada was known to have said, agriculture keep your father poor up until he dead. And instead of using the faculties God gave us, we started waiting on crooks and con men to come and save us. The best lands for farming were sold out at will, ignoring the reality of the high food import bill. We stopped seeing our futures as linked to the soil. After all, who needs agriculture when we had plenty oil? As a nation, we floated on clouds in the sky, grooving together in a kind of collective hive. The pandemic hit us hard after hurricane. And now that we come down, we're starting to feel the pain. So we're talking about agriculture and food security again. So now as Grenada turning 50 and change, is a good time to pause and rearrange. We can simply sit down and connect in a room or hold conversations by WhatsApp or Zoom. Let's take time to engage in solemn contemplation about the fate of the state and the state of the nation. The burden of production rests on many shoulders. The government, the farmers, the so-called stakeholders who tell you as supermarkets, please come to the table, because we know you can contribute. We know that you are able. Finance and credit are also part of the mix. There's plenty moving parts to make the thing get fixed. Let's embrace a new vision, a new architecture, reimagine and rediscover Grenada's agriculture. Let's pause, rearrange, and press the reset button, because until we do that, we ain't doing nothing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ryan. And I have to say, in classic Grenadian parlance, boy, you take after your father. For those of you who don't know, he's the son of well-known playwright Krista Riggs, who is here with us and who would be the moderator for the first panel. Chris, you did well, man. Thank you, Ryan. And now we invite the PBC choir to do a presentation.
If you see me in the cold mountain, what a planting. I'm using me cutlass, you think that I'm dying. I ride in me donkey till me bottom bruise. I exchanging and walking without shoes. Listen, partner, that is agriculture. I dig in the soil, I planting in style. If you see me in a cold mountain, what a planting. I using me cutlass, you think that I'm dying. I riding me donkey till me bottom bruise. I exchanging and walking without shoes. Listen, partner, that is agriculture. I dig in the soil, we planting in style. I dig in the soil, we planting in style. I dig in the soil, we planting in style.
Let we go down to La Bay. We go buy banana. Let we go down to La Bay. We go buy banana. Let we go down. Let we go down. Let we go down to La Bay market. Let we go down. Let we go down. We go buy banana. Let we go down. Let we go down. Let we go down to La Bay market. Let we go down. We go buy banana. Ripe one. your coconut water. It's good for your daughter. Coconut and iron. Make you shout like a lion. A lady tell me the other day, no one can take she sweet man away. I asked her what was the mystery. She said,
Coconut water and rice curry.
you can cook it in a pot. Love it very, very hot. Coconut and iron. Make you shine like a lion.
Coconut tell us say you agree. Coconut makes very nice candy. Feel like best when you're feeling good.
See, coconut water with a little rum, it could make you very tipsy. Make you feel very frisky. Coconut and iron. Make you shine like a lion. And a coke, 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 and a and a coke, 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 and a coconut, 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 coconut.
C'est toute l'année jamais. C'est toute l'année jamais. And if you should get papa oh, and if you should get papa oh. C'est toute l'année jamais. C'est toute l'année jamais. The fisherman is passing with all kind of fish. The fisherman is passing with all kind of fish.
Balahu, flying fish, big fish and little fish. Balahi.
C'est toute l'année jamais. C'est toute l'année jamais. And if you should get papa oh, and if you should get papa oh. C'est toute l'année jamais. C'est toute l'année jamais.
just want to take a minute to express a sentiment I think that is shared by all present of congratulations and thanks to the PBC Boys Choir. It is such a treasure to see our young men in this role for a change. I just want to really celebrate them and encourage them to continue in their efforts. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We couldn't close this official part of today's activities without saying thanks, and so we invite Mrs. Afia Zufeld, who is the chairperson of the organizing committee, to come and give the vote of thanks. Ms. Zufeld? Mrs.? I need to turn it down a little bit. It's up to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, speakers, participants. It is with immense gratitude and appreciation that I extend my heartfelt thank you to each of you for your pivotal role in making this symposium possible. Agrivest 2024. I express my deepest appreciation as well to Honorable Lennox Andrews, Minister for Economic Development, Planning, Agriculture and Lands, Forestries, Marine Resources, Cooperatives, for his meaningful and from the heart and head presentation to us. Your continued dedication to the advancement of our agriculture sector is astounding. My sincere thanks extends to our esteemed panelists and our presenters who will be presenting today with us, along with our moderator, Mr. Christopher DeRiggs. We appreciate your expertise and your shared perspectives that will significantly enrich our understanding of the critical issues within the agriculture sector and further our knowledge of our agricultural transformation. A heartfelt thank you to you, Mistress Valerie Gordon-Williams, Reverend Gerald Kings-Douglas, the Presentation Brothers College Choir, Ryan DeRiggs, and all other contributors who have made our opening ceremony a memorable and engaging experience. The success of Agrivest 2024 will not be possible, though, without the dedicated efforts of our entire organizing team. Your tireless work have made a lasting impact on the symposium. Special appreciation goes out to the management and staff of the Radisson Grenada Beach Resort, TNR Communication, and Damani Brizan. Your professionalism, hospitality, commitment to excellence have provided a conducive and welcoming environment for the success of such an event. I extend my gratitude to the financial institutions, agri-tech representatives, and support service providers for presenting investment opportunities this evening and engaging with our participants during our afternoon session. To the exhibitors who showcase their contributions to the agriculture sector landscape, your presence add immense value to the symposium. In closing, as we reflect on the enlightening discussions that we would have and incitement gained today, let the theme of Agrivest 2024, Reimagining Agriculture Sustainability, serve as our guiding light for future endeavors in fostering a sustainable, thriving agricultural future for Grenada. Thank you all for your active involvement and commitment to the growth of the agriculture sector.
Thank you very much. So now we've come to the coffee break, which will give us a chance to reorganize some of the setup here. It is going to be at the rotunda. When you exit this room, it's to your left. It's set up there until, if my time is correct, until 10:30. So, yes, so our coffee break will be until 10:30. The bathrooms are to the left of the rotunda. When you turn this way out, left and left again. Thank you very much. Enjoy your coffee break and see you here at 10:30 because we really have a lot of work to do today. So hopefully we'll be back and ready to go. Thank you.
Yeah, I do hydroponics whereby plants grow with water and added nutrients. I started doing that about approximately a year ago. I started off with 500 plants and now I'm doing 4,000 plants, which means every 2 weeks I saw approximately 16 trays of lettuce to the system. I currently have a small greenhouse, but now I'm in a wide open area. So the system has its own timer. It comes on for itself, cuts off for itself, and nobody needs to be there to watch it during the day. In the morning I check the nutrients, and before my mom go to work at 6 o'clock, she just check to see if all the water in the pipe is running, and nobody's there during the day. Well, I would say work hard, because obviously it's not cheap. The pipes and everything, so you got to work hard at first. Then yeah, continue doing your start. The most important is to start, because me starting, I've learned a lot, and I've lost a lot of poems. A lot of times I've been working, my system been down. So the start is what is important. And just continue, and then after eventually you're going to start growing, and you're going to meet people, and you're going to meet markets and share ideas and stuff.
As you can see, I'm normally tired, so I don't know what to do. You can't expect the animals to just be eating and get nutrients and stuff. You have to buy your stuff. Get them a little ton, a big cauliflower, a little mineral block, and you have to observe them as the day goes by. Probably twice a week you observe, see what's going on with them, check the hoof, clean the hoof, check the eyes, make sure that they're intact, you know? Make sure you check their body, look for lice and all kind of stuff. Spray your pen, clean out your piece and make sure they're healthy and alright. I'm deworm let's say about every 2 to 3 months, so based on the way I tie and how I see them eating. If I know like for instance like dry season, I will have to use movements because like food won't be in abundance in that way. I haven't got a vehicle to be like jogging, feed and stuff, so as long as you see them and you know like bring back your animals where you're tired and stuff, I find like once you do that to deworm because they stand a risk of picking up back the worms from the grass. So.
When I get on the farm, first of all I check all the huts and make sure everybody's okay. Then I'll start cleaning out all the pens and then I start feeding. I get here first, I start the feeding process. Then I will milk. I have 3 young ones that I bottle feed. The kids are your profits. So if you take care of the kids, then your profit margin increase. We're going to do light manufacturing. We're going to do cheese and yogurt at some point. But we have to have numbers in terms of, my target is to get Get 40 gallons of milk per day. And once I arrive at that, then we're going to start the milk, the cheese and yogurt production. Challenging is funding, because I'm doing this out of my pocket. I'm using every single penny I have to make sure that this thing comes out successful. So the challenge is finance. It's like we need help. Some international donor, if they could provide us with some funds, it would be nice, so we could help secure our food industry. And meat is a critical part of the food security.
First thing in the morning, we wash the waters, we wipe the eggs, we package it, and that's it. Not much. Sometimes at 3 hours a day. We start with broiler starter. In mid-term, in growing them, we go to developer, and until they start laying, we give them developer. And then after that, we give them layer. So this is how the feeding system operates. We tie to the roof. Yeah. The water system operates like this. When it's full, it's lock off. And when it's empty, the water comes through it. So it's automatic, no water is wasting. Some of the advice I will give to young farmers or elder than me, starting poultry, especially layers, is try not to start too big.
This is the cassava tree. It takes 1 year to harvest. Between 10 months to 1 year to harvest. After you harvest, you take it to the copper kitchen, where it will be scraped and pressed before it comes into farine. So I'm going to sift the grated cassava, which come from the press. I'm going to sift it, getting it ready for making the farine. When the copper gains heat, we grease it with some oil or lard, and you start with moderate heat. So we'll start making the farine. That's the finished product. It's from cassava, so now it's farine.
So today we are doing an inspection of mangoes that are destined to the U.S. To enter the U.S. market. This is our first shipment following the release of the ban that was in place for over 20 years on mangoes that are being exported to the U.S. commercially, and it's going to be going for some irradiation treatment before going onto the market. So our role in the effort is to inspect according to an agreement or a work plan with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, where today we are looking at least 10 boxes out of just over 100, and at least we need to inspect at least 150 fruits in that shipment. Inspection is visual for external pests, and also we have done some cutting, looking for internal signs of pest and disease. Our two target pests today for the inspections are mango seed weevil and fruit flies. Right? So we are cutting actually through the seed of the mango to see if there is any.
Ladies and gentlemen, in order to save time that we could use for our work, please feel free to come back inside with your snack, whatever you're going to have to eat. Kindly return to the tables. They're set up to accommodate that, so we could start to work and move the day's program forward. Thank you.
People who don't go to school to be fishermen because like the dons and everything, they just get up and go in the sea. But fishing really come under an art, a skill, a technique. You understand? Because Based on how your line set up, you get the fish. Based on how it come, you don't get. So it's a lot of different in between to get it right. Right? And it's not done people become fishermen. Because I know people in this world today, in Grenada today, with 13 and 14 subjects, and is fishermen. So don't feel that Don's people is fishermen. Understand? So it's like a unity, a get together, the elder one teach, and who know what, and we come together and we come on as a team, we work as a team. My experience at fishing is not a bad experience because it's over 15 years now I've been in it, and that is my main source of income, that is my work that we are, and it's not bad, I can't complain about it. You have days that you go out and you're very tight, but you have days when it's good, so you can't complain. This is very important because you have farmers on the land, you have farmers in the sea, because the fisherman is a farmer at the sea. So we do the farming outside there, they do the farming on the land, and we have a great exchange. Well, it's very important. Fishing to food-wise is very important because
most farmers plant soursop and they just allow it to grow, as we have been growing soursop or soursop tree growing in the wild. When we plant a field of soursop, 50, 100, 200 soursop, we have to manage it as an orchard. And this training by Dr. Abel Robucas, a soursop expert from Brazil, he has taught us about the pruning of the soursop tree to keep it low so that you can reach the fruits, the flowers, to be able to pollinate and also to be able to harvest your soursop easily. The pruning, it is very important for not only for the fruiting, but also for disease management. If you prune the way that he has recommended, you would get less disease in the field. When you prune as he has recommended, you would get more soursop developing on the stems of the soursop plant, like we see cocoa bearing on the stems. Here in Grenada now, we see soursop bearing on the outer branches, but the potential of the soursop plant is actually on the stems, bearing on the stems.
Yeah, I do hydroponics whereby plants grow with water and added nutrients. I started doing that about approximately a year ago. I started off with 500 plants and now I'm doing 4,000 plants, which means every 2 weeks I saw approximately 16 trays of lettuce to the system. I currently have a small greenhouse, but now I'm in a wide open area. So the system have its own timer. It comes on for itself, cuts off for itself, and nobody needs to be there to watch it during the day. In the morning I check the nutrients, and before my mom go to work at 6 o'clock, she just check to see if all the water in the pipe is running, and nobody is there during the day. Well, I would say work hard, because obviously it's not cheap. The pipes and everything, so you got to work hard at first. Then yeah, continue. Then you start. The most important is to start, because me starting, I've learned a lot, and I've lost a lot of pumps. A lot of times I've been working, my system been down. So the start is what is important. and just continue. And then after eventually you're going to start growing and you're going to meet people and you're going to meet markets and share ideas and stuff.
As you can see here, I normally tired, so I don't know when to do one. You can't expect them animals to just be eating and get nutrients and stuff. You have to buy your stuff. Get them a little tonic, a caliber, a mineral block. And you have to observe them as the day goes by. Probably twice a week you observe, see what's going on with them. Check the hoof, clean the hoof, check the eyes, make sure that they're intact, you know? Make sure you check the body, look for lice and all kind of stuff. Spray your pen, clean up your piece and make sure they're healthy and alright. I'm deworm let's say about every 2 to 3 months, so based on the way I tie and how I see them eating. If I know like for instance like dry season, I will have to use movements because like food won't be in abundance in that way. I haven't got a vehicle to be like jogging, feed and stuff, so as long as you see them and you know like you bring back your animals where you're tired and stuff, I find I consider doing that at the deworm because they stand a risk of picking up back the worms from the grass.
When I get on the farm, first of all I check all the huts and make sure everybody's okay. Then I'll start cleaning out all the pens and then I'll start feeding. I get here first, I start the feeding process. Then I will milk. I have 3 young ones that I bottle feed. The kids are your profits. So if you take care of the kids, then your profit margin increase. We're going to do light manufacturing. We're going to do cheese and yogurt at some point. But we have to have numbers in terms of, my target is to get 40 gallons of milk per day. And once I
Thank you very much. We are about to start. Can you please rejoin us inside? You can walk with your snacks and have them at the table so we can move the program forward. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting now. For those of you who still have your snacks, kindly walk with them to your table. Our panelists are ready. We don't want you to miss the digital presentation on the thematic investment areas. Kindly take your seats for those of you already inside. We invite you to pay attention to the 4 thematic investment areas. Livestock, to include poultry, fisheries, agro-processing, crop production, and farming systems. Welcome back to all of you who are here. And we'll invite Mr. Oliver to put up the presentation on the 4 thematic areas. We don't want you to miss that information because you know where the investment priorities are.
Yeah, I do hydroponics whereby plants grow with water and added nutrients. I started doing that about approximately a year ago. I started off with 500 plants and now I'm doing 4,000 plants, which means every 2 weeks I sow approximately 16 trays of lettuce to the system. I currently have a small greenhouse, but now I'm in a wide open area. So the system has its own timer. It comes on for itself, cuts off for itself, and nobody needs to be there to watch it during the day. In the morning I check the nutrients, and before my mom goes to work at 6 o'clock, she just checks to see if all the water in the pipe is running, and nobody's there during the day. Well, I would say work hard, because obviously it's not cheap. The pipes and everything, so you have to work hard at first. Then yeah, continue doing your start. The most important is to start, because me starting, I've learned a lot, and I've lost a lot of poems. A lot of times I've been working, my system been down. So the start is what is important. And just continue, and then after eventually you're going to start growing, and you're going to meet people, and you're going to meet markets, and share ideas and stuff.
As you can see, I'm normally tired, so I don't know when to do one. You can't expect them animals to just be eating and get nutrients and stuff. You have to buy your stuff. Get them a little tonic, a good caliber oil, little mineral block, and you have to observe them as the day goes by. Probably twice a week you observe, see what's going on with them, check the hoof, clean the hoof, check the eyes, make sure that they're intact, you know? Make sure you check the body, look for lice and all kind of stuff. Spray your pen, clean out your piece and make sure they're healthy and alright. I'm deworm let's say about every 2 to 3 months, so based on the way I tie and how I see them eating. If I know like for instance like dry season, I will have to use movements because like food won't be in abundance in that way. I haven't got a vehicle to be like jogging, feed and stuff, so as long as you see them and you know like bring back your animals where you're tired and stuff, I find that once you do not have to do one because they stand a risk of picking up back the worms from the grass.
When I get on the farm, first of all I check all the huts and make sure everybody's okay. Then I'll start cleaning out all the pens, and then I start feeding. I get here first, I start the feeding process. Then I will milk. I have 3 young ones that I bottle feed. The kids are your profits. So if you take care of the kids, then your profit margin increase. We can do light manufacturing. We can do cheese and yogurt at some point. But we have to have numbers in terms of, my target is to get 40 gallons of milk per day. And once I arrive at that, then we're going to start the milk, the cheese and yogurt production. challenging is funding, because I'm doing this out of my pocket. I'm using every single penny I have to make sure that this thing comes out successful. So the challenge is finance. It's like we need help. Some international donor, if they could provide us with some funds, it would be nice, so we can help secure our food industry. And meat is a critical part of the food security.
First thing in the morning, we wash the waters, we wipe the eggs, we package it, and that's it. Not much. Sometimes at 3 hours a day. We start with broiler starter. In mid-term, in growing them, we go to developer, and until they start laying, we give them developer. And then after that, we give them layer. So this is how the feeding system operates. We tie to the roof. Yeah. The water system operate like this. When it's full, it's lock off. And when it's empty, the water comes through. So it's automatic, no water is wasting. Some of the advice I will give to young farmers or elder than me, starting poultry, especially layers, is try not to start too big.
This is the cassava tree. It takes 1 year to harvest. Between 10 months to 1 year to harvest. After you harvest, you take it to the copper kitchen, where it will be scraped and pressed before it comes into farine. So I'm going to sift the grated cassava, which come from the press. I'm going to sift it, getting it ready for making the farine. When the copper gains heat, we grease it with some oil or lard, and you start with moderate heat. So we'll start making the farine. That's the finished product. It's from cassava, so now it's farine.
So today we are doing an inspection of mangoes that are destined to the U.S. To enter the U.S. market. This is our first shipment following the release of the ban that was in place for over 20 years on mangoes that are being exported to the U.S. commercially, and it's going to be going for some irradiation treatment before going into the market. So our role in the effort is to inspect according to an agreement or a work plan with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, where today we are looking at least 10 boxes out of just over 100, and at least we need to inspect at least 150 fruits in that shipment. Inspection is visual for external pests, and also we have done some cutting, looking for internal signs of pests and disease. Our two target pests today for the inspections are mango seed weevil and fruit flies. Right? So we are cutting actually through the seed of the mango to see if there is any adult or larval or pupal stages of the mango seed weevil, because that's where you will actually find them.
Something I like, ever since I was small, I'm doing it thanks to my father and my mother, because ever since I was a little boy, they always come in here and we go and fish. My uncle had boats, so it was not a problem for me to go out and fish.
Yeah, a lot of people come down and fishing, like fishing is so much a bad work, or people who don't go to school to be fishermen because like they're done and everything, they just get up and go visit. But fishing really come under an art, a skill, a technique, you understand? Because based on how your line set up, you get the fish, based on how it come, you don't get. So it's a lot of different in between to get it right, right? And it's not done people become fishermen. Because I know people in this world today, in Grenada today, with 13 and 14 subjects, and is fishermen. So don't feel that Don's people is fishermen. Understand? So it's like a unity, a get together, the elder one teach, and who know what, and we come together and we come on as a team, we work as a team. My experience at fishing is not a bad experience because it's over 15 years now I've been in it, and that is my main source of income, that is my work that we are, and it's not bad, I can't complain about it. You have days that you go out and you're very tight, but you have days when it's good, so you can't complain. This is very important because you have farmers on the land, you have farmers in the sea, because the fisherman is a farmer at the sea. So we do the farming outside there, they do the farming on the land, and we have a great exchange. It's very important. Fishing to food-wise is very important because
most farmers plant soursop and they just allow it to grow, as we have been growing soursop or soursop tree growing in the wild. When we plant a field of soursop, 50, 100, 200 soursop, we have to manage it as an orchard. And this training by Dr. Abel Robucas, a soursop expert from Brazil, he has taught us about the pruning of the soursop tree to keep it low so that you can reach the fruits, the flowers, to be able to pollinate and also to be able to harvest your soursop easily. The pruning, it is very important for not only for the fruiting, but also for disease management. If you prune the way that he has recommended, you would get less disease in the field. When you prune as he has recommended, you would get more soursop developing on the stems of the soursop plant, like we see cocoa bearing on the stems. Here in Grenada now, we see soursop bearing on the outer branches, but the potential of the soursop plant is actually on the stems, bearing on the stems.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I would now like to introduce you to our moderator, economist and playwright, Mr. Christopher DeRiggs, for the first panel. And I'd also like to introduce you to a very important role player today, who is our timer for the sessions. So Chioma Paul is going to be our timer. She is going to, each panelist has 8 minutes. And at the end of 5 minutes, she's going to signal you. She's going to be sitting right there so you'll see her, so you know you have 2-3 minutes left because there's a lot of information to be shared. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knows who she is so you'll see when she signals you for the time. Thank you very much. I hand you over to Christopher DeRiggs.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is okay to respond. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. The topic for the first panel discussion, as you would have noticed in your programs, panel discussion number 1, performance of the agriculture sector in Grenada and the need for a business investment package for agriculture. Let us welcome on stage our panelists. Dr. Stephen Fletcher. You may sit and we call you. Dr. Tessa Barry. Dr. Wendell Cornwall. And Mr. Simeon Collins. Before inviting the first panelist, I would like to just outline the rules of engagement. Each panelist will present for a maximum of 8 minutes. After 5 minutes, as has been indicated by the chairperson, we will give you a time alert. We will have to be very brutal about keeping time because we have to get through this day's very important agenda. At the end of the presentation of the 4 panelists, we have time for approximately 28 minutes for discussions. Questions will be taken from the floor. Mics are provided. Persons wishing to speak are invited to line up behind the microphone in an orderly way. We'd like persons speaking from the floor to restrict their comments to 1 minute maximum. As moderator, I will recognize persons from the floor who wish to speak. Persons may indicate the panelists to whom they want to address a question to. It doesn't have to be a question, it can be a comment. I think Dr. Fletcher asked to speak last. Does that matter to any of you? I think we should give the lady the chance. I don't want to sound gender discriminatory, but ladies should be given special privileges. Gallantry is not dead, all right? But we have 4 panelists, and I want to invite Dr. Tessa Barry to present first. Please welcome Dr. Tessa Barry.
Good morning, everyone. On the protocol established, I want to start off by saying that, and it was alluded to by P.S. Isaac, that we have so many documents that everything is already exists, everything already said. So we have the CARICOM 2025 to 2025. We have the National Strategic Plan. We have National Agricultural Strategic Plan. So we have a number of documents already existing that says almost everything. So probably what is different here, probably it's a different face you are seeing, speaking to the issues and the challenges. And our culturalist, Derek said, we can't build with speeches and slogans and with documents filled with ideas. I want to add this. But we have to build by putting into action what the slogans and the speeches and the documents we have on the shelves are saying. So with that, I just want to, start by assessing some of the challenges, and these are things that we already know exist. A lot of the challenges that the agricultural sector faces. And just to remind us a little, and those are information that comes from already existing documents, as I alluded to. So we're talking about things like the poor infrastructure, in the impact to this, like things like access to lands, etc. The lack of investment in value addition, addressing issues with credit and financing. We have our local consumption patterns. And I just draw on these to zero in on the factor as to why there is a need for investing, why there is a need for bringing a business investment package in the agricultural industry. So Grenada is primarily small farm oriented. And I want to stop here to interject a quote from a farmer that I usually interact with on a regular basis. David Clark, everybody in the farming would know him as son. He said, Miss, whenever you get a chance to speak to an audience, say to them for me, 2024 and beyond, we have to focus on food and nutrition, and they have to invest in us. We are the ones that are growing, and we are the ones that are to propel it. So please tell them for us, invest in us. So we need to reduce our food importation bill, and the sector must realize its true potential. Agriculture is strategically poised to be the leading sector, to be the leading industry. As for now, we are behind tourism, we are behind construction. But we made a great contribution in terms of the employment sector, and we make a contribution towards the GDP. But we are not leading, but we are strategically poised to lead. So here, the business investment package and the need to create an enabling environment. Therefore, where do we invest? We invest in education, we invest in extension, and I have a passion for agricultural extension because I believe that extension is that link between research and applied agriculture. So we need to invest in extension. So there's a high need for investment in trained specialists so that sector would lead and take its rightful place. Public awareness, changing our hearts and minds towards local consumption. So we have our Juve. Only yesterday I was speaking to an individual. I said, you know, I still like my Milo, but we have Juve that could actually lead in the position on our local market. So the enabling environment, we have to address issues in labor. So labor is a challenge. Investment is needed in labor. Hear me. We export labor. Every time we have local persons being exported to work on farms outside of Grenada. Why not invest in labor, make it attractive that we keep the persons we export for labor or we import labor too. We make it so attractive that we can address that issue. So investment in the policy nexus. Policies on the macro level, so we're talking regional and national. We have this already existing in the CARICOM 2020 to 25. They have outlined the strategy. We're talking about micro-level policies, meso-level policies, policies that would guide the volume of domestic consumption. Investment in the existing strengths. So traditional export crops we have a strength in that, but it must reach the higher end of the value chain. So we're talking about investing in our value chain. Our areas of potential need to take lead, research and technology. Which subsectors, as it currently exists, has the greatest potential to take the lead? Let us narrow in and zero in. We saw in the digital presentation here, the cassava. What can cassava replace as it relates to our importation bill? Importation says that we consume 70% of our food is what is imported, 30% is what is produced locally. So I want to end by saying, we must undergird the entire food system from farm to plate and identify what would significantly impact that business model of investment. Research and development, technology, labor, addressing the issue of predial larceny, substantial practices like tackling issues of climate change and so. So I say this to say that an investment model must encompass an entire agricultural food system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barry, for such a compact presentation and working well within time. You notice that our timekeeper didn't once have to put up a... Did you put it up? Yes. Okay, you did it very discreetly there, all right? But I must apologize to Dr. Tessa Barry because, you know, I should have said things about who she is, you know, and I didn't do that, you know. So I must, you know, say that Dr. Tessa Barry is a rural development and agricultural extension specialist from Birchgrove, who is a part-time lecturer at the UE, Birchgrove Posse, right? Who is a part-time lecturing role at UE, St. Augustine, focusing on climate-resilient agricultural extension for community development programs. She's currently country coordinator for World University Services of Canada and co-principal investigator for University of Liverpool Research Project in Agriculture and History. She's also the co-founder of One Seed for Change, an NGO empowering women in agriculture. As the head of JRI, which is Just Research It consultancy, she conducts research for organizations like the Food, FAO, and UN Women. She actively contributes to international development journals and advocates for women's empowerment in agriculture. She's engaged in regional and global food systems development. She plays a crucial role in Caribbean Agriculture Extension Providers Network and the Global Forum for Rural Advisory Services. I see Dr. Barry a lot on his Facebook, right? I'm sure you see her also. A very active social media presence, very positive. And so we now move to the second presenter. And we didn't have any specified lineup, but according to what I see, Mr. Simeon Collins, you want to come? Right? Hold on there still, right? You know, I didn't know your name was Lindley, you know, right? Mr. Lindley Simeon Collins. You're probably the only man in Grenada with that name, right? A seasoned professional with over 35 years of expertise in food processing, safety, and quality. Holds a BSc in Food Science from the University of Havana, an MSc in Food Processing Technology from the University of British Columbia. He has contributed significantly to various roles, including Director of the Bureau of Standards of Grenada and CEO of the Caribbean Agricultural Health and Food Safety Agency, has chaired committees such as Emergency Housing Committee post-Hurricane Ivan, and served on boards like the Communal Cooperative Credit Union Limited and the Grenada Food and Nutrition Council. His diverse experience extends to leadership roles in fisheries, housing, disability, advocacy, and regional standardization with CrossQ. Again, another person very active in social media. He makes me laugh all the time. Welcome aboard, brother.
Chairman, thank you very much, and a pleasant good morning to everyone. I've been asked to speak on this topic, and I have chosen the following order of presentation. We'll start by looking at the importance of agriculture to the Grenadian economy, and also look at agriculture and the national GDP, trends in imports and exports of agricultural product, which would be followed by a look at agriculture revolutions in Grenada, future challenges of agriculture, and the need for a business incentive package for Grenada. Now, at the FAO Regional Conference of Latin America and the Caribbean in Nicaragua 2020, it was mentioned that the COVID-19 pandemic caused significant disruptions in the agriculture and fishery supply and value chain in Grenada, thus revealing systemic weaknesses in the agriculture and food supply chain. Historically, as you know, the economic fortunes of Grenada have been linked to the performance of the agricultural sector, and in particular, the production and export of bananas, cocoa, and nutmeg. Grenada has also have a large subsistence sector producing fruits, vegetables, and livestock for domestic and regional markets. Agriculture and fisheries are therefore significant contribution to the rural employment and poverty reduction. The share of value added by the agricultural, forestry, and fishing sector of the GDP in Grenada decreased to 4.32% in 2022, where it reached the lowest value in recent years. This table gives you a breakdown of how it ran from 2012 to 2022, right down to 4.32, based on this bar chart. Now, in regards to exports, agricultural exports accounted for 47% of total exports between 2010 and 2014, and are important for foreign exchange earnings and income generation for producers. Earnings from agricultural export also averaged 41% of the value of food imports between 2012 and 2014. What that means is that we were more or less importing about 2.5 times food than we were actually exporting. Now, export earnings have shown robust growth since 2007, increasing at an average of about 5.5% between 2007 and 2014. But this growth has not been fueled by increase in production, but rather by increase in export prices. Now, according to the ITC, imports of agricultural products constituted 6% of the total value of national input in 2013. And over that years, some of the major imports were wheat and mesclun, maize, rice, vegetables, and soybeans. Majority of the cereals also came from the US, about 85%, while some of the edible vegetables were imported mainly from the Netherlands. This year, give you a breakdown of some of the inputs. For want of time, I'll skip it, but as you can see, nutmeg, mace, and cardamons came from the US, about 5.27 million, and we have cocoa, etc., from other areas. Major exports of agricultural products, according to the statistics provided by the International Trade Center, we had cocoa and nutmeg contributing about 42%, and between 2009 and 2013, the most important agricultural product exported by value was nutmeg and cocoa beans. The main importers of Grenada nutmeg were Germany, 48%, and the Netherlands, 32%, while France was the largest importer of cocoa beans. Okay, there's a table there. You can look at that. My time is running out. Briefly, the agricultural revolution. When I say revolution, what I mean is that new technologies that were implemented over the years that have shown significant change in agriculture. We started, first of all, non-traditional products coming into place instead of some of the traditional products, nutmeg, cocoa, and banana, which were dying. Then we had increase in fish production. By the 1980s, when the government of Grenada, with assistance from the Cuban government, popularized surface longline fishing. And with that also, they had improvement of the boat technology to longline fishing, where they began using large fiberglass boats and so on. And there were a number of different tools that were actually used, such as the sprinklers and tractors, and brought into agriculture and made a big difference. Future challenges, what are they? Of course, climate change, I won't say much about that. It's a global problem, but there's little things we can do. Loss of agricultural land, the previous speaker mentioned that already. Need to embrace new technology. This is very important. I watched the thing there that the guy was talking about the greenhouse farming technology. This is so important. Greenhouse farming technology is rapidly evolving and has the potential to revolutionize the global food supply. Then there's hydroponics. The hydroponics is so important. One of these techniques, there are about 4 different techniques involving plants being grown in a grow tray that is slightly angled and positioned with a reservoir filled with water and nutrient mix. Then a very important challenge is emerging pests and diseases such as the West Indian fruit fly, the mango seed weevil, red palm mites, and little yellowing in coconuts, avian influenza, citrus greening diseases. These are things that at CAFSA where I used to work, we were very, very serious, and we know what is coming and what we have had. In terms of business investment package, I don't want to say much about that, but it's necessary because the WTO, since then, tariffs and quotas have gone. So we have to put in place, we have systems for agriculture. These are some areas, the US, what they have, India, Trinidad, and so on, what some of the packages, incentives they have for the people. Okay? And in terms of other loans and so on, grants, these are some of the areas. You know them as well as I do, where you can get them. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins, Mr. Simeon Collins. And I know you felt under pressure with time there, but you had a lot to say, and I'm sure some of it can come out in discussion. So feel free to ask the gentleman to develop those areas of his presentation that he didn't get around to developing. And the third presenter, I want to call, just introducing him now, Dr. Wendell Cornwall. Right, I didn't have the privilege of meeting this gentleman before, but Dr. Wendell Cornwall is a diplomat and a researcher, currently serves as counselor at the Embassy of Grenada to the United States, and as the alternative representative for the permanent mission of Grenada to the Organization of American States. He holds a PhD from Monash University, a master's degree in diplomacy and trade, a bachelor's degree in international relations. His research focuses on trade policy and development issues, specifically examining free trade agreements and the right to food in small island development states. With active engagement in the Pacific and Caribbean regions, Dr. Cornwall offers valuable insights into the challenges faced by smallholder farmers. Let us welcome Dr. Wendell Cornwall.
Thank you, Chair. So my presentation is actually going to focus on the importance of smallholder farmers and including them in this business investment package for agriculture. So examining the current concessions to stimulate investments in agriculture and agribusinesses, it has become apparent to myself and to others that smallholder farmers do not have the opportunity to take advantage of these incentives for their benefit. In fact, today, I spoke to a number of persons in the corridors who said to me that we also have backyard gardens and so on, and found this symposium to be very important and wanted us to touch on the issues that they face, so the small farmers. The existing packages are mainly accessible to those who can make very significant investments in agriculture and benefit those that are mainly engaged in commercial farming on a larger scale. So for example, we have the Grenada Investment Development Corporation providing capital investment allowances for qualifying investments that are in excess of $1 million EC. And we have to think, how many small farmers have access to or need $1 million? This and other incentives are important. They are certainly beneficial for developing agriculture and agribusinesses in Grenada. We cannot deny this. However, in line with the theme of today's symposium, reimagining agriculture sustainability, small farmers who are engaged in livelihood and subsistence farming should also be seen as primary beneficiaries of incentives for agriculture investment. Indeed, we have to view small farmers as investors and themselves are also investors. They invest their time, their limited resources to derive a livelihood for their households, and they also have the potential to be at the center of very vibrant economic activity in their communities. However, as P.S. Bagwan mentioned today when talking about financial institutions this morning, when it comes to farming, we go to financial institutions, especially for small farmers, we see that they have very limited access to credit and they face very stringent requirements that are difficult to meet to access these credits. And some of these requirements include having a security, guarantors, providing pay slips. We know that small farmers often do not have pay slips, especially those that engage in farming as a primary activity and not as a complement to a salaried or paying job. So an investment package should provide significant investment for smallholder farmers and should seek to eradicate poverty enhance sustainable livelihoods for small farmers and also other marginalized and vulnerable groups. I was actually reading an article by Dr. Barry that focused on gender and the importance of women farmers in not just Grenada, but the OECS, and the creating or removing the barriers, understanding and removing the barriers to they being able to benefit from the cottage industries, the farming and livelihood farming that they actually take part in. So how do we determine a starting point of creating a business investment package that would achieve these objectives? And by objectives, I mean enhancing the livelihoods of these small farmers in a sustainable manner and contributing to economic development in Grenada. To do that, we have to understand the realities of small farmers in the Grenadian context. And I want to stress here the importance of engaging with the farmers to understand their situation. We have to be very careful that small farmers are not excluded from discussions like these types of discussions. I was actually speaking to a poultry farmer in Grenada, and one of the concerns that she expressed is that farmers in Grenada feel like they are not being heard. So we need to be very careful of that. We have to be sure that they are engaged. And of course, this was also repeated today by some of the persons that I spoke to. A lot of the challenges that smallholder farmers face in general have already been identified. We know that farmers produce a majority of the world's food, small farmers, but they are also among the poorest and most food insecure groups. They are also the most vulnerable to economic and environmental shocks, which was already mentioned again, which worsen their situation. And in small island developing states like Grenada, we are even more exposed to these shocks because of our dependence on the international economy and on international markets. And also by the fact that we are prone to experiencing extreme weather events from climate change, including longer and hotter dry seasons, which I heard we've experienced last year, very hot dry seasons, shorter rainy seasons, more intense storms and hurricanes and sea level rise, etc. Some other impediments that are affecting small farmers, and this is not an exhaustive list, are the high cost of agriculture inputs, including seeds, fertilizers, feed, etc., the high cost of labor, inadequate infrastructure, including access roads and irrigation infrastructure, the difficulty of finding markets for their crops. Smallholder farmers have to contend with the displacement of their crops in the domestic market from cheaper imported food. So we do think about markets, international markets, but we also have to see how small farmers can find markets here in Grenada. In speaking with small farmers in the Pacific and Caribbean, there are some solutions that they came up with. Smallholder farmers want easier access to credits or grants to pay for these inputs, such as land, seeds, labor, fertilizers, and machinery. They need more training and access to information on best practices in sustainable farming methods. They need incentives, training, financial support for small-scale value-added production, especially for livelihood, rather than purely commercial farming. And they also need access to infrastructures, irrigation infrastructures, and so on. So this is not an exhaustive list, but I also want to add that these incentives, whatever incentives that we do come up with, should be supported by an adequate policy and legislative framework to promote and protect the entitlements of small farmers. And this includes owning and accessing productive resources like land, seeds, water, ensuring that those engaged or employed in small farming have adequate income, ensuring that there is a market for their crops and that there are proper support mechanisms or social safety nets for these farmers. And I will just conclude by reiterating that smallholder farmers should be among the primary beneficiaries of a business investment package for agriculture. Small farmers are investors, investing their time and energy to produce food that is healthy and more nutritious than imported food. They also have the potential to be at the center of vibrant economic activity in their communities. And so this investment package should address obstacles that keep our farmers impoverished and from making significant contributions to sustainable economic development in Grenada. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so I hope we're doing good for time. We going good? Fairly. So we now about to call off our fourth panelist, and Dr. Stephen Fletcher is no stranger to many of you. He has a PhD in strategic planning and economics. His PhD dissertation dealt with the analysis of the failed attempt by GCNA, right, to form an association of nutmeg producers with Indonesia. Remember that initiative? He holds an MBA, and in his MBA assessed the impact of the EU single market, European market on Caribbean traditional exports, banana, sugar, and rum. He currently is the strategic consultant to the Ministry of Finance, to the government, and he's a program manager of SIAP, I think it's Climate Smart Agricultural Enterprise. He's a former ambassador to the European Union, for Grenada, of course, and ambassador designate to the PRC, People's Republic of China. He likes to let us know he's a son of Concord, and agriculture and nutmeg played a very important role in his development. In fact, he has often said that nutmeg sent him to school. So I thought was he more than his father, you understand? He's currently an associate professor at SGU, and I want to invite Dr. Fletcher to address you. All right.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, colleagues, all gathered here today in this most important event to start of the year in agriculture, ministers who are currently here, Minister Thomas, Minister Andrews. Let's hope the next 7 minutes will be productive. Colleagues, we are gathered here today to examine a fundamental pillar for the development of this country. It is a pillar because not only from its economic point of view, but because it's a livelihood. It is the one thing that's going to guarantee us food, fish, and to ensure that we are properly nutritioned. So it is very, very critical that we examine this issue. Today I will focus fundamentally from the institutions that have been set up to provide support for the agricultural sector. And in that regard, I will split them into two critical areas. One, the productive cooperatives and institutions have been set up, and the capacity building ones that exist to support agriculture. So from the production point of view, before I get to that, let me just mention this important data because it's going to help shape our thinking regarding financing. In 2023, for example, Grenada exports in agricultural terms, the food component, $1.5 million. But we import at the same time over $16.1 million in fresh food agricultural produce. Think about it, I leave it to rest on your brain. In the production side, comments will be made on Marketing Board, GCNA, the Cocoa Association. These were institutions that evolved in the 1940s, in the 1970s, to basically provide for two of the critical elements that Minister Andrews always speaks of as important pillars for the development of the agricultural sector. One is access, market access, availability of markets. The Cocoa Association, the Nutmeg Association, dealt with the specific products. Banana was also part of that mix, but banana has died. The evolution that came out of this as agriculture moved from these export commodities that we had into more vegetable production and crop production, the Marketing Board evolved to provide those two fundamental elements, which is market access and stable prices. These institutions, let's be very frank and honest about this, they have not met expectations in recent years. However, I will argue, as I've argued in the past publicly, that they played an important role. One can never deny the fundamental importance of cocoa and nutmeg in generating close to $2 billion into this economy from the time they were formed, with average payout to farmers of over 85% of their income. But they're based on a financial model which basically said, one, whatever your income will generate will pay it back to you. 85 to 90% of these associations paid out to farmers. That was good, but it led a fundamental gap in future financing, which is what they suffer from today. And what is the usual fallback? The usual fallback, when they fail to produce surpluses or meet farmers' expectation price-wise, is the national treasury. So governments from time to time has to come in and buffer these organizations, and probably for good reasons. But the point is that, do we need a financial model at this time that requires an almost default position back to government and the national treasury whenever they run into trouble? That needs to be examined. In the last 5 years, for example, the Cocoa Association generated over $30 or so million, yes, in gross income. But they only made a profit in 2019, one of those years. So we need to examine these financial models and see how, in fact, appropriate they are in today's environment. The other issues I want to look at is the capacity ones. The Ministry of Agriculture, fundamental role is to provide the critical support to boost that sector. That needs to be re-examined and see whether, in fact, the current structure, programs, initiatives, policies, and importantly, the human capacity that is part of the ministry is sufficient, capable, able. Do we need to reinvent it? The other one is ICA, very important part of our regional mechanism that provides support to farmers, to farming institutions, and so forth. They have played a critical role in the past. And let me lastly mention in this capacity side, the Climate Smart Agriculture Enterprise Program. This program basically has its feet in two aspects, production and capacity building. Despite whatever challenges SIPE might have had, when I listened to my previous colleagues regarding how we can fix the agricultural sector, it really encompasses SIPE. And I've said publicly, SIPE basically has all of the main instruments, and I have given credit to the previous leaders of that organization, the governments that helped shape SIPE. It was and still remains an appropriate model, but needs, like every other institution, with time, you need to relook, you need to reinvent, and so on. I have 2 minutes left. So let me hasten to the most critical aspect of some of the solutions and the financial component in particular. So let me hasten to the financial aspect. I will say this, that Grenada agriculture, since the 1930s, since post-slavery, has always suffered from financial deficits. It has had tremendous challenges in financing itself. I refer here to a letter that was sent to the British government in the 1930s from the Grenada Agricultural Association, asking the British government to intervene in the case of nutmeg to help get better prices for nutmeg on the European market. That trend, and the research is there to prove it, with 30 seconds left, establishes the fact that Grenada agriculture needs to be relooked, revamped, reinvented, and transformed in the post-slavery and post-plantation system. We need to look at it. And therefore, in closing, let me say this. We need to look at the financial architecture that moves financing of agriculture from an average of 3 to 5% by the financial institutions in this country who build their wealth on farmers and farming. When I walk down Church Street and I turn the corner to go right, I smell a lot of cocoa, I smell nutmeg, and I smell less and less bananas. What's the point I'm making? that these banks and institutions that exist in those areas made their wealth from farming, from nutmeg, from cocoa, and today we are going 3 to 5%. In the last 5 seconds I have, let me make the point about the development of the financial cooperatives. The cooperatives, the financial cooperatives, also need to be re-examined. Let us not let them off the hook as we seek to re-examine the financial infrastructure to support our lives and our livelihood. So I'll say revamp, reinvent, and transform agricultural financing. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard it from the 4 panelists, and presentation by Dr. Tessa Barry. All right. Just to remind you, she said that the information is already there, documented and available. And we must act. This is not about slogans. Agriculture is strategically poised to be the leading sector. We need investment in agriculture. We must invest in labor in the agricultural sector, invest in higher end value chain type activities. And she says that the package of support must cover research and development, technology, labor, climate change considerations. All these are important. The case of Dr. Simeon Collins says that COVID-19 showed us up badly, negatively impacted our value chain in agriculture. He cited the imbalance between imports and exports, badly skewed in the direction of imports, provided a breakdown of imports and exports, pointed to the start of a revolution in agriculture, an interesting development. We need to hear more about that. He pointed to fishing, and then identified some future challenges, land, the problem with technology, pests and diseases. All these things constitute a picture of vulnerability. Flagged the issue of investment packages, didn't really get into it as he would have wanted to. Dr. Wendell Cornwall spoke of the small farmers do not have the opportunity to take advantage of the existing support packages. Greater use should be made of these facilities, and the larger farmers seem to be the ones enjoying this. They are the ones best positioned. We need to remove barriers to entry into agriculture, especially as it affects women. The importance of engaging with the farmers. Farmers must feel that they are heard. Farmers are some of the poorest and most food insecure groups facing threats including climate, high cost of labor, inadequate infrastructure, market access to credit, and so on, inadequate policy and legislative framework. Dr. Stephen Fletcher flagged capacity building, the imbalance between export and imports, as some of the other presenters did, pointed to the record of the major commodity export institutions. Whatever their achievements, they lacked in certain strategic directioning, and this has led to a dependency on government for support. He referred to the role of SIAP, covering both production and capacity building. He says that SIAS has the appropriate model, but this needs to be tinkered with going forward. Pointed to a historical review of Grenada agriculture, being always suffering from some measure of deficit in need of help since the 1930s, right? And financial institutions need to relook at the support they are giving to agriculture, as he also included in that, the financial cooperatives, right? These are, in very, very scant summary, some elements of the presentation made by the 4 presenters. I now invite you, our enthusiastic audience, to engage. You have the opportunity to throw questions at the panelists, and as the minister says, say whatever on your mind. Right, so we have carte blanche to speak freely and to take off the gloves and let the people's voices be heard. So who is going to throw the first ball? I see that lovely lady across there, right? You be kind enough to identify yourself before you actually throw your question.
Good morning, everybody. Kira Thompson at Rennick & Thompson Company Limited. We're one of the largest input suppliers on the island. We work very closely with the Ministry of Agriculture, and we've been engaged in agriculture for the last 50 years. It's not particularly a question, but based on the synopsis that Mr. Riggs gave, and what each of you panelists have spoken about. One thing I did not hear when it came to strengthening the structure, the framework, was with regards to approaching insurance companies with regards to, the greenhouse farming. Given climate change, what we've noticed is greenhouse farmers tend to have more protection from the elements in the long run. And this is an area that if they want access to financing, a lot of the financial institutions are going to be looking for some sort of support structure with regards to backing for the NPL aspect, non-performing loans aspect. The other aspect brought up to us when we do our field visits with the farmers, coming to Dr. Cornwall's point about the smallholders and the backyard gardeners, a lot of them feel that the outreach from extension officers has diminished. And we have noticed as well that we don't have as many extension officers out in the field as we used to. And I think that is one area based on our interaction with farmers where they feel the capacity building, the training programs can be better supported. So it's not really a question, but just inputs as a stakeholder. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Interesting comments you made there. And it's not really a question, but a comment. But if there's any panelist who feels touched by this particular matter, we will give you less than 3 minutes to respond or to comment on this particular issue. Any of you?
Yeah, if I may. I certainly concur with the comments made. And again, on the financial aspect, I've always argued that our financial sector is swamped with large cash reserves. You just have to go and see on the ECCB website our actual balances, which is pretty high, right? Specific to insurance companies and their contribution. Part of what we need to do in my revamp thinking on the financial architecture, we need to find a way to create a resource base which includes insurance financing. The monies that we have paid on continuously month in, year in, year out, we need to find a way to pull it together into a pool and provide credit guarantee programs to support key growth sectors in the economy, not just farmers, but also other sectors that are identified as key, whether technology, for example, the new tech guys that are coming out of school that is hungry for growth and development has ideas. Where do we take them to? Where do we guide them? We have money. We need to find a way to unlock it and make it available to persons who have ideas but do not have money. And I will say this, that one of the largest dichotomy we have in this country is that we have some folks that have great ideas, but they have no resources. And the resources that we have are lying in the banks, lying in the insurance companies' coffers, and there are no ideas to get that money out, to make it available, and to use as a catalyst for economic growth and development. So the policymakers who are here, their work is cut out for them to find a model for us to get this financing out.
Thank you, Dr. Fletcher.
If I may add, the point extension, I have a passion for extension, so I really like to expound on this. Now, the idea of investing in our training and capacity development, so we need the investment in subject matter specialists. So we need that public-private partnership. So as Renrick and Thompson, you should have extension officers. You should invest in extensionists who are experts within greenhouses, shade houses, etc. And then you walk along with, the ministry. So the idea of the public-private partnership growth within the extension sector is key. And that's an area for further investment. So we see how the private sector can contribute towards capacity development in increasing the capacity of extension services within Grenada.
Okay, so the private sector is being challenged here to engage in the spirit of partnership with regard to greenhouses and extension services. It's a very interesting discussion. Who should build the cat? Any other comments, questions from the floor? I'm sure. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Byron Booker. I see no mention was made by the panelists on the livestock industry. especially dairy goats, goat meat, and stuff. Because I'm a goat farmer, and I think we need to have a deeper look at the livestock industry. Proper funding need to be available, grants, loans need to be available to small farmers so the livestock industry could be developed.
Okay, so the gentleman, Mr. Baron Booker, is calling for greater focus on livestock industry. And he did say that he didn't hear from any other panelists on this particular matter. Do we need to hear from the panelists on this matter, or do we take it back to the floor? I think Dr. Barry.
I had quite a lot to say in this presentation, but the 8 minutes which was given to us was a deterrent. But really, the livestock sector, I mentioned, in passing, the issue of finding what we can refer to as lead, something that can take off. And I do believe that the livestock sector has the potential to take off. And given that, then we can, interject as it relates to investment there. We have within the region the examples from other islands that we can lean on. And so we talk about the idea of integration amongst the different islands. We talk about the CARICOM 25 to 2025 initiative, and it speaks to the support for the livestock sector and investment within the livestock sector.
Okay, so, and in the livestock sector, it would also include poultry. I know recently, I think it was FAO, did a value chain analysis of the poultry industry. But I always knew intuitively that we eat some of the most barbecue chicken in the world per capita. And the question is, why have we not succeeded in developing a viable poultry industry? Again, we may not find the answer today, but it's something we should think about. We have a comment from the floor again.
Isabel Von Daniel. I'm a trained economist and new farmer. I'm planting an orchard. Anything that comes from a blossom, I'm planting. And Dr. Cornwall, I think I want to marry you. However, because you...
Could you repeat that last comment?
He
want to capture all the important comments. Right.
He looked into my heart and spoke from where I'm coming from. I'm the 7th generation of the land owned by my great-great-grandfather, and now I'm planting an orchard. I planted over 120 soursop, assorted citrus, and so on. But what I'm saying, if we look around, we don't see farmers. We see technocrats, people in nice clothes and high-heel shoes. That's here. Where are the farmers? It's Wednesday. The weather is good. But yeah, we need further access to information. I can get access to information, but like Dr. Cornwall said, we need access to information for the farmer with the 1 acre, the backyard gardeners. And we need to put things at a different time where they can come, because who lives their farm on a Wednesday morning and come here? It's an inconvenience. And we also need the policymakers to speak with us as smaller farmers. I have 3.5 acres in one spot and another ½ acre someplace else. You need to ask us what we need. Because I hire day labor, and they work for me in the day and they steal at night. Okay, yeah. So we need to secure a property. We may need fencing. We may need solar cameras and the sort. We don't need technocrats come in and tell us, oh, we need policy, we need to do this, we need to do that. We need what's practical. Thank you.
Okay, so the need for practical help and the issue of lack of access to information. I think, the Industrial Development Corporation has a whole gamut of special fiscal incentives that are available to farmers. Many farmers don't know this. So again, it's a challenge that the Ministry of Agriculture faces in terms of getting that information out to the farmers. And all who consider themselves as facilitators of farming in Grenada. Yes, sir?
Good morning, and Trevor Thompson. The topic of the panel is business investment package, and I did not hear much on the investment side of agriculture at all. And the burning issue of access to finance by farmers. No farmer plants a crop and instantly gets a reward, a return. He's not driving a bus on the road where, as he drive off the parking lot he can pick up the first passenger and begin to earn money. Most times, 3 months would pass before he could get his first harvest. But yet, when he goes to the financial institution, they want him to start repaying that loan immediately. As a month comes, he has to start repaying. So I am expecting to hear that there is an urgent need to retool the whole loans and access to finance for farmers. We cannot continue with this old model. I am surprised that no one gave us some data from the Grenada Development Bank. I'm sure if you do an assessment, not more than 5 or 6 farmers would have get any money from that institution to invest in farming. So repayment periods, grace periods for farmers to restart repaying their loans must be on the agenda. And this whole thing of maybe government needs to set up a transformation fund that farmers could access money at minimal interest rates instead of having to go to the financial institution because they are not serving the needs. Thank you very much.
Okay. That is a very important observation. And I'm sure the panelists might want to respond to that particular issue. The issue of financing, the issue of the gestation period between giving a loan and when returns can come. Anybody on the panel want to take this up? It's a critical question. Yeah. And GDB, if you're in the audience, all you could talk to her, right? Because they're challenging GDB about this. All right, so GDB will address the issue. I take it later on. I think Mr. The manager is here, so we'll hear from you later on this particular matter.
I was about to remind you that the financial institutions are here, so we hope everybody is going to stay to speak with them right after lunch.
Nice. Panelists.
Let me hasten to add that I certainly concur with the observations made by the speaker a while ago. I have worked in GDB for a while. That's where I started cutting my teeth and career in small business financing. And there is a fundamental, what has been raised here this morning, some really structural problems we have that has to be addressed. It cannot be tinkered with and, have a little policy here and a program there that changes it. We got to revamp the whole thing. And yes, I agree with you. In fact, it's one of the points that stayed on my head. I thought it was going to come up, and in fact, it is here. How do you treat a farmer who has a gestation period of 3 to 6 months on a crop that you finance him and expect him or her to start paying immediately? That's a problem. But you know what? This problem did not always exist. It did not. I recall the NCB and the GDB had a policy in which repayment of agricultural loans, especially for short crop production, was tied to the marketing of that crop. There was also part of the financial architecture in which for nutmeg and cocoa farmers, the payment was tied to the bonus at the end of the year. So you literally assign your bonus and some payments during the period to, especially it was a cooperative bank. These things have seemed to disappear. But now we need them more forever. So we need to look, and I agree with the gentleman who have worked in agriculture, by the way, for quite a number of years. He's still involved and engaged in the agricultural sector. So, Mr. Thompson, I will encourage you, as we have done in the past, to continue that conversation regarding how we can make structural changes to the agricultural sector. I've indicated, though, that from my research, between 3 to 5% average of loans provided are given to the farmers in this country. And certainly we have the CEO of the GDB, who is here, may wish to chip in on this matter. But those are valuable concerns.
Okay, I see there's a whole lineup in the back. This seems to have touched a nerve, right? Any other panelists want to comment on this for 1 minute? Yeah?
I do agree wholeheartedly with the issue of financing, and as you would have alluded to, that the idea of investment must undergird the entire food system. So all the linkages, that's including the financial sector. And it's not just the GDP, but all our other financial institutions. There need to be some way to strategize special loans, or not just loans, but the structure of how it is done. So we're talking about the commercial banks. We're also speaking about the credit unions and the entire financial sector. And when you're looking about to an enabling environment, finance is a key input. So I take your point, and I do understand and advocate that financing is extremely important. So it's an opportunity for investment.
Okay, Dr. Cornwall?
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm seeing a recurring theme here that smallholder farmers, on which I mentioned, smallholder farmers want to be heard, and small farmers want to be heard. And to the lady, I agree. What we need to do in order to understand these financing demands and needs, restructuring and so on, is to have more direct interactions and research into the experiences of our small farmers. So a 10-minute presentation is not enough to go into all the ideas and so on that we have, but to have an opportunity to sit down, understand the experiences, support for more research in the area, especially ethnographic studies. I know we have a lot of quantitative data and so on, but qualitative data, interviews, really trying to understand what is the needs of small farmers with regards to financing, regards to whatever the support for markets, finding markets and so on. We really need to do that. I just wanted to reiterate that point once more.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cornwall. I must what I'm going to do now is just take all your questions and comments before we go back to a final wrapping up. So each of you, please don't extend your comment for more than a minute. Yes?
Okay, hi, I'm Dr. Isia Charles. I'm a professor at SGU, International Business and International Marketing, but I'm also a farmer. But here's one thing I did not hear anything about. What kind of tax breaks would actually be implemented for persons with taxable income to actually invest in agriculture? Because financing doesn't always have to be in the form of financing from a financial institution. And that is one of the backbones of the other larger developed economies. So in our case, it could take the form of a reduction in taxable income proportional to the amount invested in agriculture, or some type of refund based on the percentage of your investment. The other thing I did not hear anything about is that dynamic circular economy. We heard from the livestock gentleman, and there's livestock, there's crops, there's also the linkages to tourism. When you do have excess of any particular type of crop, why not have a festival that includes the tourism sector and engages our tourists in how this is grown, what you can do with it, etc. It will also drive our export economy. So there's a whole circular economy that's prevalent within the EU that we're not even taking a model from. And that's just my comments. I have many questions, but I'll keep it short.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next comment.
Good morning, everybody. So first thing, we need to stick to the ITALs.
Stick to the what?
I said we need to stick to the ITALs.
ITALs?
Yeah, Rastaman always say that.
Okay, I get you. Right.
So first thing, we have a lot of breadfruit in this country. Now, we need to integrate it within the households. Plan to abolish hunger by eating what we grow and plant what we eat. Families has access to breadfruit but are unaware of how to properly utilize it. Using the right edible method, this plan can be easily implemented. Those who perfect the art method can then look to start a business to export their products to the local market, regional market, additionally to the international markets. Now we look at crop production. So basically I was talking about the breadfruit flour, easy to make at homes. Then we're looking at the hydroponic systems. And we trying, well, I wish that it can be integrated within schools. Primary schools, example, 4-H, Red Cross. I remember when I was in primary school, we had 4-H and they taught us about poultry. They taught us about planting lettuce and sell to generate funds so that the school can, let's say, for example, buy toilet paper, buy tissue, well, and soap, etc. So secondary schools, I have integration will make the youths more aware and familiar with the movements. Then we have about climate change. Now I look futuristically. When gasoline is not available to everyone, would farmers and fishermen have a special pass or privilege to that natural resource futuristically? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. What's your name, sir? Get your name?
My name is Jamal Mitchell.
Jamal Mitchell. We stick to the ITLs. Yeah?
Morning. My name is Byron Campbell, farmer, and I want to tell my colleague farmer that yes, some of us do plan, and we will take a Wednesday off to attend a session if we think it's beneficial to us, and if we have something particular to say. A lot of the information presented, a lot of the data presented, I observe, is outdated. A lot of them going back to 2013, 2010. Now, I see this exercise as an important dimension of planning. But with inadequate data or outdated data, we do have a problem. I want to recognize, though, that the agricultural census presently taking place is critical, in fact crucial, because if we are planning, and later today we're presenting the 2024 plan, without the data, without the numbers, without knowing how many small farmers, how many women farmers, what the problems are, feeder roads, farm roads, we're guessing. So I want to recognize that the agricultural census is a critical information because we need that data to adequately prepare and plan for the industry. I just want to make a passing comment, though. We observe that there is a fund at the GDB for the creative sector, special fund. I think the same way the agricultural should be funds to finance agricultural development. And the last numbers I saw from GDB on financing for agriculture was like 3%, 3.5%. So clearly there's a need for financing. But the emphasis here is on data. We need the accurate data so we could plan adequate for the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baron Campbell. Okay, and next comment, please.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Damali, and I wear many hats. But today, I am here as a budding agro-processor. So in light of everything that has been said and everybody who has spoken, my question is, who are we going to be holding accountable for all of the great ideas and all the data that's been presented and so on and so forth?
Could we repeat that question?
Who are we going to be holding accountable for seeing the action steps implemented from what has been discussed in this forum here today? Because it's all well and good, as Dr. Barry was saying, we have all the information, all the data, all the statistics, everything that's being said here today has been said before on more than one occasion in more than one way. And so saying it all here today again, a little repetition for emphasis maybe, but in terms of seeing actions, we need to be able to know who it is that we're holding accountable, not just the minister, because the minister, yes, is the overarching head, but there are many different departments within the ministry and all these things. Where do we go for information? What centralized locations are there for the disbursement of this information? And as Dr. Fletcher was saying, the linkages between the innovators and the investors. because that is another key thing, especially for young persons like myself. We have a ton of ideas. They run through our minds every day on any given topic at any given time, but we don't all have the access to resources, whether it's funding or some technical aspects of the plans that we want to see implemented. So that is another important thing, and I just want to know, for follow-up and project management, good practices, where do we go at the end of the day? What systems are going to be set up? Who are we looking for? And some sort of a timeline for these implementations so that we can actually move forward.
Okay, I like your presentation, because often the challenge is not what to do, but how to do it. So implementation is a critical issue. I think you're bang on target with these questions. Next presentation.
Hi, my name is Joseph Bartholomew. I would like to make the argument that bank or debt financing is not the correct model for agriculture, for the simple reason that banks are time sensitive and they need that payment at the end of the month, as compared to a farmer where you have to make upfront investment. You could have a bad harvest, you could have no harvest. So the two models don't match. That's the argument I'm making, and I would like to suggest instead that we consider something like a sovereign fund, where you create a shell company, $0 on the asset, zero capital, and we let people from the diaspora, we let local Grenadians put their own money into that sovereign fund. And that sovereign fund would be responsible for investing and reporting and into agriculture and that kind of thing, so that, one, you're more flexible in the sense that you could have any applicable policy set up, and two, I think that's a better model for the agricultural industry rather than, and that has been said by historical precedents. That's how Europe got built, is through equity rather than debt, right? So I think we could follow the same example. And next thing too, I think regarding the agriculture, the extension officers, and that kind of thing, we could set up something like, turn the Ministry of Agriculture into a media-based company, in the sense that they're responsible, they have a TV show, they have something like Mikey Live, they have extension officers become the superstars on the show, they go to different farmers, they promote stuff that farmers do, they report on market economics, so they have an evening news section, so where they could talk about figures, chicken production is down by 10%, we need more farmers. Farmers have information that they could use to invest in the future, and we could back that, again, that information now with a futures market, where a farmer could sell chickens or eggs 3 months into the future and collect some form of payment or security that he could produce 100 chickens in 3 months. That way, a hotel could plan their prices. The farmer could get some sort of security knowing that his stuff will be sold into the future. That is what the stock market in the States, CMB, CBOT, I think is the name. That is what the function that they perform. They alleviate that kind of time risk and financial risk through the selling of through selling things in advance, things that haven't even been planted as yet. So that's just 3 ideas that I have so far.
Okay, I will commend this last presentation largely to the ministers of government who are here, sovereign fund, and financing through equity rather than debt. I think that's very interesting. And this last presenter thinks about the future. I think his presentation was rather sexy because he speaks about the use of the media and so on, and making stars out of agricultural players and so on. We have, I see 1, 2, 3 and a half right? We have 3 presenters still lined up, and we are working with time. So I have to be advised by, I think our time alert keeper is asking me to wrap up. So I give each of you half a minute to share your brilliant thoughts with us, and you may write down your comments and pass to us subsequently. We welcome that also. And I think even when wrapping up, I think each panelist might want to have a minute to say something. So let's hear you.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Good day, everybody. My name is Geraldine Sampson from the Farmer's Daughter, Grenada. I am an agro-processor, and what I make is flour from our locally made ground provisions and other locally made things. My question, well, comment and opinion relates to energy. I haven't heard much spoken about the use of energy in agriculture. And the reason why I'm saying this is because as an agro-processor, we have to battle with high energy costs when we have to add value to crops. Of course, you cannot export only raw materials, and if we have to gain a lot of more foreign exchange, it's better to have our things processed. So my issue is access to proper renewable resources. For instance, photovoltaic systems, full systems inclusive of solar panels, inverters, and batteries. The last time I've checked, a complete system is between 20 to 30,000 EC dollars. And I think that is a fee that is rather very high for persons who are in the agro-processing field. So I would like to see some investment being done, investment opportunities. Also, just as the creative sectors have zero-rated custom charges and so on for bringing in certain items, I think the same thing should be extended to farmers and also agro-processors so that we'll be able to gain the necessary things that we need to continue to produce. And if we can increase production, then we can create employment for others. So that is my contribution to these proceedings.
Thank you very much. So the final comment from the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kunta Kinte Andal, and I'm a student at SGU studying international business. And I noticed that the theme says reimagining agriculture sustainability. How can we reimagine sustainability and we have not talked about young people? So I would like us to consider these 3 points in the context of incentivizing agriculture and this business investment package in the context of young people. So lowering barriers to enter the market. I realize we have spoken about this already with the discriminatory, procedural, legal, structural factors. But we can change the structure and the policy all that we want. But if we do not cater to young people, then the problems will persist. Increasing investment, and not necessarily financial, but human resource investment in terms of training, going to the schools, someone mentioned 4-H. And finally, for the sake of brevity, other miscellaneous incentives for production. And my appeal is sincere. My appeal, I hope, will reach the ears of people who are listening. Let us include young people. Even in this program, we have women and youth almost as an addendum to this program. Please, this is a clarion, very sincere call. Let us include young people, consider them in the structural and the policy changes that we're seeking to make. If indeed we are aiming to reimagine, and if indeed we are aiming for sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so with the permission of the organizers of the event, I would like to go back to the panelists and invite each panelist to make final closing comments. How much time should we give them? 1 minute, 2 minutes? I can't read what you're saying, right? 1 minute. Okay. 1 minute each. I'm sorry we have to be so brutal, right?
Well, I wouldn't repeat what was said, but just to advocate that we start in our own mindset to appreciate local, and to use local. So when the investment comes and there is a glut, you know, there are a lot of things on the market, we would contribute. Start by we contributing to increasing.
Thank you. Dr. Tessa? Yeah.
Very brief. Sorry, Chair, I had to go over. I'll also be very brief. I want to actually join in with the large gentleman to say that, yes, we need to consider youth, we need to consider women, we also need to consider the elderly. We also need to consider persons with disabilities, or as we say, disability is not an inability. We need to consider all the vulnerable groups. Agriculture has the potential to be an equalizer. It's a sector that is open to everyone. Growing up, I'm sure we've all had some animal in our backyards or some vegetable garden and so forth. That was true for me. And so I want to side with the young man there in saying that in reimagining agricultural sustainability, not only do we put smallholders in general at the center, we put all the participants and vulnerable groups at the center if we really want to have the change and the transformation that we are looking for.
Thank you, Dr. Cornwall.
Yes, just to say that we have to embrace technology as much as possible. Hello, you hear me? Right, we have to embrace technology as much as possible. We cannot expect to compete by not mechanizing what we are doing. Whether we got to be making more use of the greenhouses and the hydroponics and so on. If you are agro-processor, you have to use more or less much more than just using your hand to do things. Okay? You have to mechanize what you are doing because the larger, even some of the developing countries are now using mechanisms to do what they are doing. We cannot expect to cut with hand when they just can use some machine and produce what we produce in a year. They can do it in a day. So this is no joke. We have to compete as much as possible. And don't forget again the emerging pests and diseases which we have to look out for, which can affect our production in time to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay.
Well, I just gave you a PhD there, right?
Yeah. I just want to make 4 points, Chair, before we end. One is that I want to recognize, Chair, and pay tribute to the current farmers that ensure that over the years we have been fed and receive exports. Many of them are not here today, but I know this is a matter critical to them. On the issue of the young people, it's a very important point, very valuable. In fact, the SIAP program, a large component of it, addresses young people in agriculture, young people and women. And despite I know that is there the low implementation rate or the slow level of implementation, SIAP has in fact been working a lot with young people in the livestock industry and in the agricultural sector. I want to make the point about culture in agriculture. And again, I want to recognize the guys from the PBC that was here this morning. It's really a fundamental part of our agriculture past. And it reminded us of what it used to be like in agriculture. Here we had agriculture linked with culture. And I think that played a motivational part in enthusing and exciting us about agriculture. Listen to the songs this morning. I'm sure for some of us at a certain age, it kind of excites us and want us to get back into agriculture. Let me link this to the issue of the cannabis industry. And I'm surprised it didn't come up as a talking point among participants here. This is a critical industry that we have to look forward to in terms of how we use it for medicinal purposes, underlying medicinal purposes. That's where the value is really created. And in the argument and in the narratives that have been put forward today about the legalizing of cannabis, don't you not go back to the songs of legalize it? Don't you not go back to all the reggae that spoke to and continues to speak speak to the legalization and the use of the herb. And isn't that inspirational and motivational? So I want to challenge us to relook at and think of how we can incorporate our culture into agriculture going forward. Thank you very much, and thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all the panelists. I think you have done a great job. Give them a round of applause, please. And I want to thank you, our audience, especially those 12 or so persons who contributed from the floor. Please give a round of applause to all the contributors. And it's now my, on the note of legalizing it, I want to turn you back into the hands of our capable chairperson, Mrs. Val Gordon. Thank you very much, everybody.
A round of applause to thank Chris for his moderation. Thank you very much, Chris. Do you want to legalize me, Chris? Eh? You want to legalize? So, gentle people, we're looking at the time that has gone so far, and we're looking at how to manage this to get the best results with everybody's participation in the rest of the day that we have left. And in consideration of that, we may have to tighten up a little bit in terms of the panel presentations, and I already have 3 people that we asked to wait for the next set of questions to be at the top of the line. So it also suggests that this symposium is very timely given the level of participation. So let me invite immediately the 3 panelists for panel discussion number 2. Mr. Nick Bernal, Mr. Karlan Mohammed, Mr. James Ince, and I think I know Benson Alleridge, but I don't see him here. I think there are 4 panelists. Please come and join us here. I'm not sure who the individuals are, so.
I think Benson's son is taking his place.
So Benson's son is taking his place? Is Mr. Benson Alleridge's son here? And if so, are you going to present for him? Is that you in the black shirt? Thanks. So, name? Nick Bernal. Okay. Mohammed? Thank you. So we have Mr. Bernal, Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Ince. Oh, thank you. And Mr. Alleridge's son, who is Lyndon. Please be seated. And in an attempt to balance this, and because we have a 3rd panel discussion, and clearly there's a lot of interest, we're going to ask, and I need the presenters to listen, that we could shave 1 minute maybe from your presentation, because some of what you have to say will come up in the questions. You will be able to present your information when people ask questions. So we'll give 6 to 7 minutes for the presentations, and then we will go to the questions, because we have a long line of questions already. So the topic for this panel discussion, number 2, and we all together, we're supposed to have an hour, so we need to finish within the hour. Strengthening Grenada's competitiveness in agriculture. That's the topic. I repeat, strengthening Grenada's competitiveness in agriculture. So, we'll go with Mr. Nick Bernal first. Was it you who had asked just to have questions asked to you? Or there's somebody else who had asked for that? Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Bernal. So now you have between 6 and 7 minutes, because some of the information will come up in the question and answer. Thank you.
They'll put the presentation on, right? Oh, okay. Excuse me. Do I have a way to advance the slides? How can I advance the slides?
Mr. Technician?
Oh,
he has a
no, they've got it. Perfect, thank you. So I pointed the screen? Yeah. And then what about,
Down arrow.
yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, good morning, or is it good afternoon? Losing track. Great presentation so far. Good to see so many people excited about agriculture in Grenada. My name is Nick Bernal. Let me move this down a little bit. CEO of Seasons Farm Fresh. I want to give a special thanks to Minister Andrews for inviting me personally to come and speak here, and also Minister Thomas as well, who was the predecessor in the Ministry of Agriculture. I've had the pleasure to work in Grenada the last 10 plus years, working in various sectors within produce such as soursop, which we have another speaker who will talk about soursop, also golden apple, breadfruit, you name it, we do it. Our company operates in 19 countries. We import primarily into the US, and we have a full line of products from, there we go, retail. We sell to places like big box stores, Costco, Walmart, Publix. We do wholesale, cruise ships, restaurants, hotels, ethnic markets, West Indian markets in Brooklyn, Pembroke Pines, Fort Lauderdale, Chicago, all over the US. And we focus primarily on tropical fruits. As everybody knows, or hopefully would know, the number one fruit in the world is mango in terms of consumption. I was shocked. I love mangoes. My parents are from Colombia. I'm born and raised in Miami. I've been living between Miami and coming to Grenada every other month for about 10 plus years, and nothing beats mango season. You know, nothing's like taking a tree ripened mango. That's breakfast, 4 or 5 of those every morning. But it always dawned on me, as you're driving up to Saltaires, you're driving through Guave, what do you see on the side of the road? Mangoes. You got to dodge your car, you know, not to run over the mangoes and bust your tires. So we've been working on this mango project to get mango access from Grenada back to the US, which I'll go into a little bit of detail. But before we get into that, I want to give you an overview of the US mango market. So 98% of the mangoes in the US are imported, primarily from Mexico. But what's important to note is we all grew up with mangoes, right? Most of us had trees in their backyards. Most Americans, when you think America, you know, it's not just New York and Miami and Los Angeles. There's Iowa and Kansas. There's a bunch of states in the middle where it's real American people. They eat meat and potatoes, they eat apples. A banana for them is a little rare luxury. So where we're seeing the most growth actually is in those markets. Once they start traveling and once they start being exposed to mangoes, the consumption for mangoes has gone up insane, over 63% in the last 10 years. And just to give you an idea of the total volume of the US market, in 2022, 575,000 tons of mangoes were imported. That's 575,000 tons. To put that in, a container is 20 tons. So if you divide that by containers, we're talking about thousands and thousands of containers of mangoes that are consumed every year in the US. And it has a total market value of about 600 million on the wholesale side. It's probably triple that when you get onto the retail side. The market share is primarily Mexico. They're the closest mango producing neighbor that we have in the US. They cross in the season anywhere from, 50 to 60 million 10-pound boxes into the United States. There's some weeks where there's 3, 4, 5 million boxes that cross every single week. So it's a very big moving product. And in the States, we kind of categorize the mangoes into 2 varieties. We have red mangoes and yellow mangoes. Most of what you have in Grenada would fall under the yellow mango category, the Julie, the Ceylon, the Long, the Graham. Here you can see the mango volumes by origin. Obviously, this from pretty much March until end of September, October, Mexico really dominates the market. They ship millions and millions of boxes every week. You see upticks right after that. Ecuador and Peru, Brazil, those are the other main suppliers on the off season for the United States market. Our company was actually instrumental in opening the mango market in Jamaica. We ship quite a bit of Jamaican mangoes as well. Here's kind of where the prices are. I'm being told to hurry up, so I'm going to go through some of these slides quickly. It's important to note that the U.S. has a very stable mango price. It kind of fluctuates between $8 and $3, and that's per 4 kg, so 9 pounds of mangoes. It's pretty economical. Early 2023, Grenada, through much work of people like Thaddeus and people in the pest management, people like the ministers, everybody in agriculture pushed, and mangoes were reinstated after a 20-year ban, mainly because of the seed weevil and the West Indian fruit fly. We imported 2 shipments last year, and we're looking forward to a very healthy season this year. The major roadblocks to exports. It had been a long time since major exports. I hear days from the old traffickers. They used to fill Amerijet with plane going to Miami. They used to fill boats of mangoes going to Trinidad, but that had been decades ago. So now we're trying to reactivate people. There's no major mango orchards on the island, aging farmer population, and kind of a logistical nightmare, and I'll explain why. Most mangoes here are kind of growing wild on farms. There's not really stands of mangoes like you go to Mexico and there's 1,000 acres here and 500 acres there. So we really have to work with the farmers in order to take a little bit better care of their crop, because the U.S. market does expect a high quality mango and they're willing to pay the price. Here's kind of the mango stage chart. This is a presentation of how the mangoes come. Some of these are from Colombia, some of these are from Grenada. Special packaging for the irradiation. We're conducting shelf life studies with Julie mangoes, hopefully to get more shelf life, because the mangoes from when they're picked to when they're in the market could be up to 10 to 12 days. So we need to get the mangoes to last as long as possible. From Grenada, everything goes by air. Unfortunately, it can't go through Miami, and it has to go be irradiated, which I have a few slides on irradiation of food, but I'm being told my time's up, so I'll just get to the end. This is a display, and I'll leave you with this. This is a display of retail mangoes in the US. If you go to a store 10 years ago, even 8 years ago, you were seeing maybe a few boxes of mangoes. And this is a store in Iowa, in the middle of the country during mango season. So there's a huge market for mangoes, and there's a huge market for Grenadian mangoes. A Julie mango is one of the best mangoes you can eat. Aside from the diaspora, who obviously craves the mangoes, there's a huge demand for Americans to try better quality mangoes. So we're here working with the ministry, working with farmers, working with exporters in order to really grow this mango as another export. You know, it's not going to reach cocoa, it's not going to reach nutmeg, but soursop in the past 15 years has blown up, and I don't see any reason why golden apple and mango can't be behind it. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. You did very well, and I have to say you make mangoes look royal. The images that we just saw. Thank you so much for cooperating, and hopefully in your questions, you'll have more questions for him. Can we move on now to have Mr. Mohammed do his presentation? I think you had a PowerPoint as well. Thank you.
Which one is to move it up? This one, huh? Move it down or?
Technical people, yeah, down, I think it is.
Down, right?
Is that it now?
To move to
FOB from Miami, is that it?
Yeah, that's
okay,
it. Yeah. So to move it to the next slide, we press
yes,
down.
Press down.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. FOB Miami is a import-export distribution consulting company based in Trinidad and in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. We have registration with most of the major chains in the United States. We are here to work with your farmers, we are here to work with your government, not only into special areas, but we're here to assist in consultancy for developing your idea from concept to maturity to take it to the shelves into the North American and the European markets. We have extensive experience in distribution, in import and export, and we would like to assist you with that. Just to prepare something just basic for you, if we can get the remote working properly here. Right, great. This is just the Trinidad consumption of 4 basic vegetables imported into Trinidad from Costa Rica. I would like to pay special attention to cabbage. I would like you to look and see. Great. In November 2023, look how much million pounds of cabbage is consumed by just the school feeding program in Trinidad and Tobago. This program is not only in Trinidad, but in Guyana, Barbados, Antigua, and St. Lucia. Carrot is the next item, well, which is imported from Costa Rica again because of the climate. Cauliflower and broccoli. The cauliflower is imported from Canada. Broccoli is also from Costa Rica. What I'm trying to say to you is that instead of importing cabbage, just a basic item as cabbage from Costa Rica, why cannot be grown here in Grenada? It is a very simple process. It is about management. FOB Miami has registration with the different entities and with the government bodies to supply these basic vegetables into the different islands and the different stores in the United States. So my suggestion to you is let's work together in supplying the North American market and moving forward. I hope that this presentation and these figures can be shared with some of the farmers here. Now, if you have one farmer growing 1,000 pounds, and you have 100 farmers growing X amount of pounds, can you imagine how much cabbage can be exported out of Grenada? And this is just cabbage alone. We have Royal Castle, we have the KFCs, and we have the food service restaurants who serve coleslaw in those little containers. By the hundreds and thousands of containers have been given away all the time. 80% of this value of the figures you just saw is consumed by the school feeding program. Purchase of 23,000 pounds of cabbage for that month only. So can you imagine a 32 to 38 week supply, consistent supply of cabbage into Trinidad market alone? As I said previously, what about the rest of the other islands? Let's just go back here once we get the remote working. Good. The solution: to supply the market under 5.20 TT per pound. The reason why I did the calculation in Trinidad dollars is to make it very simple in order for you to do your calculations based on those figures that we have there. Now I have been told that we need to move on. Right, so great. So we have soursop, Grenada. You have been blessed with certain things. One of them is nutmeg. The second is soursop. As my colleague could tell you, Grenada is the only island country that can sell fresh soursop into the United States. I'm going to say this again. Grenada is the only island/country in this hemisphere that can export fresh soursop to the United States. I would like you to capitalize on that. FOB Miami will be able to assist you and your farmers, not only with consulting, but with developing different financing programs in order to go forward. So let's move to the next slide. I think I have about a couple of minutes or 1 minute again. I would like to thank Honorable Minister Linus Andrews and other ministers involved. And I'm going to say this again. Grenada, you have been blessed, one, with geographic location, with fertile soil, and leadership, for example, from your Prime Minister and your ministers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed. And now we'll invite Mr. Aldridge, who is standing in place of his father. He wants to speak about the export of soursops. So you have 6 minutes, and our Chioma there is doing a very good job of keeping us on time. Thank you.
Just bring the mic for me, please. Might need to adjust this a little bit. All right. Strengthening Grenada's competitiveness in agriculture. And I'm kind of glad on how Mr. Mohammed ended with soursop. So I'll just continue from where he left off. In addition to Grenada being the only country in the world, not in the region, not in the Americas, but in the world, that can export fresh soursop into the US, we can also boast of having one of the longest lists of agricultural commodities that can enter any port in the US legally. It's about 130 or more. So one can safely say that the groundwork is already there for us to strengthen on that competitiveness in our agricultural market. What may or may not hinder us from that? We're talking soursop. Both Mr. Bunnell and Mr. Mohammed mentioned soursop, so one can respect just how important soursop is. We export currently just about 30,000 pounds of soursop per week into 7 of the 50 US states. Now, even in those 7 states, we are not meeting 15% of what the market demands. What is hindering that, one may ask? Basically, many factors, but I like to zero in on 2 factors. 1, production, 2, freight. When I say production, what do I mean? We are not producing enough soursop. We beat flat out, no beating around the bush, we are not producing enough. There are ways and methods and means that we can introduce to increase our production. We recently had a tropical fruit expert here, Dr. Abel, a couple of months ago, who would have walked through some of those strategies on how to help us improve production. And we're hoping that we can implement those, and maybe in the next 6 to 8 months, we can up our production. But when we do up that production, we fall into our next problem, which is freight. And I'm glad Mr. Mohammed is here. He spoke of FOB Miami, because we require that freight. Even with our current capacity, when it comes to freight, we run into problems. Not enough freight. The shelf life of soursop is very, very short, and so it requires us very small time to get it from here into the US market. And so freight is very, very important when we're looking, air freight, sorry, is very important when we're looking to move that soursop. In addition to that, I would like to add in one more factor. Security. I know I'm a bit young, but I was old enough to remember the impact that Hurricane Ivan had on our nutmeg industry. Many of our farmers lost their nutmegs, and so they lost their livelihood. Now, if we're going to look at investment into the soursop industry, we have to look at how do we secure our farmers. Maybe some sort of insurance. If you're going to plant 10 acres of soursop, you must have somebody willing to ensure you that in the event of a natural disaster, and we cannot make any sport about it, we are in the tropics, we are prone to certain natural disasters. In the event of those natural disasters, will an insurance company be willing to compensate the farmer a certain amount of money so that he can restart his farm? So these are some of the things that may hinder us, and I know Dr. Mohammed, Mr. Mohammed is here. He spoke about FOB Miami, so that's one part of it. We can say we have a solution. Then we have the issue of production, and I see a lot of members of the Ministry of Agriculture here and Pest Control Management, so they have their work cut out for them. And I see I have 2 minutes, so I'll end on this note and give the others an opportunity.
Thank you very much. And on the note of being young, we want to applaud the fact that you've moved in your dad's footsteps into this sector of the economy that is so important and which has always been dogged with the problem of people being over 50. So thanks very much, and we hope you can encourage other youngsters to join in this sector as well. And we have, for the 4th presenter, we're going to shift the format a bit, and he has been gracious enough to say he doesn't have a presentation. He is going to speak about the export, the fishing export industry, and he will leave it open for you to ask questions. We still have the 6 minutes, but it allows us the flexibility of having you ask the questions instead. He's Mr. Nick Bernal. No, sorry, wrong name. James Inns. Sorry, James Inns. So that, you know, it's more, this time around, it's a little more flexible. So, Mr. Inns, we love it that you want us to ask questions about the sector, but you can have an introductory comment, of course. So, thank you. At the microphone. At the podium.
I'm not accustomed to holding these things. How do they work? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for indulging me today. I'm not very good at public speaking, but I'll try my best. I was included to discuss some issues pertaining to the fishing sector, which is lumped together with agriculture, because I know nothing of plants or how to keep them. But I do understand the great importance of our agricultural sector, and by more so the fishing sector. I just do have a few comments that could help bolster, I think, both sectors. And it really starts from a government's perspective and their plan of how they want to treat the sector. And it always starts at the top. You have to have your plan, you have to have input from your stakeholders, and then you have to be able to execute that plan. And over the years, we've seen many plans, and we've seen different administrations change different things. But for agriculture, which is a long-term process, and fishing, our monies are made over many years, and we don't want massive changes every 4 years. You want to have continued planning that everyone buys into collectively, not just one government comes and government goes and they change things around to suit certain policies. From the fishing perspective, the couple things that I would like to highlight is the strengthening of the staffing that has to govern the fishing sector. And that is the same for agriculture. If our senior technocrats in the fisheries division are overwhelmed by relatively trivial matters, they're not paying attention to the international agreements that we've signed on to. They're not paying attention to the support and technical issues that need to be given to the fishermen/farmers. And we do need to have a better and stronger workforce and a younger workforce coming through. Because as our older technicians are now retiring, they need to be able to pass their knowledge down to the next generation coming up. And without that, we don't have a sector to go forward with. And we have a lot of knowledge in people right now that are at that age. The company of which I manage is called Spicel Fish House. That is a PPP with the government of Grenada. I don't think many people know it or understand it. And it has been that way for the past 13, 14 years. And I think it's one of the very few examples of how private sector and the fisheries has worked together to create an entity that is rivaled by not many in the region. We export fish on a weekly basis. We supply everything possibly needed for the vessels to continue their trade and to bolster the economy to the best we can. Now, some of our guests spoke about airlift, and that really is the biggest stumbling block that we have. Now, I'll draw an analogy to the tourism sector, because we pay, as a government, millions of dollars to subsidize airlines to come to this country to bring tourism. We have to start looking at potentially subsidizing airlift for our agricultural products if we want to try and meet the demands that are being put on us. And this is not coming by hearsay. This is what happens. Now, some of our guests spoke about how blessed Grenada is, and we truly are. The problem we face is that we want empty planes leaving Grenada going back north. But the airline companies that operate planes want full cargo coming to us. But we can't afford the air freight rates that are coming in. We don't fly in our TVs. We don't fly in fridges. So there's an imbalance. So we have all these exports, but we have no imports. But a country like Trinidad and Guyana that have heavy industry, and Barbados have heavy industry, have full plane loads going in, but have no exports. And if you understand the airline industry and how things work in the region, we need to be partnering with the Barbados, with the Trinidad, to be able to get the empty planes to route through Grenada and then make the journey back to the US with the locally produced products. And you ask anyone in the airline industry, Grenada is known to have high volumes of which we're not taking advantage of. As we speak, Grenada fishing boats are discharging fish in Trinidad because we don't have airlift. This is monies that should be circulating in Grenada. These are fishing vessels that have been subsidized by the Grenada government and by you, the taxpayer. But yet the profit is being recognized in a third country. Now, I have no problems with a person seeking air freight in another place because he has to. But we should be striving to get the air freight and get all of our production back home where it is providing employment for dock workers, truckers, airline workers, handlers, managers, quality inspectors. All of this is jobs that are being left out, which is employment. So whatever I can add to the conversation, I'm happy to do so. And I wish everyone here that they can make great decisions and bolster our economy as best we can based on agriculture and fishing. Thank you very much.
Very good job. I have to turn this back down because you're much taller than I am. Thank you very much for your comments and keeping it within the time. We now have 20 minutes, Shioma, for the question and answer period. Thanks to all of the panelists for your presentations. As you come up to ask your question or make your comment, please remember to keep it 1 minute, within a minute. And we had 3 persons from the previous panel lined up for questions, so we give you the first preference now to join the line to ask your questions or make your comments. And we will try to stay on time because we have a third panel discussion afterwards that Mr. Duriggs is going to moderate again before lunch. So bear with us. So,
okay.
Are we ready with the first question?
Question, observation, good afternoon.
I'm looking to you, Chioma. I need you to guide me for the time.
Lima Frederick. Yeah. Okay, well, Mr. In's information was really interesting. First time I know about this PPP.
Sorry, ma'am. Let's make one little shift. We'll take 3 questions or 4 and then have the panelists respond instead of them responding to each question because that will also save us some time.
I wasn't expecting a response. I was just making an observation.
Okay, for those who, have questions or observations, thank you for it.
Yes, I was saying that it is good information to know that government has a PPP with fisheries. That's excellent. An observation. Recently, we had a new food outlet established in Grenada. And when you walk into that foodlet, you believe that you are in another developed country. I don't want to call name, but I think most of us know who we are talking about. And it means that business would have studied the Grenada market to know that there is money in Grenada to establish such a business. And when you look at that establishment, there is very, very little Grenadian products on that shelf. But when you look outside there, we see all of our products there, and the farmers trying to get us to buy the product. When we have independence, we have made in Grenada export. We see all of the products that can be made in Grenada and very, very few of those products on our supermarket shelves. What are we doing? So that is one observation which I think we really, really need to talk about. Various governments in the past has thrown money at the agricultural sector, but do we train persons? Do we train the farmers in financial management? Because farming generates money. Farming is a business, right? We learn in school agricultural science. It's a science like math, physics, and any other science subjects. So if we are talking about financial management, we need to train our people in financial management. Also, the biggest elephant in the room, which we are not talking about, is predial larceny, right? No, none of the panels that we had before spoke about predial larceny. How can we use technology to help our farmers to protect their crops and also to get more persons interested in farming? Farming is a very difficult work, right? And our young people do not want to go into farming. Okay, so how are we using technology? We heard for the Christmas, some man thief a man cow. And this is very disheartening. A cow is not easy to grow, to mine. What technology are we using to track our animals? So when they move away from our farm, we know where they are. How are we using our community centers to train persons in computer literacy so that they can put in systems on their farm and monitor their farms?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate your comment.
So the rest will come in the next presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for your cooperation. Our second question or comment.
Good day, everyone. I rear goats, and I also do farming. And most of you who are here would know the spate of robbery that took place over the Christmas holidays with persons, animals. I'm one of the victims of such theft. It is disheartening. It's a longer period. It's not like vegetables. It takes 3 months when it could mature. But with goat rearing, it takes years. And when you have animals that is mature 3-4 years and someone steal it, it breaks you. There must be a system. There must be a system put in place with the Ministry of Agriculture and the police to deal with this issue. We have problem in Grenada, food security as it relates to meat. One of the days when we have cows on the estates, and everyone has an animal behind the house. That is virtually non-existent now. So we have to import meat. What are we doing to address the issue of I heard Dr. Barry talk about leap or moving forward or the potential in livestock. But I'm not seeing it. We don't have vets to deal with our goats when it's in problem. I mean, we need to really address this problem. The other thing that I want to address is not one. So the ministry have to start training people, because I don't think we have vets. We have some technicians in the ministry, and they are not willing to do the job when they are called. So if we're asking us to go into farming, livestock, where are the vets to deal with those animals when something goes wrong? This is a serious issue that is facing us as well. So we need to deal with that. But before I leave, I'm not a young person anymore. But one of the things that prevents a lot of people into agriculture is the age. And we have been calling for young people to get involved. But how do we do it? I think the approach, we are approaching it wrong. As it stands now, we have to make the cake and give it to them to eat it. They are not participating in making it. We have to devise a method in getting young people to start dirtying their hands and at the end of it, smiling at the produce. Currently, that is not happening. And the ministry, most of the time, is stipulating age when you have people, where there is areas where funding is available to entice young people into agriculture. So most of the persons who are, if you are over 25, forget it. But those people, just a little higher up, are very much interested. And they are left out because of that category that is placed in terms of the age. This is something that we also have to look at.
Thank you very much.
I'll stay there for now.
Thank you very much. Our third question or comment.
I'm Everson Peters from Carriacou. I believe I'm the only Carriacouan here, which is unfortunate. Now, I think we are all anxious to get agriculture back to a state in which we can be happy. Unfortunately, it took time for agriculture to deteriorate to the level at which it is. So it's going to take time to go back up. And so that we have to be careful not to expect too much too quickly. Nonetheless, the call for investment, I think, is quite appropriate. However, the state of agriculture as it is now would require massive investment from the state. The government has to invest in all those things that, whether it is in terms of capacity, human capacity, whether it's in terms of protection for the farmers from pedia larceny, all these would require investment by the government. So I think the ministers are still here. All that has been said is good, but we have to put our money where our mouth is. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have two more. I don't know, Chioma, if we have more of the 20 minutes left. We have two more participants to ask questions. We have 9 minutes left. Okay. We might be able to take one more after this one. So let's take the two questions or comments. Is there anybody else who had a pressing question or comment to add to the line, and we'll cut off after that? Right, so we have three. Please, we'll take the three, and then we'll have the comments from the panel.
So it's me again. And just to address the first person who came up here and the person who came after her, and a lot of the misconception that I think is rife in this room and on the island as a whole is that young persons are not interested and we don't want to get involved into agriculture. Taking into consideration, and I'd like to say especially this, the almost 50% dependency ratio that we have on this island, when you consider the poverty index and the dependency index, it's simply just not feasible or very practical for a lot of us to do the things that we want to do to implement the ideas that we have. Because of a restriction for land, we don't have the land available to us, we don't have a lot of the resources, we don't have a lot of the support. So it's not that we don't want to do it, it's that it's just a lot more difficult for the younger persons within this society if we don't come from a background of farming like Lyndon or a lot of the other persons who are more fortunate to get into this sector, because we do understand the importance, we do know that it's important, and it's something that we would do if we could do it, and if the access was more,
Thank you.
So getting into the things that I want to say, I'm going to run through these really quickly for the sake of brevity. And based on this second panel discussion, some of the things that I have highlighted here, in order for us to strengthen Grenada's competitiveness in agriculture, number one, we have to dance a yard, as the Jamaicans say. We see how much of a demand there is for our products on the regional and international market, but if we don't understand the importance locally here, if people don't get into the habit of treating agriculture like a business and as a science that it is, we're not going to reach that level of production that is needed to satisfy local consumption, far less to supply the international and regional markets. We need to make it sexy, as Mr. Riggs was saying, and like the last presenter from the first panel, something again, a lot of the young people that I said before with my first presentation is that we have the ideas, we know what it is to be done, it's just the support to do it in terms of making it sexy specifically. We all identify that food is essential for our health and wellness, it's just not something by the way. If we don't eat, we die. So it's really important, and we understand these things. And we need some measure of price control and fair pay, and this particularly for Mr. Ince, because I would say that I have my green card for Carriacou. I mean, I know Carriacou and Primanica are part of Grenada, but we do know locally the different, how we view each other sometimes. So I've spent a lot of my time in Carriacou, on the coastal villages in places like Windward, very close to Primatica, where a lot of the fishermen come from. And I do have close ties with a lot of them, and one of the most prominent and prevalent things you'd hear them saying is that they don't feel like they get paid a fair wage for the fish that they export. If you look at just a cursory glance of what it is that fisheries rakes in for the country in terms of exports, it is second highest in export, and it's only second right behind nutmeg and mace. So you can get an idea of how much money fisheries brings in for the country, and the fishermen don't feel like they get compensated enough. So to my major points now, in strengthening
Please be
Grenada's-
mindful of the fact that we
Yes.
have 2 more people after you, and we have to wind the session up.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Grenada's competitiveness in agriculture. No one spoke about the fertilizers and sustainable practices, aside from the greenhouses and so. And that is something very important. Using local fertilizers versus the ones that are imported. I know sometimes it's imposed on us based on the agreements that we sign on to. And then preserving our seeds and indigenous plants, whether it's marijuana or all the other products that we have. It's really important to protect our landrace and indigenous species and not have it killed out in the name of trying to increase competitiveness and increase in production.
Thank you very much. Next. And remember, it's supposed to be a minute or 2 just for a comment or a question, because we have a lot of people who want to participate.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, my first point is in conjunction with the last point she made, which is my concern about preservation of our traditional crops, the traditional species of crops. I just want to give a little experience. I am under 50 years old, but within my lifetime, my father planted 2 crops of coconut, and they all died out. And everybody's planting grafted coconut, but they're not planting the original coconut. I am taking on the initiative to plant original coconut in my place. We must be mindful that the original coconut has more potency. You have more oil in that coconut than the grafted coconut. So as we go on and we imagine in agriculture, we have to take into consideration the sustainability of what we're going to do. Okay? Another crop, golden apple. The golden apple that we have now is some little, I call them plums. Plums, they're small as plum. The golden apple that I know when I was growing up is massive, big as a mango. All right? Also banana. We had an issue with banana. When I was growing up, banana long, like all 10 inches long. Big bunches. We had a time when we had tissue culture introduced into our agriculture sector. And from since then, I find, I don't know if it's because of cross-pollination or whatever, but our original mango, banana is not as big as before. So we have to be careful as we go forward in this industry. The next thing is education. As a teacher, ex-teacher, I am mindful of the introduction of what you want your nation to grow up, the culture you want them to grow up in. You have to introduce it from early, since kindergarten. So I am now suggesting to us that we start agriculture since kindergarten. All right? I have more to say, but I'll leave it on that note. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your consideration. And the final one, because we want to give the panelists a moment each to respond, because we didn't let them answer the questions. Yes?
Hi, my name is Penelope. I'm representing Hope Heritage Farms. We're an integrated farm, and our focus is on livestock production, meat production. I don't necessarily have a question or comment for this actual, these panelists here, but I want to speak essentially for the panelists from before. So a lot of my fellow livestock farmers spoke about the different issues that we have. And we're talking about being competitive and investing in agriculture. The one thing I didn't hear mentioned was the conversation about the access to feed. So we do a lot of pigs, and Grenadians eat meat. So there's been this running discussion over the years about, getting the feed prices down so we can make our local meats readily available to everyone, that we won't be sort of like, when we go out there to sell our meat, the local person, everybody in Grenada should be able to afford our meat if they go to the market. But if someone has $10 to feed their family and our meat is like $4 or $5 more on the pound of the imported, how are they going to be, when they have to make choices, they're essentially going to choose what they can actually afford. And that sort of puts us out of, or makes our produce not available to a lot of people. I mean, we know how our produce, our meat is produced. We can, people can come see that. We don't know what exactly we're importing. So this is something, we've spoken about it. We have one sole producer of food, of feed for animals. And we've spoken about it in different forums, and we haven't seen any changes. We get all kinds of, excuses. So I'm inquiring now as to what type of investment could be offered so farmers can have access to lower price feed, so we can actually make a dent in that import bill as it relates to meat. We're not going to stop eating it. We just eat meat. We love it. So
thank you
very
very much. And I immediately move back to the panelists to ask each one to take just 2 minutes to make a final comment, since you didn't get the opportunity to answer questions. So we start with you. Is that mic working?
Yes, I think it is. Thank you.
Yes.
The only thing I think I'm qualified to answer is a comment about pricing on fish. And ever since I've known myself and my father before me in the fishing business, there's never been a price that satisfied a fisherman. And I don't think that's going to change with me or with anyone. But one thing we must take and understand about fishing and fishing prices is that it's also an industry that's not taxed. So when I am paying my 28% corporate taxes at the end of the year off of profits generated from fishing, fishing sector is not, or the individual fishermen are not. They receive tremendous amount of support in terms of concessions. They do a very dangerous job, and you must take your hat off for that. But it also is a job that they chose to do. No one forces anyone to go to work. It's a job that people choose, and they know it's a very lucrative job. So briefly, the fishing prices are dictated by the US buyers, not by anyone sitting in this room or sitting on this island. So when there is short demand for seafood in the US, prices skyrocket. And that's usually when we have our lowest catches. We have to take the cost of exportation, which is the airlift, the packaging, the labor, the transportation, everything that makes the whole wheel go round. And once you deduct that from the sale price of the fish, 85 to 90% of the balance of the money is returned to the fisherman. So if they really understood and want to understand, instead of making comments that are not based on fact, and that's what we have to get to the bottom of, is dealing with facts and not in fiction and not in ideas. That's the difference. You want things to happen, you have to get up and get. We have to work hard. That's the only reason I survive, is because I'm prepared to get up every day and work. I don't care what I do. It doesn't matter. I will work and to make sure we get the job done. And that's the crucial part to our sector. And for the past 20 years, we have seen the fishing sector grow and grow. And I wish we had more time and Mr. Rennie could give us an overview from how it started to where it is now. And at the end of the day, we're all in here, we're talking about business. But we say we want to treat the agricultural sector like a business and the fishing sector like a business, but then we ask, well, we need the government to give us this. We need them to give us that. So it's one or the other. Treat it as a business and do everything as businesses do, which is budget, be prudent about what you spend. You can't go and buy things you can't afford. Work within your means until you can do better and you grow your business. But if in one hand we're asking for things and the other hand we're saying, well, treat us like this and we're going to be business, you have to get to a middle ground of how you want to proceed. Thank you very much. I hope I was able to answer the question on pricing.
Thank you. If we can continue in the 2-minute tradition, please. Mr.
Okay.
Mohammed, I know.
If I may, I would like to just acknowledge the presence of Mr. Philip Telesford. I know he was just a couple
Mr. Who?
Mr. Philip Telesford.
Sorry, yeah? Say
Mr.
again.
Telesford.
Okay.
Yeah.
Minister yes,
Yes.
thank you, Minister
Great.
Telesford.
Couple issues I'm going to touch on. A lot of people talk about investment. Farmers, what you need to realize is that you need to know your cost of production. If you know that your produce is going to cost you to produce is $1, and you're going to sell that back for $5, any financial institution will be able to fund your project, but you must educate yourself about the economics of agriculture. This is something across the board. So I will ask the Honorable Minister and his department to educate farmers about the costing of preparing their project proposal to face the financial institution for funding. You must know how much it costs you in order for you to sell your product. You must know the profit will be about it. Secondly, we talked about access to the markets. I'm just going to let you all know something out of the box. One of my clients, I brought to the island last year, we are working on satisfying or fixing that, bridging that problem, the airlift transportation for Grenadian agricultural products to be shipped to the North American markets. We are in the process of negotiating and minimizing what needs to be done in order to have a greater impact of Grenadian products in the North American market. So that problem has been fixed as we speak. Thirdly, as I said, you all have been blessed. Do you know how many cruise ships come into your country on a daily basis? Do you know how many products and pounds of consumables they consume when they come and they dock? They need to be replenished. So some sort of arrangement can be made to supply these cruise ships on their journey onwards with agricultural-based products or value-added products from Grenada. Other thing is youth in agriculture. If the youth of today can understand how much money can be made through agriculture, they would be coming into your ministry by the dozens. So I believe it's an educational exercise that needs to be done in order to move and get the agricultural industry to where it is right now. And right now, your products can be sold anywhere in the world. Anywhere. We can find markets for anything. It's just a matter of the price and what kind of support you can give to companies like myself and to the ministries and to everybody involved. Thanks a lot for having me.
I would just like to touch on one thing. every time you have a meeting or a gathering where agriculture is discussed, pre-Alasni at some point in time will come up. And I think either 2 or 3 of the individuals who asked questions centered around pre-Alasni. To quote my grandfather, when God make man, he make thief. We can't escape the issue of pre-Alasni. We can try and mitigate. We can blame the government and the RGPF all we want. But I always ask farmers when they bring up this conversation to me, what are you doing? When you build your house, you move all your valuables in it. You put up doors, windows, burglar bars. You may fence. You may get a dog. You may put up security cameras. You may give the neighbor a key and ask the neighbor to throw an eye on the house. And you do all of these things because you have valuables inside of the house. Why are we reluctant in doing those same things for our farmers? If you can accept the fact that what you're growing on your farm, what you're producing on your farm is bringing in revenue for your pocket, then why are you so reluctant in using some of those monies and investing into the security of the farmers? Farmers, don't believe that I am bashing you in any way. I am just trying to change the conversation for us to look at it from a different perspective.
Thank you.
Great point. To go and echo back what the fellow panelists said, Grenada is a very special place. I first came here over 10 years ago and I realized this was paradise. This is why the pirates came here. This is why they planted sugarcane. Most Grenadian products are well known on the world market for quality. Like James, I'm also in the fish business. I mean, you're fortunate enough, these panelists here, you probably have the top 2 fish exporters, the top 2 soursop exporters in the country. So you have a wealth of knowledge and information here spanning decades. But Grenadian fish, and you can ask James, you can ask anybody in the US market, is regarded as some of the best fish in the market. All the sushi chefs come, the first choice they always want is Grenada. Soursop, golden apple, mango, all these things are already known. We don't have to market them. Do you know how difficult it is? We work out of 19 countries, and some of these countries produce trash. And I have to go and market it to major big box stores and convince them that it's quality products when I know it's not. But they have 10 million containers and they need to get rid of it. Grenada's easy. Every pound of soursop that I can get my hands on, every pound of soursop that he can get his hands on just disappears. And the only question they ask is more. When I started with soursop, I think one of the former people from the ministry was telling me it was 65 cents a pound is what marketing board was paying. Now farmers are getting $3.50, $4, $5, and that's only in the span of a decade. James, I'm sure when James started in the fishing industry, who knows what the fishermen were getting now. Now they're getting double that, maybe even more, depends on the markets. But this is to say that we have something special here and we have to protect it. Nutmeg, you have 2 buyers here, the European buyer and also the American and Canadian buyer from the GCNA, that have people clamoring on their door. They want nutmeg, they want nutmeg, they want Grenadian nutmeg. Even though there's plenty of nutmeg on the market from Indonesia and from India, they want Grenadian nutmeg because for the past century it's been the gold standard of nutmeg. So we have an issue with production, and we do need to get, to echo back on the young lady's comments, young people into agriculture. I'm 36 years old. I started when I was 21. I've been a farmer, I've owned farms, I've gradually moved myself into more of a corporate capacity, but there is money in agriculture if you treat it like a business. How many people know the cost of production? I ask farmers all the time, either at the rum shop or on their farm, what does it cost to produce? And they can't tell me. Even fishermen, a lot of fishermen, do you know what you spent on the last trip? Some of them don't even know. So how, without having the basic fundamentals of business, how can you run a business? Financial literacy, all these things are important. And to start young, people mentioned starting as early as kindergarten. Financial literacy is critical, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in you run a car shop, it doesn't matter. So these things need to start. I believe the government is doing a great job. You know, they can't do everything. I mean, I could ask for $1 million and blame the government, but if there's no money to pull from, there's no money to pull from. So we need to take it on ourselves as exporters, as importers, as farmers, as fisher people, to really reap what we sow. If we have to work 100 hours a week to get the job going, then that's what we got to do. So.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you very much to our presenters. And now you know who they are and which fields they're in. Please take the opportunity of their presence to ask any other questions during the break and so. Before I transition to Chris as the next moderator for panel 3, we crave your indulgence to allow us to do it before lunch, because you know what happens to us after we eat, and we have some other exciting things for after lunch. But let me make an appeal to the financial institutions with representatives here. Nexa Credit Union, Grenada Development Bank, the Cooperative Bank, Republic Bank, and Ariza. Please, during the lunch break, come to us in the organizing committee, myself or the others, so we make sure we fix everything in preparation for after lunch, because we're going to have those tables for each of you so that participants can approach you and get whatever information they need. I also would like to ask Ms. Judith Laudat of Khalid or Koliad to identify herself to me so we make sure your presentation is ready, and the team of people from Azerbaijan. So please check me during the lunch break so we make sure we can move efficiently afterwards, and everybody has their presentations, etc. And I'd love to hand you over. I think we did it in the 60 minutes, but this next one is just 50 minutes. So I hand you over to Krista Riggs.
Okay, we only have 50 minutes. And how many presenters do we have? I see we have Mr. Royston Komabash from the General Manager of the Grenada Development Bank. I want to welcome him. Please come up, Mr. Komabash. And I'm reminded by the chairperson that we have the Minister Teleswat, who is our Minister of Health. And just health. Thank you very much. We want to recognize his presence. Give him a round of applause for showing up, you know. All right. And we also have Senator Salim Rahman. Please welcome Senator Rahman. And was there a third presenter? Because I understand there has been some apologies. I was told that the representative of the Bankers Association had not confirmed attendance here today, so we understand such an absence. Was there a third presenter? If not, we work with the two presenters. And so the subject of this discussion is the role of the private sector in agricultural investment, financing for agriculture, and systems transformation. I repeat, the role of the private sector in agricultural investment, financing for agriculture, systems transformation. This morning there was a lot of interest. People suddenly became excited when money was being discussed. And the facilities extended by the GDB as well as other financial institutions for agriculture. And of course, there was a discussion subsequently about equity rather than financing. And so it's a very interesting aspect of the whole facilitation of agriculture. Let me introduce the two panelists. Now, Mr. Royston Komabash is a Grenadian. He's an accountant of FCCA qualification with 20 years experience in the UK in asset management and banking. He's an educator, a part-time lecturer at TAMCC. He's a finance and investment expert. He has been a farmer since the age of 8. He told me to tell you that. And his passions are Grenada's development and small business development. And he's an accredited trained corporate director. He didn't tell me that, but I'm telling you. So let us, and because we have 50 minutes and we have 2 presenters, I think we can safely give each 10 minutes. Is that so? Huh? So 8 minutes still? Okay, so they're very mean. All right? Okay. So without further ado and without doing anything further, I will now invite Mr. Royston Kambash to speak to the issue.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So I recognize Minister Philip Telesford, and I guess there are persons here from various ministries. But anyway, I will go on the protocol as already established. So I think for my presentation, and I must say I only prepared it today, so I speak from the heart, probably like Minister did earlier. I want to talk specifically on the topic of agribusiness a little bit. Because for me, when we talk about involving the private sector, we are talking about the business of agriculture. And what I'm finding and what I'm hearing is that a lot of persons are saying, well, maybe the financiers are not lending money, or maybe it's not enough investment. But when you're lending money to a business, or a person, of course, right? But importantly, that project that you're lending into has to be a viable project. So during the break, I called one of the guys who works on the Small Business Development Fund, of which we've had quite a good number of small businesses through agriculture. The numbers I have is 137 that we've given loans to, over 2.2 million. But importantly, a lot of persons come for loans, they don't even own the land. Okay, they might say it's my aunt land or my uncle land. You ask them, well, what do you want to plant? Well, I want to plant a bit of this, a bit of that, a bit of that, right? So I don't think persons always think about, I think as it was discussed here earlier on, maybe just the pricing, the cost of it, production, the market, and all that. But what I really want to say is that agriculture and agribusiness is actually a key sector of the economy, right? It's actually a priority sector. So having spent 2 years at GIDC, where I focus a lot on investment promotion, I get to learn a lot about what is called the priority sectors. And agriculture, agribusiness is a priority sector. What does that mean? That the government has prioritized this as an area for investment. But I think the way it has to start, and I will say so humbly, is at schools, maybe even at homes. So I started farming at 8 years old. I remember when I was 8 years old, I had about 12 goats, dogs, sheep, rabbits, cats, and all that kind of stuff, right? I mean, by the time I was 10, I think. But it has to start at home, at school. I went to Happy Hill School, and we used to actually have agriculture sessions, and we actually used to go and plant while we in school. I don't know how many schools that's actually done in. But I think even if we planting, you have to learn the business side of it. Because when you come in for a loan, it's really a serious issue. Now, I do take onto account that a farmer who is coming for a loan may not and will not likely be able to pay back the loan every month, right? I mean, I have my own blueprint for business development, and I have a little formula called rate, which if you want to take notes, you write it down the left. So you write the rate coming down. And the first thing in assessing risk or any business proposal is actually the risk. Farmers are very risky. Farming is risky, but farming is very lucrative. I myself actually farmed 3 acres of land single-handedly for myself. I used that funds to help my mom construct her house, turn it from board into concrete, right? So I know, I used to sell in the market, right? I know that farming has a lot of money. But you see, from the person lending the money, they have to understand it's high risk, high return. There's something called a risk-return theory, right? The next thing is that with the rate, A is the amount. So the amount you want, can you afford it? Can you afford the amount of loan you want? I think somebody talked earlier about starting small. Every business you see that exists today, big business, they started small. Unfortunately, I think many farmers, many persons who want to go into business, they have the idea of starting big, you know? But you can start small and grow big. And when you grow big, you have to put structures and processes and systems in place, right? So one of the things I want to call for as well, and I'm a big advocate for that, is for the GIDC to help support the farmers more, you know, because a farmer is not a businessman by nature, right? He needs someone to help with the marketing, someone to help with the costing, someone to help with the cash flow forecasting and all that. So I think through the GIDC, working with the GDB, we can actually look to help the farmers, you know what I mean? If that makes sense, right? So not just ask them to do everything themselves, but to coach them, train them, and actually help them. So T is actually on the timing. So when a farmer gets an investment or he gets some money, one must understand, and this is my position, that they may not be able to pay every month, but certainly we should understand that once it's time to pay, it's time to pay, right? So if it's 6 months from now, a year from now, when the monies are due, the monies are due, right? And you can't just give you monies and you don't pay, unless, of course, it's a grant. And at the GDB, we do have a small business development fund. It's only 1%, and you can get up to $40,000. I think that's a good start, right? We have, of course, other monies. I'm also initiating a project, which is called Call for 50, to commemorate the independence. I'm going to call for 50 projects in the productive sector. And for those 50 projects, we're actually going to help persons in terms of all aspects, you know, from concept to actual business, or from idea to concept to business, right? So we're going to help you. I think it's launching around, well, actually, Miss Ria Murray is outside, I think on the 5th. We're looking to launch it at the GIDC. And basically, the last thing with the E is the expected returns. So both the financer, the investor, and the farmer has an expected return. Does it make sense? The farmer, when you go into farming, you have to go in farming with an expected return in mind. And at the same time, the person who is lending you the money or investing the money has an expected return in mind. So it's a win-win scenario if everyone is approaching it from a risk management perspective. I can speak for longer, but I wouldn't. I think my time is up. But just before I go, I want to say that the mindset is very important. Why you going into business? Why you farming? I think a lot of persons doesn't go into farming because maybe they see it as muddy, they see it as messy. But I think if you really understand it, actually, that actually money actually came from mud. And actually, I just made that up. All right? So take care. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kamabash. I'm grateful for that last expression you coined. Money came from what? Mud. All right. So we're now going to have a presentation from another representative of the private sector, Mr. Salim, or Senator Salim Rahman, is the private sector representative in Grenada's Senate. He is a businessman. He is a past vice president of the Grenada Chamber of Industry and Commerce, which is the oldest and largest private sector advocacy body in Grenada. He is the managing director of Spice Isle Automotive, Inc. Senator Rahman carries with him a deep and abiding commitment for the development of people. He's a farmer also, with an active passion for the transformation of agriculture in Grenada. Let us welcome Senator Salim Rahman.
Thank you and good afternoon to all, protocol being already established. In 8 minutes, what can I say in 8 minutes? I'll have to pick from my speech, so let me do just that. I would start by stating that from a business standpoint, every farmer is a businessman and a businesswoman. And any business, like was said before, that is to be developed has to be based on math. You can have the best product, you can have the best system of marketing, but at the end of the day, if it is not profitable, it will fail. And you can have people substituting and assisting and giving you grants and so forth. It will not succeed. So with that in mind, how can we make some changes to things that we see that need changing? I'll give you one example. How do we combat the boom and bust cycles of farming in Grenada? The answer is in sustainability. So we keep what works and we change what does not work. I'll give you an example. Examples help us to see pictures clearly. So in the poultry industry, the farmers usually receive an importation of layers at the end of the year. So by the time those layers produce, it's around August, summertime. But August is not peak period for the hotels. It's December and January and February. And August is when the SGU students are on vacation. So there's a mixed match between supply and demand. And that's why we see around August time a lot of farmers with their eggs on the side of the road trying to sell it before it expires. So all that's needed there is to bring in the layers at a different time. You bring it in May. So for your peak period, you have a match of supply and demand. And therefore you have a better market, profits. Outside of nutmeg and cocoa, a production plan for each crop needs to be done on those crops that we identify as priority crops for our country. And then we need to incentivize the farmer to plant those crops, provide the crops as is subsidized every year, but we focus on those particular crops to increase production. We already heard of 3. We heard of mangoes, market is already available there. We heard of soursop, and we heard about the opportunity for cabbage. Cabbage grows very well in Grenada, and it is a short crop. So it doesn't take long to produce, to upscale that production. So we need to focus in the areas that we have. You know, the old people say, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. The production quantity to start with must be based on 2 factors. 1, the demands that we have for export on those items. And 2, what our restaurants and hotels currently purchase. The volumes that they purchase, we know this already. We just need to get the data from the major purchasers, and we already know the demand that we have. We have supermarkets in Grenada that don't carry enough and say that they cannot get local produce in Grenada. We heard the gentleman that was here prior to me speak of a logistics nightmare. I was listening to the problems that he described, not necessarily only the opportunities, because to solve problems in business creates opportunity. Right? To make more money, you don't always have to have more sales. You could lower your costs and you make more money. So you have to look at different areas. For a while I've been speaking about an app. An app, because you see, we traditionally have what you call subsistence agriculture. Our society, that's what our society is based on. That's what we grew up in, that's what we know. We produce for ourselves and for our community. Ooh, 2 minutes already, wow. Okay, so let me go into In other words, we need to connect the farmers to an entity, right? And that entity, I guess you could say, used to be marketing board or would be the new marketing board. Funding. Funding needs to be a little bit different. Instead of grant funding and instead of funding with traditional loans, as one commenter mentioned, funding needs to be a little different. If banks are very liquid, they need to take 1%, because currently their loan portfolio for agriculture is under 5%. So they need to take at least 1% and say, okay, we're going to give this 1 or 2% to high risk. We're going to lend for the sake of national development of this, a very important sector. We're going to lend at cost. What is the cost and the risk to the bank? To the financial institutions that are fattened by us. So we need to look at that. And speaking in terms of sovereign fund, we have, for example, Marketing Board. Do you know that Marketing Board in its current position, in its winded down state, is profitable? Why is it profitable? Because they have a monopoly on certain products, such as sugar, which we all consume, most of us consume. So that is your sovereign fund, because that is a monopoly. And so you don't need to go to government for everything when you have an entity that already has a monopoly that could be a sovereign fund for that same reimagined agricultural business. So I'd just like to share some of these things. My time is up, and I appreciate it. We'll get to more info in the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rahman. I had a sense you were warming up to start bowling some bouncers there, and I think, the two gentlemen are into two thought-provoking dimensions of the subject. And I'm not going to try to summarize as I did what each of the four presenters did this morning, because we have a time constraint. So I will now invite you, our audience, to join the discussion. And as was practiced earlier on, we have the mics on the floor. Please line up behind the mic. Make your comments, make them quickly and very clinically. Try not to speak for more than a minute. Who's going to start the ball rolling? Our good friend Danny.
I'm back again. This time, these are some concerns that I've had. I'm always wondering, because I've lived in Trinidad for a number of years, why it is that we still, in 2024, be importing chicken into Grenada. Why? And I want to make a suggestion. That the government put a time frame, this policy or this paper that is coming out from here, that the government put a time frame when we should stop, whether it's 5 years, whether it's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, stop the importation of chicken, and those who are doing the importation invest in Grenada in our own poultry industry. So what I'm trying to say, we don't know where that is coming from, what they are using. Right? I know we consume a lot of chicken. Those same persons who are doing the importation, they can do the local investment. One, it creates employment. Another thing, that we know what we're giving them so that we're not, poisoning our people. And I think that is what we are doing with the importation of the chicken. The government needs to make that imposition in terms of setting a time frame in which there should be a cutoff point. Another thing that we are talking about, because we're going forward, as I'm seeing Dr. Guido Marcel here, and one of the things that I'm concerned about is the seeds. So the seeds that we're importing now, that we pay a lot of money for, when we plant it, when we hatch them, we have to give them all sorts of chemicals. For rooting, for flooring, for everything, chemicals. I think the time is right when the private sector that has not presented could make an investment into Grenada having their own seed bank, where we can rely on the seeds that we have and not using all of those chemicals to grow a plant and obviously poisoning our people with all of the chemicals, different chemicals that we have to give them before they reach the age of production. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And obviously a popular sentiment. I had a side with Dr. Guido Marcel in the previous panel, and he raised these exact points. But he spoke about quality, nutritious, and safe products, because he saw it not just in terms of the whole balance or imbalance between export and import, but more he saw it from a food security and health of the nation kind of consideration. He also made the concern with respect to GMO products, GMO seeds, and the need for local seed banks. And I see, Danny, you are challenging the private sector to invest in local seed banks. Next comment, please. We'll take all the comments, and then afterwards we'll hear from the two panelists.
Right. Firstly, the last speaker, so you're very smart, and I appreciate your comments.
Are you saying the first speaker not very smart too?
As I'm saying the last speaker. Why I say the last speaker? Because he personally touched my heart as a youth.
All right, so he touched you.
He touched my heart because some of the changes he noticed the same thing that I noticed as well.
Yes.
So we need to understand that everything in life takes time, and without support, it will take us a longer time frame to reach our true potential. Now, as a youth, in this meeting, I feel like I'm at the right place at the wrong time in my life. This is 2024, and we really need to treat our interests as a business. The future depends on what we implement now in the present. Credit is not the problem for the youths. Having access to land that's just here, possibly for real estate, is a problem. Accelerator programs, assessments, implementations of technology. Additionally, what will you say to the majority of youths in the country to invest to develop the agriculture industry? I am a beekeeper, looking forward to do crop production due to the love of it. So why is it that Grenada has so much land that's not being made available to the youths as farmers who are interested in developing the economy? Real estate is most Grenadian solution to financial stability. There are roads being built for farmers to move or transport their equipment, materials, and products. Because of the terms of the Grenada's financial institution, I'll have to forfeit my plans as a farmer for at least 2 to 3 years to be able to support my business within the agriculture industry, to be able to meet the criteria of these financial institutions. If not, my losses will consume my passion for being a part of this sector. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This young man is obviously a poet and a philosopher, but we get his message there. Any other comments from the floor? I see Miss Cornwall Gordon frantically waving to me to cut it off. Right. I know people might be hungry and want to eat, but we must hear from the panelists before we wrap up. Because you heard, I don't think justice has been done to this very important subject. Let me say so frankly, but I understand the constraint with time. So gentlemen, is there anything you want to add or emphasize or respond to anything from the floor? Yeah? Somebody on the floor? Hey, why is he all here? Right? Can we just take, okay, can we have them? One and then the next. 1 minute each, please.
Less than a minute this time. I just want to say for these two panelists in particular, This entire discussion that you both facilitated should be spliced and diced by whoever is moderating this, the social media team for Agrivest, because in my opinion, as a young entrepreneur and for business persons who are so like-minded, who are critical thinkers, and who try to understand things from a both macro and micro perspective, you guys did phenomenally. And the information you gave, I think, is most helpful in terms of, so far, in terms of actual investment in agriculture and growing the sector. So thank you.
Thank you. And Sir Richard Simon?
I'll be less than 30 seconds. I think one of the critical things we have not heard addressed in the room today is the question of quality assurance. We heard exports, we heard everything else, but for us to meet those thresholds, quality assurance becomes a major part of the process, especially if we're doing this in every farmer doing their own bit, that there needs to be a process by which we all could follow a standard for production, for harvesting, for those kinds of things to ensure that we create a product that is consistent all the time. Thanks.
Thank you, Richard. This gentleman is a farmer too, so a lot of farmers in the house. Okay, Senator Rahman?
So I'd like to... Hello? Yeah. So I'd like to... there's a series on Netflix by the name You Are What You Eat. I would advise you to look at that. And then you'd be more appreciative of what we have and the quality of food that we have in Grenada. And with regard to chicken and poultry, you have to make the decision where you buy your chicken. I can tell you, for myself and my family, I have not bought foreign chicken in about 25 years. So you have to decide what you want to consume. All of the chicken that I purchase is Grenadian farmed for myself and my family. That is a decision I made a very long time ago. Because I know, at least I know I have some control over what is going into it here. But I don't have that same knowledge of what is going into it there. So for our own health, if you don't spend the money sooner, you will spend it later in the hospital or by the doctor. So you might as well make certain changes, lifestyle habit changes, and choose to buy our local produce. That will help demand, because demand is what drives supply. Supply don't drive demand. So if we change our eating habits and our purchasing habits, it will, by effect, support our local farming community.
Thank you, Senator Rahman. You are what you eat. We soon will be eating lunch. I don't know if they're serving pork. I'll say no more on that, though. Mr. Kamabash.
Thank you. So a couple of things I want to talk about, which I didn't mention. I think someone talked about equity investment. I'm a big fan of equity investments. I mean, one thing that I'm looking to do, I've already initiated it, is to set up what is called a development fund, right? Whereby we have Grenadians, or we might have persons in diaspora who will actually invest. Because there are persons who live abroad, and I once lived abroad, who wants to invest in projects in Grenada, but not necessarily invest direct into a business or person. If it's done via a fund, and that fund, say, has a panel of experts who select what investments to put that money into, that is one possible channel. But I do recognize that that comes with its challenges. Of course, how do you set it up? Is it a PPP model? When persons put money into a fund, they want returns. So I am currently leading a study to actually understand how to actually set this up. I've even reached out to experts who are, say, in investors, maybe even Grenadians, and they live abroad, to actually how to set this up. On the poultry matter, I remember attending something in Grenville, I think in 2022, probably, and there's a poultry policy, by the way, so everyone knows that. There's a poultry policy. And if local farmers are able to produce, I believe, up to, say, 40% of the market demand. I believe that the government might potentially be willing to say, okay, if you can produce 40% of the demand, we will curtail imports by that amount. But the challenge that we have right now is that if you ban poultry imports, you find that Grenadians may be rioting in the street because Grenadians are actually chicken lovers, right? But I also want to say from where I sit and from information I have, I do know that potentially there are one or potentially two significant poultry farms that is due to come on stream. For example, one that I know is definitely due to come on stream as early as Q1 this year, and the GDB have actually loaned into that farm. I also know of other significant farms that are likely to come on stream in the poultry arena. So this is definitely an area for investment and an area for growth. Now, my final comments, I think when I made a comment earlier that I just want to clarify, I said that money came from mud. I want to clarify that man came from mud and man invented money. So I do encourage us to go back to the land, go back to the mud. Thank you very much.
So I want to thank our panelists and to thank you who have put questions and comments. As I said, there was not enough time, but we're looking at the role of the private sector in giving support to agriculture, issues pertaining to equity, sovereign funds, and I'm not just talking about this discussion, but earlier on today, institutional support, information about how to access this help, easy access and less bureaucracy in terms of the amount of paperwork and, the process, partnership between private sector and public sector and government to ensure that, you get the results you want and it reaches down to the retail level of the farmer. And how does government, and the question I'm asking, and I'm challenging the Minister of Agriculture, right? How does government policy get actualized, translated, reflected in the actual policies being pursued by these financial institutions? I know that the government doesn't own the private banks, but obviously it's negotiation and moral suasion. But in terms of an institution like a GDB, which is a government institution, obviously there's more leverage for the government, for the GDB to expand its loan portfolio. And as the manager has said, right, to look at other ways besides just providing credit. So I want to thank you again and turn you back into the hands of the chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chris, and to the presenters in the lounge at the moment. So, it's 2 o'clock, it's lunchtime. Thank you for your patience. And let me just quickly try to make sure that we've organized in a way that this afternoon, which still has a packed schedule, runs as smoothly as possible. So we're going to have the financial institutions making very brief presentations, and then you get 20 minutes to go consult with them, question them, etc., in their spaces in the corridor outside. So Ms. Dorcia Ferguson John, Loans Manager of Nexa Credit Union. Is she here? Can you show by raise of hands, because I don't know all of the personalities. Mr. Peter Compton, Senior Credit Analyst of Republic Bank. Is he here? Anybody who knows them, please let them, oh, you are here. Good. Republic Bank is here. Rhea Murray, I saw her outside. She's a communications officer at Grenada Development Bank. And I see we have somebody else, a manager from Grenada Development Bank. Mr. Kevin Gibbs, representative for Procure. Mr. Herschel Walker, Kevin Gibbs, so we know who he is. Mr. Herschel Walker, Manager Business Loans of Ariza. Mr. Walker, are you here? Huh? Whiteman? Which one? Oh, instead of Walker, Whiteman. Okay, are you here, sir? And Mr. Gart St. Bernard, Relationship Manager, Grenada Cooperative Bank. I think I saw Mr. St. Bernard. Is he still around? No? If you know any of these persons, right, just make sure they're ready. Ask them to please see me during the lunchtime. And Kate Julian, the Marketing and Communications person at Grenada National Training Agency. We also have Grenada Industrial Development Corporation. They have a booth outside, although they're not going to be doing a presentation. Is there anything else, Hilda or Sandra, we need to say to people? The lunch is happening outside at the restaurant. The name of the restaurant is on the program, I think. Tradewinds Restaurant. So you turn left outside the door and left again and walk along the pathway towards the pool. It's right in front of the pool, so it's easy to find. Duration of the lunch. Can we negotiate this? Half an hour, because people prefer, better we do half an hour now and don't go till 6 o'clock tonight. Which you prefer? Let's try to do half an hour. If we have to stretch it, yes, but let's try for half an hour because it's ready. And so we can come back and try to wrap up as early as possible. So 30 to 40 minutes for lunch. Thank you very much. Enjoy lunch, and I expect to see all of you back here shortly.
Yeah, I do hydroponics whereby plants grow with water and added nutrients. I started doing that about approximately a year ago. I started off with 500 plants and now I'm doing 4,000 plants, which means every 2 weeks I sow approximately 16 trays of lettuce to the system. I currently have a small greenhouse, but now I'm in a wide open area. So the system has its own timer. It comes on for itself, cuts off for itself, and nobody needs to be there to watch it during the day. In the morning I check the nutrients, and before my mom go to work at 6 o'clock, she just check to see if all the water in the pipe is running, and nobody is there during the day. Well, I would say work hard, because obviously it's not cheap. The pipes and everything, so you got to work hard at first. Then yeah, continue. Then you start. The most important is to start, because me starting, I've learned a lot, and I've lost a lot of poems. A lot of times I've been working, my system been down. So the start is what is important, and just continue. And then after, eventually you go start growing, and you go meet people, and you go meet markets and share ideas and stuff.
As you can see, I normally tie out, so you have to know when to do one. You can't expect them animals to just be eating and get nutrients and stuff. You have to buy your stuff, get them a little tonic, a little cauliflower oil, a little mineral block, and you have to observe them as the day goes by. Probably twice a week you observe, see what's going on with them, check the hoof, clean the hoof, check the eyes, make sure that they're intact, you know. Make sure you check the body, look for lice and all kind of stuff. Spray your pen, clean out your place and make sure they're healthy and alright. I'm deworm let's say about every 2 to 3 months, so based on the way I tie and how I see them eating. If I know like for instance like dry season, I will have to use more mix, because like food won't be in abundance in that way. I haven't got a vehicle to be like jogging feed and stuff, so as long as you see them and you know like you bring back your animals where you're tired and stuff, I find it once you do not have to deworm, because you stand a risk of picking up back the worms from the grass.
So when I get on the farm, first of all I check all the huts and make sure everybody's okay. Then I'll start cleaning out all the pens, and then I start feeding. I get here first, I start the feeding process. Then I will milk. I have 3 young ones that I bottle feed. The kids are your profits. So if you take care of the kids, then your profit margin increase. We can do light manufacturing. We can do cheese and yogurt at some point. But we have to have numbers in terms of, my target is to get 40 gallons of milk per day. And once I arrive at that, then we're going to start the milk, the cheese and yogurt production. Challenging is funding, because I'm doing this out of my pocket. I'm using every single penny I have to make sure that this thing comes out successful. So the challenge is finance. It's like we need help. Some international donor, if they could provide us with some funds, it would be nice, so we can help secure our food industry. And meat is a critical part of the food security.
First thing in the morning, we wash the waters, we wipe the eggs, we package it, and that's it. Not much. Sometimes at 3 hours a day. We start with broiler starter. In mid-term, in growing them, we go to developer, and until they start laying, we give them developer. And then after that, we give them layer. So this is how the feeding system operates. We tie to the roof. Yeah. The water system operates like this. When it's full, it's locked off. And when it's empty, the water comes through. So it's automatic, no water is wasting. Some of the advice I will give to young farmers or elder than me, starting poultry, especially layers, is try not to start too big.
This is the cassava tree. It takes 1 year to harvest. Between 10 months to 1 year to harvest. After you harvest, you take it to the copper kitchen, where it will be scraped and pressed before it's coming to factory. So I'm going to sift the grated cassava, which come from the press. I'm going to sift it, getting it ready for making the farine. When the copper gains heat, we grease it with some oil or lard, and you start with moderate heat. So we'll start making the farine. That's the finished product. It's from cassava, so now it's farine.
So today we are doing an inspection of mangoes that are destined to the US, to enter the US market. This is our first shipment following the release of the ban that was in place for over 20 years on mangoes that are being exported to the US commercially. And it's going to be going for some irradiation treatment before going onto the market. So our role in the effort is to inspect according to an agreement or a work plan with the US Department of Agriculture, where today we are looking at least 10 boxes out of just over 100, and at least we need to inspect at least 150 fruits in that shipment. Inspection is visual for external pests, and also we have done some cutting, looking for internal signs of pests and disease. Our two target pests today for the inspections are mango seed weevil and fruit flies. Right? So we are cutting actually through the seed of the mango to see if there is any adult or larval or pupal stages of the mango seed weevil, because that's where you will actually find them.
Something I like, ever since I was small, I'm doing it thanks to my father and my mother, because ever since I was a little boy, they always come in here and we go and fish. My uncle had boats, so it was not a problem for me to go out and fish.
Yeah, a lot of people come down and fishing, like fishing is so much a bad work, or people who don't go to school to be fishermen because like they're dons and everything, they just get up and go in the sea. But fishing really come under a art, a skill, a technique, you understand? Because based on how your line set up, you get the fish, based on how it come, you don't get. So it's a lot of different in between to get it right, right? And it's not done people become fishermen, because I know people in this world today, in Grenada today, with 13 and 14 subjects, and is fishermen. So don't feel that Don's people is fishermen, understand? So it's like a unity, a get together, the elder one teach, and who know what, and we come together and we come on as a team, we work as a team. So my experience at fishing is not a bad experience, because it's over 15 years now I've been in it, and that is my main source of income, that is my work that we are, and it's not bad, I can't complain about it. You have days that you go out and it's very tight, but you have days when it's good, so you can't complain. This is very important, because you have farmers on the land, you have farmers in the sea, because the fisherman is a farmer at the sea. So we do farming outside there, they do their farming on the land, and we have a great exchange. Well, it's very important. Fishing to food-wise is very important, because
most farmers plant soursop and they just allow it to grow, as we have been growing soursop or a soursop tree growing in the wild. When we plant a field of soursop, 50, 100, 200 soursop, we have to manage it as an orchard. And this training by Dr. Abel Robucas, a soursop expert from Brazil, he has taught us about the pruning of the soursop tree to keep it low so that you can reach the fruits, the flowers, to be able to pollinate, and also to be able to harvest your soursop easily. The pruning, it is very important for not only for the fruiting, but also for disease management. If you prune the way that he has recommended, you would get less disease in the field. When you prune as he has recommended, you would get more soursop developing on the stems of the soursop plant, like we see cocoa bearing on the stems. Here in Grenada now, we see soursop bearing on the outer branches, but the potential of the soursop plant is actually on the stems, bearing on the stems.
Yeah, I do hydroponics whereby plants grow with water and added nutrients. I started doing that about approximately a year ago. I started off with 500 plants and now I'm doing 4,000 plants, which means every 2 weeks I sow approximately 16 trays of lettuce to the system. I currently have a small greenhouse, but now I'm in a wide open area. So the system has its own timer. It comes on for itself, cuts off for itself, and nobody needs to be there to watch it during the day. In the morning I check the nutrients, and before my mom go to work at 6 o'clock, she just check to see if all the water in the pipe is running, and nobody is there during the day. Well, I would say work hard, because obviously it's not cheap. The pipes and everything, so you got to work hard at first. Then yeah, continue. Then you start. The most important is to start, because me starting, I've learned a lot, and I've lost a lot of pumps. A lot of times I've been working, my system been down. So the start is what is important. And just continue, and then after eventually you're going to start growing, and you're going to meet people, and you're going to meet markets and share ideas and stuff.
As you can see, I normally tie out, so you have to know when to do one. You can't expect them animals to just be eating and get nutrients and stuff. You have to buy your stuff. Get them a little tonic, a cauliflower oil, a mineral block, and you have to observe them as the day goes by. Probably twice a week you observe, see what's going on with them, check the hoof, clean the hoof, check the eyes, make sure that they're intact, you know. Make sure you check the body, look for lice and all kind of stuff. Spray your pen, clean out your place and make sure they're healthy and alright. And deworm let's say about every 2 to 3 months, so based on the way I tie and how I see them eating. If I know like for instance like dry season, I will have to use them.
And welcome back for this afternoon session. Thank you for returning promptly. I have to make an apology because the team had arranged to have the hotel have 2 stations for lunch. When we got there, they had only 1. And we have over about 100.
Yeah, I do hydroponics whereby plants grow with water and added nutrients. I started doing that approximately a year ago. I started off with 500 plants and now I'm doing 4,000 plants, which means every 2 weeks I sow approximately 16 trays of lettuce to the system. I currently have a small greenhouse, but now I'm in a wide open area. So the system has its own timer. It comes on for itself, cuts off for itself, and nobody needs to be there to watch it during the day. In the morning I check the nutrients, and before my mom go to work at 6 o'clock, she just check to see if all the water in the pipe is running, and nobody is there during the day. Well, I would say work hard, because obviously it's not cheap. The pipes and everything, so you got to work hard at first. Then yeah, continue. Then you start. The most important is to start, because me starting, I've learned a lot, and I've lost a lot of pumps. A lot of times I've been working, my system been down. So the start is what is important. And just continue, and then after eventually you're going to start growing, and you're going to meet people, and you're going to meet markets and share ideas and stuff.
As you can see, you're normally tired, so you have to know when to do one. You can't expect the animals to just be eating and get nutrients and stuff. You have to buy your stuff, get them a little tonic, a cauliflower oil, little mineral block, and you have to observe them as the day goes by. Probably twice a week you observe, see what's going on with them, check the hoof, clean the hoof, check the eyes, make sure that they're intact, you know. Make sure you check the body, look for lice and all kind of stuff. Spray your pen, clean out your piece and make sure they're healthy and alright. Deworm let's say about every 2 to 3 months, so based on the way I tie and how I see them eating. If I know like for instance like dry season, I will have to use more mix, because like food won't be in abundance in that way. I haven't got a vehicle not to be like jogging feed and stuff, so as long as you see them and you know like you bring back your animals where you're tired and stuff, I find like once you do that you have to deworm, because you stand a risk of picking up back the worms from the grass.
So when I get on the farm, first of all I check all the huts and make sure everybody's okay. Then I'll start cleaning out all the pens, and then I start feeding. I get here first, I start the feeding process. Then I will milk. I have 3 young ones that I bottle feed. The kids are your profits. So if you take care of the kids, then your profit margin increase. We're going to do light manufacturing. We're going to do cheese and yogurt at some point. But we have to have numbers in terms of, my target is to get 40 gallons of milk per day. And once I arrive at that, then we're going to start the milk, the cheese and yogurt production. Challenging is funding, because I'm doing this out of my pocket. I'm using every single penny I have to make sure that this thing comes out successful. So the challenge.
So I'd like to, the persons in the room and in the corridor, please come and be seated. That's going to help quite a bit. So for this session, we're starting with brief presentations by the financial institutions. Each representative will present for about 3 minutes, and then they will go out to their booth outside in the corridor, and at the end, all of the participants will be invited to go to whichever booth you have an interest in to get more information for about 20 minutes. So let's get this part started. Our first presenter is Mr. Peter Compton, Senior Credit Analyst from Republic Bank. Mr. Compton?
Should be all right. Good afternoon, everyone. Permit me to follow the protocol established. The banking sector in Grenada continues to witness growth year on year. However, we recognize that the credit flow by banks to the agriculture and rural sectors remains low, with much room for improvement. Agriculture and agribusiness plays a crucial role in the economy, and banks have a huge role to play in boosting the sector through product innovation, broadening the reach, promotion of micro-enterprises, and providing know-how. Agriculture, a matter of livelihood and food security, with nearly 60% of our population depending on it. At the same time, to withstand the global competition, enhanced productivity and sustainability of the sector has become imperative. Hence, the role of banks in harvesting investment opportunities to enhance agriculture and productivity and expansion of rural credit and poverty eradication assumes our high priority. One of the major challenges previously faced by farmers and small enterprises for financing access was either a lack of input, having the required equity that banks may require, or some form of collateral or security for the borrowing. I think it's Dr. Fletcher who mentioned earlier on that we need more guarantee programs to support. Well, we do have that now. In recent years, Republic Bank has made financing much more accessible through the introduction of the Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee Program, the ECPCGC, which provides guarantees for participating financial institutions in member countries so that entrepreneurs have more access to cheaper funds. The program offers a suite of guarantee products designed to fit the differing needs of entrepreneurs. So, for the farmers, agro-processors, other small enterprise owners who are looking for business loans and do not have the security required, the ECPCGC would help to provide that cushion, that shortfall that the bank would need. We do understand the numerous challenges faced by the agriculture sector, including a lack of information on markets and best practices, natural disasters, disease infestation, which ultimately affects the quality and the output of the product. Hence, this form of guarantee is ideal to ensure that, notwithstanding the circumstance, in a worst-case scenario, our customers are adequately covered. We at the bank are also constantly seeking avenues to partner with international funding agencies to be able to have access to international grant funds so that we could make lending much more cheaper and more affordable for you. We are also mindful that a lot of innovation needs to be done, training and capacity building in terms of requirements for the business registration, basic bookkeeping, which we have been and will continue to provide the necessary guidance to our customers. We've established an entire business center recently in about the past year. From time to time, we host training workshops for small and medium enterprise owners, providing the tools they need, be it assistance with the business plans, writing the project proposals, and so forth. We're also mindful that there may have been a few people who would have visited in the past and may have been turned aside or not favorably viewed for one reason or the other, be it the risk involved, the security required. But we are also aware that there are quite a number of people, a high percentage, who are of the perception that the banks won't assist, so they don't even bother to visit the banks. We want to change that perception. You need to come in to get the information and get the education so that we can work hand in hand to move forward. So, Republic Bank is indeed very pleased to be a part of this agenda, and we are aware of our very important role towards developing agriculture, and at the same time, keeping it our thrust under our commitment towards the Sustainable Development Goals of Grenada. Thank you.
Sharp, short, to the point. Thank you very much. So we move on to Mrs. Dorcia Ferguson-John, Loans Manager, Nexa Credit Union, for her 3 minutes to do her 3-minute elevator pitch for Nexa. Thank you. So please permit me to follow the protocol already established. Good afternoon, all. And greetings from Nexa Credit Union Limited. As it said, I'm Darcia Ferguson-John, the loans manager. And firstly, let me commend Honorable Lennox Andrews and his team for hosting such much needed symposium, these matters of relevance. And thank you for having us. Just a bit about Nexa Credit Union Limited, formerly GUT Cooperative Credit Union. Since our inception on April 3rd, 1983, as GUT Credit Union, the brainchild of Sister Denise Dikoto, who then was a teacher, we have endeavored to provide the best possible service to our members. We are a financial cooperative. Our recent rebranding has allowed us to create a more inclusive and personalized experience for our members in welcoming, comfortable spaces throughout Grenada and our sister Isle of Carriacou. Our head office is at the corner of Cross and Halifax Street. Our location, Grenada's location, is at the Excel Plaza, Victoria, Grenville, St. Andrews, and our sister Isle. As one of Grenada's largest credit unions, we are proud of our investment in our communities and ultimately the growth of our people. Yesterday, actually, January 23rd, we would have celebrated our first anniversary as Nexa Credit Union. Thank you. We are indeed proud of our journey and could not have done it without you, the community. We appreciate your support through the last year of change and growth. And we thank you all because in one way or the other, you would have contributed to it. The emphasis on the importance of agriculture to improving our island's food security has never been more important and urgent. We have seen with the global disruptions, COVID-19, pandemic, which is still lingering, political disturbances, coupled with climate change. This continues to negatively impact the production and cost of food and the efficiency of food supply chains worldwide. This threatens our nation's food security. This threatens our livelihood. This threatens our life. Here today as the representative of Nexa Credit Union, a responsible cooperative within our community, I'm happy to advise that Nexa Credit Union in 2024 will be introducing new products and services developed for specific sectors such as agriculture. We have a growing portfolio with advances to agriculture and other sectors that are still micro, but we definitely would like to have and see the advancement more in these portfolios. Our new products and services developed, as I say, specific for such sectors as agriculture, supporting new initiative areas such as hydroponics, aquaponics, and really leveraging green opportunities. Of course, in the essence of time, currently we have a wide range of deposits and loan products. And you may ask, why choose a cooperative? Why choose a credit union as opposed to a bank or whichever other financial institution? Now, a cooperative, once you're a member, you're an owner. You're an owner of that business. There is equality because there is one vote per member. Each member has a right to decision-making at annual AGMs. As a member, we pay dividends. So each year, after your financial report is done and it's declared, whatever surplus is decided you receive dividends. In our case, at Nexa Credit Union, our deposit rates are very, very attractive, very competitive. More so, our loans. And as the whole essence of cooperative, it is members helping members. So I invite you, yes, I'll be out there after this presentation, but more so to come through our doors to hear how we can work with you across the sector, across the board, and as a member of the community. I thank you. Thank you very much. Let me take the opportunity on behalf of all our participants and the organizers to congratulate Nexa, especially in light of the fact that this is a homegrown institution, and as we celebrate our 50th anniversary of independence, these initiatives underscore what we really mean by independence. So congratulations. Our next presenter would be Mr. Kevin Gibbs. He is a representative of Procure. He will give us a brief 3-minute presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Permit me to stand on protocol already established. Just going to take a couple minutes to speak to you about Procure. It's actually agrotech, an app that we have developed. It's locally owned. And our aim is to be the Amazon for agricultural products in Grenada. All right. So who is Procure for? Who are we targeting? We are currently targeting purchase managers of restaurants, hotels, catering services, and other food businesses in Grenada and by extension the Caribbean, and farmers and wholesalers of agricultural products in the Caribbean. Right. So, a couple of problems that purchasing managers may be facing. Late delivery caused by complex and long traditional procurement processes which hurt operations and revenue. Price markup by middlemen which raise procurement costs. Reduced productivity due to the waste of man-hours sourcing agri-products. And the worries about logistics and transport from purchase point. In regards to the farmers, the problems that we have identified, finding buyers and wholesalers. Sometimes low sales, which leads to wastage of produce. A slow cash inflow rate, and reduced efficiency due to the man-hours lost to sales processes like finding buyers, negotiating prices, and managing logistics. So the solution that we came up with is this app, which connects the purchase managers of food businesses directly with farmers, wholesalers, and other suppliers. So why use Procure? For purchasing managers, you can get your products fast. We promise delivery within 24 hours after placing your order. Lowered procurement costs because of good bargain prices. We aim to keep the prices at what would be the best price on the market for those products. You can order and receive at your doorsteps, logistics free, because we are the ones who will be providing the pickup and delivery for the produce. increased productivity due to greatly reduced man hours spent on procurement processes. For farmers, why use Procure? As a farmer, you would have access to a wide pool of hot buyers and reach new markets. Increased sales, which would eliminate wastage. Improve cash flow due to a faster payment receival. Increased productivity because of reduced man hours spent hunting for buyers and negotiating prices. Real-time information on market prices at your fingertips. Right? So the product that we have, as I said, is an app. It will be right on your phone. It's available on the App Store and Google Play Store. How this product works: for purchase managers, you sign up, you select from the listings and place your order. You'll get an order summary, which will make payment with preferred method, and you'll also be able to track your order. And as I said prior, delivery at your doorsteps within 24 hours. For farmers and suppliers, sign up, you upload and list your products, you receive orders, you will also have the option to invite buyers, and you fulfill your orders and get paid. And that's the end of my presentation.
Mr. Gibbs, I have to tell you that a couple months ago I went with some friends to Prickly Bay, and I tried to order local juice at the bar, and they had no local juices at the bar. They had all imported canned juices. And at the end of the evening, I saw the owner and manager sitting at the exit, and I asked him, I said to him, well, I made the observation that I'm looking for local juices, and there are none. He said, I couldn't get it. He said, I would love to. So I engaged him in a conversation about the issue the challenge he was facing. And I said, I'd love to be able to try and connect you up to a couple sources, including Adult and Teen Challenge that makes a wonderful fruit juice. And I spoke to Evans Goodings here about farmers up in the Northeast area to supply him. And he said to me, I would just love to be able at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, go on an app, post what I need, and hope that people respond and say, yes, he wanted mint leaves and things like that. So it's an example of the real need that buyers have for some of the produce that exists in Grenada, but they just don't know how to find it. So maybe go talk to the owner of Prickly Bay. I don't take commission, but I send you a client. So thanks, I'm very happy to hear that. So I'm going male, female, so we'll have Rhea. Miss Rhea Murray, Communications Officer, Grenada Development Bank. Please make your presentation in 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As mentioned, I am Rhea Murray, the Communications Officer at the Grenada Development Bank. And as the name suggests, we are a development bank. We support development within Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique through financing. So my presentation this afternoon will focus on products that we have already that can support the agricultural industry, which is one of the priority sectors highlighted by the government of Grenada. So you can go to the next slide. All right, so we have the Quick Access Fund. Now, sometimes we have farmers that would do a large shipment, whether to a party that is in Grenada or in the region or internationally, and then they have to wait on the return or the receivable to come in. So what this product does is we can advance 80% of the receivable to the farmer so that it assists with cash flow. And then it is the payment from the the person receiving the goods will come into the GDB, and then the farmer would get the rest of their monies. And it's 5% of the amounts for the processing fee is 5% of the amount advanced, right? So this helps with cash flow issues. And we can move on because it's 3 minutes, so I want to be very brief to the next item, which is our Small Business Development Fund. It can give you access to up to $40,000 at an interest rate of 1%. And you know, I know some of you might be surprised to hear such a low interest rate, but again, we are a development bank. And while we serve the whole of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, we also serve those that are underbanked and unbanked. Right, so $40,000 at 1% interest. The loan repayment period is not exceeding 10 years, and you can negotiate for a grace period based on the project that you have in mind. Your business must, of course, be registered. You must be the owner of the business, and the land and so that you're transacting the business on, you have to be the owner or have the legal right to transact the business on the land. So you can see me after and find out a bit more about this loan project or product, but it's one of our more popular products that people always ask about. And finally, we have the Enhanced Direct Access Climate Adaptation Revolving Fund. The name is a bit long, but basically this program targets our vulnerable populations. So priority funding is given to single-parent households, low-income households, and persons with special needs or persons living with disabilities. And you can get up to 200,000 EC dollars at 2% unsecured for climate adaptation interventions within the home or your business. So when we look at the interventions that can gain funding under this program, there are quite a few. So if you have a piece of land that is prone to land slippages, you can consider putting in a retaining wall. If you have drainage issues in your land and you find water rushing under your foundation and impacting the foundation, you can do a new drainage system to take water away from running beneath your home. If there is a family that has an outside bathroom and toilet, they can consider doing an indoor bathroom and toilet. Home repairs, strengthening of the building, strengthening of your roof. There is also a component for water storage and water efficiency. So implementing water efficiency technology into your home, and you can cut down on your water consumption and enjoy some savings in terms of water, or the water storage in areas where you have drought and the water supply is impacted. You can consider water storage tanks for your home or your business. And the repayment term is 15 years, and it depends on the beneficiary's ability to repay. In terms of the interventions, I did not mention renewable energy. So there is a component for renewable energy, energy efficiency, so solar water heaters, solar panels. There is an intervention that speaks to green technology in terms of putting in insulation so that if you have an air conditioning unit, the cool air would stay within your home a lot longer. Right, so it's a wide program, but as I said, priority financing goes toward the vulnerable in our population. All right, so that's it for my presentation. If you have bigger agricultural products, you can always come to the GDB to talk about it in case your product would take over $40,000 or over $50,000. But you can call us at 440-2382. You can see me outside. We also have WhatsApp available, 435-3242. And you could visit our website, grenadadevelopmentbank.com. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we ask Mr. Herschel Whiteman, Manager Business Loans at Ariza. And I'm realizing that I've misplaced my phone, so I'm going to go and find it while he presents.
Good afternoon, everyone. I stand here with protocol already established. I'm going to start my presentation with the words, empowering the lives of all our members to create financial solutions. That is the mantra, mission statement of Ariza Credit Union. Picture this. You are a farmer or a fisherman. Well, let's stick with the farmer. And you plant lettuce. Little or no cash flow coming in until the lettuce is ready to harvest. You have structured monthly payments, but you're unable to meet them. That is not because you're not willing. It means your cash flow is not on time with your payments. At Ariza, we have a game changer. Yes, we could offer you the standard loan, but what is the purpose if your payments or your money coming in doesn't match your loan payments? Our game changer is a business line of credit. What it is, it allows you to make minimum payments, and when you have a lump sum of cash flow, you can make a lump sum payment, thereby tying your payments to your cash flow. Now that is significant because there are some industries, manufacturers, who are on 90-day credit terms. But the business must go on. Business line of credit is for you. There are some farmers who sell, but the persons who they supply take 60, 30 days. What are you to do? Sit down and wait? No. Business must go on. Empowering the lives of all our members. Now, my colleague would have mentioned, previous colleague, I think it was from Republic Bank, he would have mentioned that there's the Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee Scheme Corporation. That's a mouthful, but he would have mentioned that. Ariza is on the final stages of signing on to that. Why is that important? Because oftentimes, persons come to the credit union with little or no security. And as with everyone, the financial institutions want to mitigate the risks, so security is important. But the ECPCGC helps self-employed by guaranteeing the loan up to 80%. So if you are, I'm not big on maths, but if you apply for a loan for $100,000, up to 80% can be secured. We are in the financial stages of that. We are in the final stages, and we're going to sign on that shortly. We have other exciting facilities, products coming under review. One that would, I wouldn't say incentivize, but I should say incentivize, but one that would incentivize innovation. And the plan is, don't tell anyone because it's a secret still, that we offer slightly lower rate for persons who are environmentally friendly or persons that are green. So as I said, I started by saying empowering the lives of all our members. I'm going to end by saying empowering the lives of all our members. Some of you I won't see you again. Happy Independence.
Wow, we're moving swiftly along this afternoon, and we have now, thank you very much for your presentation, Mrs. K. Julian Gutu, Marketing and Communications Manager at the Grenada National Training Agency. And if you have a presentation, please remember you can use the clicker. The down arrow allows you to change the slide.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm actually the officer. I don't want to overstep my role. Thank you to the organizers for asking us. We are not exactly a financial institution at the National Training Agency. Our investment is in training. But thank you to the organizers for asking us today to participate in this. So unfortunately, I don't have a PowerPoint or a prepared speech, but I will do my best. The National Training Agency is a CARICOM mandated national body to oversee all technical and vocational education and training, TVET, in Grenada. The CARICOM mandate for the establishment of NTAs came about from the need to facilitate the CARICOM single market and economy and the free movement of labor of artisans and others. The National Training Agency was established in 2008 and enacted in May 2009. The major functions of the NTA are as follows. 1, to provide certification for TVET programs. To date, we have certified more than 7,686 Grenadians in various occupational areas with Caribbean vocational qualifications or national vocational qualifications. 2, standards development and validation in numerous occupational areas. To date, the GC TVET Council has approved 249 occupational standards, including just under 30 in the agriculture category. We also arrange quality assurance audits and approve all centers desirous of delivering technical and vocational training. We are currently working with about 20 centers delivering training throughout the Tri-Island state of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Another major aspect of our work is quality assurance capacity building. Our quality assurance department provides competency-based education and training, CBET, for TVET instructors, assessors, and verifiers, both locally and regionally. We have built capacity in countries such as St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua and Barbuda, and Dominica, delivering training to their TVET personnel and instructors. We have also hosted various NTAs on study tours to our office, including St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Not to boast, but operationally, we are one of the most advanced NTAs in the OECS, only second to Jamaica, Barbados, and Trinidad. We are also the only NTA in the OECS that is a full member of the World Skills Americas, a body which organizes skills competition for youth in countries from Argentina throughout South America and Central America. We also provide consultancies and project implementation. And you may have heard of our association with such projects as MAREP, SIEP, SKY, Skills for Inclusive Growth, CASIP, and many more. Now to the topic of agriculture. We are speaking investments, and the NTA has a very long partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture. We have worked with them on several project ideas, and its officers have worked with us in the development of many of the agriculture standards available for training and certification. We have also worked with many community-based organizations and projects, such as SKY, SIEP, to certify persons. We have also worked with NULO, TAMCC, Grand Coda, Adult and Teen Challenge, and the St. Mark's Women in Action organization, as well as private companies, to certify persons in such occupations as tree crop farming, crop production, general agriculture, apiculture, and some of these are new, meaning that persons are being certified in these occupations for the first time in Grenada. So we have apiculture with the certification in 2023 for the first time. Amenity horticulture with certification in 2022 for the first time. Agro-food processing and poultry rearing, just to name a few. We are currently involved with the Ministry of Agriculture with the Youth in Agriculture project and in discussions on several other projects, including training in CMOS production and discussion with NGOs at a community-based level for training in fish handling and processing. So what are the opportunities for development in agriculture where we as the NTA can support? 1, strengthening career guidance. We need from primary school up to give our children diverse experiences and exposure, to expose them to what's available in agriculture. There is a stigma in Grenada about agriculture, but if it's done right as a business with technological developments, mindsets may be different. We have to show our kids that it's not just slinging a cutlass. And I digress, but we need to transform our agriculture sector. My second home outside, and this is just a little story, my second home outside of Grenada is in the state of Iowa, US Midwest. When you step off the plane and you are about to exit the airport to go on the escalator, the first sign you see when you come off the plane is a big billboard saying, "We feed the world," and other signs around that one for various companies and businesses in Iowa that provide support to farms. When you ask children in Iowa, every kid, when you ask them what they want to do when they leave school, they all tell you they want to work on their parents' farm. Farming is definitely does not have a stigma in Iowa or in some parts of the US. So it should not have a stigma in Grenada. And we need to definitely offer career guidance to our children and students. 2, NTA has many standards available for training in agriculture in new areas such as fishing vessel operations, agriculture entrepreneurship, agriculture extension services, climate smart agriculture, yes, this one too, agriculture machinery and equipment maintenance. It is important that we provide support services for agriculture, hydroponics, agroponics, greenhouse technology, etc. So all the new areas in agriculture, we do have the training standards available that can be used for training in Grenada. There are 3 opportunities exists for the expansion and decentralization of agriculture. As I've mentioned, we have worked with several community-based organizations, and we need more of that, especially to reach many of our young men in the rural areas. 4, there's also an opportunity for working with the NTA for organizations, institutions, and private bodies to certify through a process we call Assessment of Prior Learning, APL, and here I'm speaking of training at level 3 and above. We need managers and supervisors in agriculture as well, and to drive the industry, to push the industry in areas such as agribusiness, agro-processing, etc. This is an area in which we at the NTA can collaborate with persons. Challenges. So we also have some challenges. What are the challenges we are currently faced with? A shortage of instructors and assessors in agriculture. We need training, yes, and training for us, but we have a shortage of persons who are willing to become TVET instructors, so we need to fill those gaps. So we can do that. We can provide the instructor and the assessor training at DNT. So we also have a shortage of persons who are trained in the occupations themselves. So before you can become a TVET instructor, you need to know about carpentry, or you need to know about furniture making, or you need to know about cooking, so you can teach that. But so we have a shortage of those persons as well in our country. The need for new and relevant qualifications for sustainable agriculture, for example, extension services. 3, the need to embrace the sector in a holistic way, and for partnership with ICT, tourism, health, food, and climate sectors. And most critical, 4, the financing of training. There is a dire need for this, the who, the what, and the how. TVET is competency-based, intensive, and expensive. A trainee has to build competencies by practicing their skill over and over, and financing and resources is needed for this. I will stop here. Our booth is right outside the door to the right, so you can check me there if you need to have further discussions with me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I'm currently learning a lot about GNTA, and I know there's a lot of information, but we still have to move on. So now we'll invite Mr. Garth St. Bernard, Relationship Manager, Grenada Cooperative Bank, to do his 3-minute presentation, and then we'll invite you to go outside to the various booths so you can speak directly to anybody who you're interested in specifically.
Good afternoon.
You could use this if you want to move this.
So it's 3 minutes, so let's go. So I'm going to be highlighting the MSME strategy of Grenada Cooperative Bank, and this is something that you will see happening in 2024. So Grenada Cooperative Bank Limited, we are currently in the process of expanding, and it's enhancing its services and support to the MSME segment. And today we're talking about agriculture, agro-processors, and what you will see happening, this would translate in the following benefits to these clients within the next 2 months. Access to an MSME relationship manager who will provide tailored service, guidance, and regular engagement through site visits. More lenient terms and conditions for credit facilities, which is something we know is needed. Relaxed requirements for loans compared to business and corporate segments. These persons, their needs are much different. And assistance with the completion of documents required for loan processing from alliance partners. What are some of the products and services that we offer and will be offering? We have credit facilities. Now, all the time, MSME operator doesn't need a loan. It's not every time they need financing, it's a loan they need. So we have loans, overdraft facilities, credit cards, bonds, letters of credit. I want to emphasize here our online banking services because we know how crucial this is when it comes to efficiencies in operation. So with online banking services, you can transfer funds via EFTs, wire transfers, peer-to-peer transfer, bill payments, payments to merchants, and you can view your accounts. And then other services such as our point of sale machines and e-commerce. And then finally, I just, for persons that are interested in, accessing funds or services from us, I just want to speak briefly on these 5 points, things I think MSME operators need to pay close attention to when they are approaching financial institution, because a lot of times they come with an idea, but that's all they have. When you're approaching the financial institution, it's important to show the financial institution your ability to repay. How are you going to be doing that? By your records. It's important to keep records. Collateral. We heard earlier from 2 other financial institutions about the ECPC-GC program. We know collateral has been an issue in the past for MSME operators. We have partnered with ECPC-GC, and they provide up to 80% guarantee to MSME operators when it comes to financing. Industry performance. We pay close attention to what is happening in the industry. Management competencies. Not just because you have a brilliant idea means that you're the one that should be managing, right? You may have no clue, no idea, no experience, no know-how, right? And then finally, account activity, right? So these are just some of the things that we are planning or we have in the pipeline, right? So I'll be outside. So I thank you for your time, and I just leave you with this final quote. He who fails to plan is planning to fail. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank you. You know, when you're organizing these things, sometimes you have to get flexible and change the plan according to how things happen in real time. And I had offered an apology for those persons who were not here earlier to you about the fact that we had asked the hotel to set up 2 stations to serve lunch, and when we got out there, they only had 1, which ended up taking twice the time we should have taken for lunch. So now we are a little further behind than we'd have liked to be. So we were thinking to have you have the opportunity now to go outside and meet with the specific financial institutions, and I will have to invite them back in. But we want to change the plan a little bit because you see how long it took when you go out to come back in. We don't want to dislocate the situation again too much. So if you could bear with me with that, put up your hand if you think it's okay to do that. And secondly, because we just ate, we leave the coffee break for afterwards. At the end, have your coffee break, chat with your friends, do your networking. Can we move with that change now? Thank you very much for your understanding. So, I have already tipped Miss Laudat from COLEAD that we're going to have her, and let me give advance notice to the team from Azerbaijan that we're going to have you right after her, and then we'll finish the presentations and then go out and do whatever else we need to do. Okay, so I'd invite you, Ms. Laudat, to do your presentation for COLEAD. Yes? Good.
Madam Chair, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of COLEAD, a hearty thank you to the government and people of Grenada for this opportunity to present the programs of COLEAD. So what is COLEAD? Sorry, before I go into that, overview. The presentation begins with a global overview of the programs of COLEAD, and it includes the teams serving the Caribbean region. We will then look at the Fit for Market Plus project, beneficiaries and topics covered, as well as the support given. This will be followed by the Agro Info, an important source of information, and then lastly, the presentation ends with COLEAD's resources, what they are and how they can be accessed. So I now begin with the COLEAD overview. What is COLEAD? COLEAD stands for Committee Linking Entrepreneurship Agriculture Development. So it's the first letters of those, as you can see here, forming the word COLEAD. And this name change actually happened last year, 2023. So it was previously COLEACP. For those who may have known that designation, this has now been converted to COLEAD to better reflect what COLEAD is doing rather than the region where it works. So it does work still in the African, Caribbean, and Pacific regions. The main aim is to facilitate and implement all actions allowing directly or indirectly to increase the contribution of agricultural sector and horticulture in particular to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. So at its heart, the focus of the mission is poverty, reduction, food security, and nutrition, and recently they added environmental protection. And of course, the programs respond to the demands from the industry. It has evolved from beyond compliance to now embrace sustainable business management. So over the last few years, the company has shifted its focus from helping companies to just comply with regulations, to growing the companies, growing people, and moving towards sustainable business development. So growing people is part of its tagline. COLEAD works in many areas, and the ongoing programs include the number of programs you see there, but the two in orange are where our focus is for the Caribbean. So we have the Fit for Market. The pointer isn't working. Huh? Sorry. It's not working. Anyway, the two orange circles you see, hexagon, sorry, Fit for Market Plus and Agro Info are the two areas that are being worked on in the Caribbean at the moment. Some of the other areas are in other regions, as you can see. I would also like to point out the donors for the program, which is mainly the European Union, and there's also some support from the ACP. Okay, but
I know, but the pointer wasn't working.
Oh, no.
Okay, all right. Right. So the ACP, as well as UNIDO, STDF, and NBEL are some of the sponsors of the programs of Colleague for those projects that you see up there. The work in the Caribbean, previously we had recently closed the Fit for Market program, and under finalization at the moment is the SPS, Fit for Market SPS component. However, in the implementation phase right now, we have Fit for Market Plus as well as AgroInfo, and I will speak more about those shortly. So those are the main programs that are being conducted in the Caribbean. And as you can see, we have some applications coming in for the various areas which I'll expound on in a short while. Just quickly to say too, that in the Caribbean we have registered 529 e-learners as well as 22 co-lead members, and they have received to date 41 applications from 2022 to now. So the co-lead team that services the Caribbean are two persons at the bottom here, Jenna, based in Suriname, she's the Caribbean Relay, and we have Coloma, who is based in the Dominican Republic. He's the relay specifically for the Dominican Republic. I support Jenna in the Caribbean Relay, so that's why I'm here today, presenting on her behalf. And then the rest of the team, they are based in Brussels, and through them they coordinate the work done in the 16 national relays in the African and Caribbean region. We'll now look quickly at the Fit for Market Plus program. The Fit for Market Plus began in December 2021, and it is to benefit the ACCP group of countries. It will last for 5 years and was funded by the European Union and ACP to the tune of 25 million euros. The main or direct beneficiaries are the horticulture sector, but other crop sectors will be indirect beneficiaries. And this Fit for Market Plus came out of mitigating the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic to strengthen the sustainability of the horticultural sector. And you'll see below that the main objective is poverty reduction, as well as improving food and nutrition. And the sustainability of the agri-food sector is also built into the program, as that is a very important component. In terms of the main beneficiaries supported by the program, we have at the core, in the big circle at the center, the producers, processors, traders, and exporters, or micro and small medium enterprises in the regions where we serve. And these are then supported by the competent authorities. So for Grenada, that would be your veterinary division and your plant protection unit. And then all of these other private and public sector agencies and organizations who support those producers, processors, and traders, they as well can receive support from COLEAD to do their work in supporting those persons at the core. So they're all linked, and especially the competent authorities for SPS and extension are the two most important public sector persons that they support. Other topics that we look at include the 8 you see on the board here, and this range of topic helps to make the offering more integrated and holistic. And these topics are all leading towards the development of sustainable industries, as well as building human resources and human capacity. The activities performed through the program include market access, strengthening of value chain, and leveraging impact. So we take it beyond just market access for export, as I mentioned earlier, and the program has evolved to strengthening value chains. And this can be done through two main areas, through technical assistance and training. The training has two components. It could be on-site, face-to-face, or it could be digital, and I'll speak a little more about that. The technical support journey for the partners, we call them partner beneficiaries, includes first the application for support. So it's very important for agencies in Grenada, whether they be public or private sector, NGOs, associations, cooperatives, whatever they are, the very first thing you need to do is to make an application for support. And then they will work with you to develop a SAS, which is a self-assessment, to see what are some of your needs, what are some of your challenges, and what programs or support you would need to help get over those. From that, your development plan will be developed, and there is some amount of cost sharing. So colleague would not sponsor equipment, infrastructure, and pay for operational costs, but they could fund training and other capacity building activities, and they do fund information sharing, networking, as well as provision of data, as I will mention later. Then once the action plan is developed and the project is in place, monitoring and performance of the project is also a very important component. So this SAS that I mentioned here, which is used in the early phase, we then bring it back in at the end of the project, maybe 2-3 years after the project has ended, to see how things have moved. Because what is important is to see how the intervention helped to improve the lot of the people in the rural space. So at the beginning, the assessment is done to see where you are. Some people call it a baseline. And then after the program is completed, then another SAS is run to see how things have moved. So this spider diagram on the left shows you in orange where it was initially, and the green areas show you how the program have benefited the various areas, and there are about 8 or 10 different components that are assessed in that SAS. Support modalities include horticulture, ACP countries, of course, horticulture, and other related crop areas. And the beneficiaries are expected to sign a sustainability charter. So part of what is built into the support is your commitment to give time, effort, to work with people where they are, but to make sure that your activities are sustainable and protects the environment. So that's part of what's in there as the sustainability charter. And of course, they look for committed partners. And as I mentioned earlier, you must apply for support. For the Caribbean so far, we have a number of countries that have applied for the Fit for Market Plus program. And we have here the numbers for Suriname, Dominican Republic, Trinidad, Jamaica, Guyana, Haiti, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and St. Kitts. Hopefully next time this presentation is done, Grenada will be on the list. So we now move into the agro-info. As I mentioned, the first part of the support for the region is the Fit for Market Plus. Agro-info is a digital network and information website where you can go to get information. And the whole aim of it, of course, is to lean towards a fair and healthy, environmentally friendly food system, addressing compliance with EU regulation and non-regulatory measures. So what the website does is to give you the information you need to navigate the space. So if you want to export to the EU, what are the regulations in place that you need to meet? How are you going to meet them? And all of the information is on the website that you can go to, and you can search by topics and get the information that you need. It's especially useful for, again, the competent authorities like plant protection, extension, and so on, as they support the growers, the processors, and the exporters. They can get information such as any rejections of shipments, any bans on pesticides, the reduction of the MRL, maximum residual level. All of these are there on the site, and you could either go search or subscribe and get the information sent to you. So all of this is a little more about the Agro Info, and you can check the website for more information. It's a very useful site, and as I said, you can subscribe and get the information sent to you. Information goes two ways, so you can access reports and data, and you can also pose questions, as well as any problems you may have. Impact on the regulations is a very important area, so countries and beneficiaries have a chance to post when they are impacted by the change in the EU regulations, and that is fed back to the EU. The last portion will look at co-lead resources. So as I mentioned earlier, a lot of the information is digital-based. A lot of the training is digital-based. And so we have here a whole slew of resources. I have mentioned already the regulations, which you'll find through the Agri-Info. And I mentioned the self-assessment tools that we use at the beginning and ending of projects. But one of the most important aspects of the co-leads offering is access to the e-library, where you have a tremendous amount of information that can be accessed by both the producers, the processors, and the support agencies that help them, as well as market studies, technical brochures, manuals, and so on. Just to wrap up, this is a little more information on the e-library, which you can check on the website. The training has two components, as I mentioned. It could be digital, so they have online programs that you can do self-taught, basic, intermediate, and advanced, and you get a certificate as you complete each. And there's also a site or face-to-face component to the training, where they will have trainers come to the persons who are benefiting wherever they are and do the training face-to-face. The last bit is the analytics, where there's an international trade dashboard that you can access and get information about trade. As I mentioned earlier with the Agri-Info, this is also related. You can get information about any shipments that are rejected, if there are any phytosanitary issues that would be there, data about exports from the countries that are involved, and lastly, we have at Colleague a network. So the countries involved in Colleague, the members and the beneficiaries, can network, share information, share documentation, share best practices, and work together to develop technical capabilities, capacities, and skills through the African, Caribbean, and Pacific area. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
And thank you very much for the information, Ms. Laudat. I've been meaning to ask the organizing committee, and especially Ms. Bain Thomas, about whether a document is going to be produced at the end of this symposium that will compile a lot of the information here that will be useful to participants and others after this. So yes, the answer is yes to that. I assume that, but I just wanted to make sure. Quick question, is a Miss Karine Purcell present? Can you show yourself, please? Who is Miss Karine Purcell? Okay. I needed to put on notice that she's going to come right after the presentation from the team from Azerbaijan, and to invite Messrs. Lev Agarunov, Mardan Efendiev, Jala Alieva. I hope I did justice to your names. and partners from Azerbaijan. As you notice, we have been trying to shave everything a little bit by a few minutes this afternoon to pack everything in. So it'd be nice if you can help us by shaving a couple minutes as well. And we'd like to invite you to. So this clicker allows you to change your slides. The down arrow will do the trick.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Давай.
Gracias. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We came all the way from Azerbaijan to see you today. I want to give the special thanks to Minister of Agriculture to invite us for this symposium, and the special thanks to Senator Thomas to believe in us and believe in our project. You're just about to see. Can I have the video? What you're just about to see, it's a Generation 5 greenhouses. The greenhouses, this is our greenhouse in Azerbaijan. Huge facility, 250 acres under one roof. That's a new generation, totally different business. We heard a lot about the greenhouses today. We heard a lot about the farmers going into the greenhouse businesses. This is a total different game. This is a total different game. What you're going to see in presentation, going to give you an idea of the big production, which is not going to hurt the local businesses and local farmers. Because our goal is to bring Grenada to be an exporter, not the importer. I mean importer, not the exporter. Okay, you got me. Okay, to take out, not to bring in. This project will bring the export of the Grenadian vegetables at $20 million a year. So it's about 50% of what you have now. In the presentation, you will see the graphics. In the presentation, you will see our goals. And if you're going to have any questions, you're free to ask us. We'll answer all the questions. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I wanted to take a moment to appreciate governmental people for such a terrific symposium and for this opportunity to present and attend the great presentations of others. The project to create a modern agricultural enterprise in Grenada is high-tech, a cultural modern enterprise combining the latest achievements of agronomic science plus latest technological capabilities. It includes temperature and humidity measurements, water analysis before and after irrigation, and its own weather station. There are the greenhouses of fourth and fifth generations. In this presentation, we will talk about who we are and about our experience in this area. And also, we will tell you about an example of growing tomatoes in Azerbaijan, an oil-rich country in which tomato exports have become. Нет, еще здесь есть. Okay. An oil-rich country in which tomato exports have become the second largest sources of foreign exchange earnings for country after energy resources. The 90% of Azerbaijan greenhouses products are exported to neighboring countries. What I did? Yes. Sorry. Okay. We will highlight the advantages of greenhouses compared to traditional growings. Let's stop why we propose the fourth generation and contemplate the sales market. And of course, we will discuss the project's costs. The authors of projects are here today, and they are founders of the company M & Partners, Mr. Mardan Afandiev and his partner Lev Agarunov. This company is founded in 2009 in Azerbaijan and focuses its attention on the agricultural sector. The main area of activity is providing consultancy services to companies operating in the agricultural sector, trading and agricultural products. Mr. Mardan Afandiev, his education background is economic and production management, more than 30 years of experience in various projects, and about 20 years in the agricultural sector, of which 6 years design, construction, and operating greenhouses. He has extensive knowledge and excellent practical experience in greenhouse tomato production, and also extensive practical experience in post-harvest activities. It's sortings, packaging, pricing, and marketing of various agricultural products such as tomatoes, hazelnuts, wheat, cotton, etc. As a partner is Mark Agarunov. He is not here today, but his representative here is Lev Agarunov. He has education in economics and marketing, and also he has extensive experience in wholesale sales of agricultural products, tens of thousands of tons of tomatoes annually, and managing partners of EcoProd, co-founder of Mand & Partners and Caspian Agro Us. As an example, work experience in Azerbaijan. About 10-15 years ago, Azerbaijan imported vegetables from Turkey. It's like today the vegetables in supermarkets in Grenada and the Caribbean are filled with products from Mexico. Azerbaijan began the creation of modern agricultural enterprises earlier than other neighbors, satisfied domestic demands, and began exporting to neighboring countries. Today, 90% of Azerbaijan greenhouse products are exported to neighboring countries. Likewise, Grenada can provide vegetables for itself and the Caribbean. This will allow Grenada to increase its export volume by 50% within 3 years. This will not only create additional jobs and an influx of foreign exchange earnings, but will also develop related industries, will train specialists. One of our companies, which are mentioned earlier, Caspian Agro Us, was founded in 2021. It's located not far from the capital of Azerbaijan, Baku. This is the fourth generation greenhouse with a total area in 37 hectares with annual tomato production 11,000 tons and number of employees 450. Another company in which we participate in the management is EcoProd. It's a greenhouse of fifth generation. Production area in 16 hectares. Annual tomato production about 5,000 tons and with a number of employees 200. In this picture, you can see the products from the different greenhouses. The photo shows different varieties of tomato. I'll tell you the secret. There are many types of products, from the smallest to the largest. Even the fruit can reach 1 kilogram. We work in the South Caucasus in conditions of fierce competition, and our company maintains a strong position in the market due to delicious tomatoes. The producer always has the choice of growing more crops per area or growing tastier ones. What we see in most markets in Europe and in the USA is a choice for the larger harvest and the price for this loss of taste. Which of various we will grow in Grenada, we may decide through our discussions. Also, we are able to grow the different varieties of tomato in the same time. This is a video that was shown before. The one our enterprises, it's EcoFood, and we filmed it to clearly show you what it looks like. The main advantage of the greenhouse in the controlled environment. We can set any temperature. You can regulate light, watering, humidity, and the population of insects, pests, and other stuff. As in any businesses, profitability is the driving factor for this type of businesses. Larger greenhouse operations typically have greater ability to make a profit due to production volume and more efficient workforce. If such an enterprise is in Grenada, then the payback period will be shorter than similar enterprises in other countries. As we know, the closest competitors are located far from here in Mexico. Tomato production in the greenhouses consists of several stages and requires advanced decisions making and planning, such as the choice of harvest cycle, when to start and when to finish. For example, in Baku, we are starting in September and finishing in July. Staff training methods, pollination, watering and fertilization. Our overall goal to transform the agricultural sector into a modernized, innovative, productive, competitive, and sustainable sector. Specific goal, maintain maximum sustainable yield of high-value tomatoes for profit. Expected results, 1. A solar greenhouse for fourth-generation tomatoes was designed and installed on the area of 20 hectares. Expected results, 2. Increased capacity of local agronomists, engineers, and technicians, as well as the awareness of the government and the general public. Expected results, 3. Grown tomatoes in optimal conditions in terms of yield. from 7,000-8,000 tons per year, and also quality. Required investment about $40 million US. Estimated payback period of the project is about 3-4 years. And construction period, it's depend on 24 till 30 months. Advantages of growing tomatoes in a greenhouse. Tomato is the most popular crop grown in the greenhouse. And using this as an example, we can say that about 6-7 times more tomatoes are grown in a greenhouse than in a traditional way in an open ground. However, the main difference is quality, ability to monitor real time to control the population of pests, minimize risk, etc. The presence of solar panels reduces production of costs. In this slide, we can see the advantages of greenhouse over an open field. And as you can see, a greenhouse is in all respects preferable to an open field. Greenhouses have come a long way, traditional designs to innovative fifth generation structures. The fifth generation in greenhouses is intended for those countries where the climate is very harsh, and since this design allows for less dependence on the external environment. However, they are more expensive than greenhouses of the previous generation. It's 20% more expensive than greenhouses of this fourth generation. Greenhouses of the fourth generation are the modern facility up to 8 meters high, well sealed, with a high degree of automation, allowing the introduction of advanced technologies for growing vegetables. In the third generation greenhouses, the manual labor is still high, but there are elements of mechanization and automation as well. Considering that the climate in Grenada is mild as in Azerbaijan, the fourth generation greenhouse will be the most optimal options for the purpose of this project. And the tomato market in the Caribbean countries is much larger in volume than the tonnage that our enterprise can provide. Closest competitors are in Mexico. Therefore, we don't foresee any difficulties with the sale of products. Producers in simple greenhouses and open areas are not competitors in terms of quality and cost. The implementation of this project will make available fresh and healthy tomato products on the market and all year old, which will eliminate the dependence of this product on imports. Quite apart from meeting the internal needs, it will also ship to Grenada with the long-term aim of meeting seasonal shortage in the island as well as countries included to the Caribbean Trade Agreement, make possible to export tomatoes to other countries and contribute to the diversification of sources of income. Also contribute to the rural gross domestic production. So, questions and answer section. If you will have any questions, please feel free.
So, if I may, we will take all the questions after.
Okay. Okay.
Just so that the time, we advance the time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, and be prepared to answer some questions during the Q&A. Thank you. As agreed, we'll take the last two quick presentations before we go to a brief Q&A, and then we'll have video presentations on success stories in agriculture, featuring women and youth in agriculture. So, I'd like to invite to the podium Ms. Karine Purcell, Chief Executive Officer of the Grenada Citizenship by Investment Unit, to make a brief presentation. Do you have a PowerPoint, or are you only going to speak? And you gave it to them already. The clicker is here, the down arrow will do. Thank you.
All right, I go in and walk my land.
All right, it's a tough time to be coming on, so I needed to ensure that persons were awake, right? And for me, that song brings back quite a bit of nostalgia. I know most persons, I mean, the PBC choir did a bit of it this morning. It was encapsulated in poetry this morning. So I think for a lot of persons, it takes us back to that time when agriculture was a thing that we felt that we were a part of. It was a part of what we did every day. Most persons grew up in an environment where they planted, whether it was corn and peas, at least once a year, they were involved in agriculture around their homes. And we need to get back to that place. Yeah, with our modern economies and our modern houses, we can find modern ways of doing it, but we need to get back there. So I just thought I'd start with that this afternoon. All right. Before we get there, so just to give you a little introduction. So the Grenada Citizenship by Investment Program was launched in August of 2023. Actually, the act was passed in 2023, but we didn't get off the ground until 2024. So if you do the math, you see that we're 10 years old this year. So we're getting there, and lots would be happening as a result of that. The objective of the act really is to enable persons to acquire second citizenships of Grenada. Yeah? The program allows individuals and their families to obtain citizenship through investment in a couple ways. They can pay into the National Transformation Fund, or they can pay into approved project in Grenada. Now, there's a third way, which is also significant investment, which allows persons to invest $2 million in the rural parishes and $3 million US in Grenada, and they can also, as a result of that investment and some level of job creation, once they can prove that, they can also invest for, apply for their citizenship. The program, well, is managed by our unit. The Act speaks to a committee, so basically we're the administrative arm of the committee. And I thought I should put this here. So this is my disclaimer. The Ministry of Finance manages all CBI receipts. So we're going to come here, we're going to give ideas, but at the end of the day, the decisions are to be made at policy level. Yeah? So let this number sink in. Just a little bit. I said 10 years. 10 years. In the last 10 years, the Grenada Citizenship by Investment Program has contributed, direct contributions that is, $1.4 billion to the Grenadian economy. We're not talking about the spillover of having the projects up and running, what happens during the construction period, and what's going to happen after the hotels are built, but in the last 10 years, this is the contribution the program has had to the Grenadian economy. While not being very vocal about it, in the last 10 years, most of the CBI funds have been used in supporting the local financed portion of the budget. Everything from infrastructure, education, sports, culture, health, have all benefited from funding from the Citizenship by Investment Program. Like I said, it goes into the Ministry of Finance accounts, so it is then determined how it is spent and which projects it's sent to. So, some of the active projects we have right now, the Grenada National Resort, we have Hartman Resort and Education Project, Six Senses, Lassages, which is almost to completion, the Intercontinental, further behind, but it's well on its way as well. The Beach House by Silver Sands, that one is, again, it should be launching officially next month. I think they're opening their doors to clients. And the St. David's Agro and Cottages. It's a locally developed project with some elements of agriculture in there. And it does need some support at this time, but we try to give as much support as we can give to the project at the CBI unit. There are other projects that will be coming on stream that are in the pipeline, have been approved, and we're hoping that at least 3 of those are going to come on stream during 2024. As you can see, most of those projects have been in the tourism area, so we're asking why not agriculture? Why not agriculture? The truth is, the models that we have out there, in the past, they are easier models to follow by way of the tourism industry. You have this timeshare type of program, slightly different from CBI programs, but it's a model, it's a profitable model. Persons are investing, they're looking to make returns on their investment. We do not have models that are that generate the type of interest internationally for our agricultural projects. And this is where we need to make that change. For most of these projects, those are not projects we developed and persons and offered it to the market and they came to it. What we need to do for agricultural products is to go out there with the projects to the investors. So I think that is one of the things we need to do. So we have some ideas here in terms of CBI, how CBI can actually contribute to the agricultural industry. One of the recommendations is to advocate for government to legislate a new CBI project. Because I spoke about 3 different areas. We have the NTF, which is a donation. We have the Section 11, which is the real estate projects that we now have. But also create another that can capture agriculture type projects. And that would allow for there to be some differentiation in terms of pricing, where investors can come in at a different price point. And while we're unable to give some tangible returns in a short space of time, because agricultural projects generally tend to have longer payback periods, we can give some sort of concessionary type of whether it's recognition, acknowledgement, special awards type of thing, because a lot of our investors are philanthropic. As a matter of fact, we've had one of our CBI persons attaining citizenship through the CBI program is last week was in Grenada. I think she might still be here, celebrated her 50th birthday, and as part of that, gave back quite a bit to the Grenadan market. So as you know, the program caters to high net worth individuals. They have connections, they have money, and they can do quite a bit for us if we are able to tap into them in the right ways. So this is just one of the ways. It's just 4 quick ways. A second one really is dedicate a portion of the National Transformation Fund to agricultural projects. Again, this is beyond CBI's control, but these are things we might want to advocate for, yeah? There is a big portion of pie there. How can a portion be carved out and said, okay, this is to be used towards agricultural development? Sorry. Thirdly, project promotion among CBI diaspora. Now, we have not, and I would admit that, we have not done a very job of collecting the data around our citizens. I have seen citizens' application and approval for persons developing COVID vaccines, persons running large IT companies, persons in the agriculture, one of the largest suppliers of agricultural equipment in one of our African countries. We have a wide variety of citizens now Grenadian citizens that we can find a way to tap into that. And in the past, we have not done a good job of collating the data, identifying the sectors for the different groups. And this is something in 2024 we'll be embarking on, some data mining, so that we can then tap into that in a way that is meaningful. And lastly, identifying agricultural entrepreneurs and, well, enthusiasts within the CBI diaspora. Again, targeting our diaspora. I know I heard earlier persons were talking about sovereign fund and the development fund. So create a fund that they can invest into, whether somebody spoke about equity financing as well. So have that set up so that we can use that to develop the agriculture industry. So there is a lot of potential, especially by way of our diaspora, our CBI diaspora, and I think it's something that we really need to get going. So we can have all of this coordinated, and the CBI would be happy, happy, happy to help in every way we can. Thank you very much.
Thanks for keeping up the time. And so we're going to have our last presentation by Mrs. Gemma Bain Thomas, on Administrative Executive, Ministry of Agriculture and Lands, on Grenada's agricultural plan for 2024. And then we'll take the questions and allow you to go out in case you want to meet the people at the booth. Mrs. Bain Thomas, if you have a presentation, there's a clicker and the down arrow. The down arrow would do the trick for you.
Okay. Right.
So how long are we using now?
We're waiting
10 minutes, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's the end of the day and people are tired. At this point in time, we more want to be interacting than in a presentation. So I'll try to be as brief. I'll have to condense my presentation, but we are looking at our agriculture plan for 2024. And this is nothing new because we are just out of the budget cycle. And having just completed the budget cycle in December, when the Minister for Finance presented his budget and we had the debate, we should know a lot about what is in the It's not moving. Okay. It's going back. Unless I have it wrong. Okay, right. Right. So we should have heard and listened to a lot of what was said about the agriculture sector. And so in this presentation, what I'm going to do is to outline some of the strategic focus of the ministry in 2024, to link it to Agrivest 2024, to look at the thematic areas that we had in the video presentation earlier, and to promote some investment opportunities. The basis for our discussion, Dr. Barry spoke about a number of documents that we have: the National Sustainable Development Plan 2020 to 2035, the National Agriculture Plan 2015 to 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals, CARICOM 25 by 2025, and the OECS FAST strategy, our estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2024, and the Food Security Enhancement Project. And you would note from everything that has been said that the focus of the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Forestry, and Marine Resources is food and nutrition security. We have heard that term, that phrase, over and over today.
food and nutrition security. What is food and nutrition security? It is achieved when all individuals, all citizens, have reliable access to sufficient quantities of affordable, nutritious food to lead a healthy life. Once that is achieved, then we can say that we have food and nutrition security. So what are the pillars of food and nutrition security? We have 4 main pillars: availability, sufficient food delivered or imported. And we have heard over and over that we are importing more than we are producing. There must be access to the food. It must reach the people who need it. There must be sufficient resources to obtain appropriate foods for a nutritious and culturally suitable diet. When we say culturally suitable, we mean to our culture, the food we eat, our kind of food. There must be utilization of the food produce. It must be prepared and consumed based on knowledge of basic nutrition and handling, as well as the availability of adequate water and sanitation to prevent foodborne disease. And there must be stability. The food must be available, it must be accessible, and there must be utilization of the food. So why is the focus on food and nutrition security? Because according to reports, we are food insecure. The World Food Program and CARICOM says that in the Caribbean region, 3.7 million people, or 52% of the population of the English-speaking Caribbean, remain food insecure. And in Grenada, our survey shows that 40% of our respondents were considered to be moderately or severely food insecure, with the lowest income household being the most food insecure. So based on that, we have to be food insecure. Government's policy, time is running, but government's policy is about food security, increasing food production so as to reduce the food import bill and enhance food and nutrition security. Agro-processing, part of government policy, to strengthen the linkage between, to increase value added in the economy, strengthen the linkages within the agricultural sector, thereby reducing unemployment, particularly in the rural areas. And there has to be linkages with tourism and agriculture and so forth. Government policy continue have to do with the climate smart agriculture agenda in increasing production, looking more at root crops to improve food and nutrition security. So we always go back to food and nutrition security. And all of us had lunch here today. I saw everyone in the dining room eating. And it is said that if you eat, you are involved in agriculture. So, having all ate today, we are all involved in agriculture. And we must do our part to contribute to food and nutrition security. Now, I mentioned earlier the basis for our presentation. The National Sustainable Development Plan, it speaks about a modern agriculture. And the components of that modern agriculture, number one, food and nutrition security again. Young people in agriculture, we have heard about that today. Applied science and technology, we spoke about that today. More agro-processing industries. Capacity building, so I'm not saying anything new. because all of these things were touched on today. Adaptation to climate change. But what is the requirement for us to achieve all of that? Adequate financing, investment, value added. I only have 2 more minutes. The National Agriculture Plan, there is a vision for a modern competitive agriculture. Again, it goes back to food and nutrition security. Strengthen resilience to climate change. Partnerships, the requirement, adequate financing, and investments. The Sustainable Development Goals, we have a number of goals that are linked to agriculture. And the requirements to achieve these SDGs, again, adequate financing, investments. Our CARICOM 25 by 25%, we have agreed as part of this initiative to increase production in poultry, root and tubers, nutmeg and other spices. It also talks about land access and tenure. The requirement again, adequate financing and investments. We're moving fast. In the estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2024, government has placed agriculture and marine resources as a priority. And these are some of the projects in the 2024 estimates. Our food security enhancement project, support for the poultry sector, livestock also, rehabilitation of government estates, development of marine resources and the blue economy, the youth in agriculture project, and I saw I don't know if I'm seeing her in here, I saw the manager, the project manager of the youth in agriculture project around, and there is a booth outside on the youth in agriculture project. Land bank and land regularization project, agriculture information. So you see, we zeroing in on what is required, everything that we discuss here. But the requirements for us to meet all of that, again, adequate financing and enhancement. I will not go into the food security project, but just to say that the way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing. And as we quit talking and we begin doing, these are some areas, the initial video we had, livestock. Mr. Byron, you with me? Poultry, fisheries, agro-processing, crop production, farming systems. So we're looking at our financial institutions, our investors, and everybody. Let us quit talking and let us start acting. So the opportunities exist for investment in select agricultural subsectors. Let us explore various innovative financial instruments and facilitate matchmaking with private investors, domestic banks, and international financial institutions. It will open doors to rewarding investment opportunities by fostering knowledge sharing and networking. Thanks for the opportunity to present. I look forward to the investments. We have to produce more. Thank you.
Very informative, very useful. Thank you so much, Mrs. Bain Thomas. We could see why you're anchor in that ministry. You've been with us all day on behalf of the ministry and especially the organizing committee for this symposium. I know that earlier we had a vote of thanks, but I'd like to express our thanks again and appreciation to you for all your effort, your patience, your participation. If you have any burning questions, we'll give you 5 minutes because, you know, everybody's tired, everybody wants to go home. It's been a long, productive day. And there are some exhibitors outside, like the financial institutions, who are anxious to receive you to give more information. So just in case you had any burning question, we just would give you 5 minutes or a comment you wanted to make. Please, so we have one hand up. I'll count so we can make sure we schedule the time because we don't want to keep people too much longer. 1, 2, 3. So if you can take the microphone and keep your questions or comments within 2 minutes so we could end this on the high note that it has started and that it has been all day today.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Evelyn Brazan.
Can the other persons line up, please, so we could save time? Yes?
My name is Evelyn Brazan. I am a small ruminant farmer. And I just want to begin, seeing that I saw Walt Disney mentioned at the end, I want to begin like this. Once upon a time, there was a certain farmer who farmed on a plot of land. Subsequently, that plot of land became occupied by a superpower. So that certain farmer had to move her flock prematurely. In so doing, she was exposed to the elements. And of course, it was not thieves, but dogs. She lost, that certain farmer, 43 of her goats to dog predation. Did the ministry care that there was somebody farming, not illegally, on a plot of land? Was there any concern? Were there any sympathies? Was there any care? No, these are the stories that the young people hear, because we, the farmers, are their epistles. We are the ones that they look at to see what our success stories are. You want to get them into agriculture? They read the stories. They look at how our farmers farm. We still use prehistoric tools. The cutlass, the fork, the spade, and they hear the groans in the night. They hear their parents groan with back pain. Is that attractive? Is that making farming attractive? St. David's, for example. What are the machineries available? Once upon a time, you had rotivators and so forth. Now it's cutlass, fork, and hoe. Is that a good image? These are the realities of it all. This is our testimony. These are the things. Remember, Walt Disney was showed up on the screen. I hope this is not another Oprah Winfrey talk show.
Thank you for your comment. We have Chioma continuing to do the timing because we want to bring this to a sharp close on a high like it has been all day. She's sitting beside you in her black and white, so please respect her indication of time because you have 2 minutes each. Next.
Okay.
Question or comments?
Again, I will be brief. What my thing is, this symposium is very important. Very, very important. I think you should give the organizers a clap. Yeah, wonderful. Good. However, one day is not enough. One day is not enough. Because I have been observing, listening to the panelists and so on, and they had to race down what they had to say. There's a lot of information for us as farmers, the ones on the ground, the farmers. And we missed out. We missed out quite a bit because of the time limit that was given to the panelists. It therefore means that next time, make it a 2-day or 3-day symposium. All right? That's my take.
Develop agriculture. What resources are we going to put into building an agricultural institution that will train our future farmers to practice agriculture in a scientific way? That's the first question. Second question is, what measures are you going to take to ensure that farmers are going to reap or harvest the fruits of the labor and not be left with pain because of predial larceny? The thieves who walk out of jail after 3, 4, 5 months in jail and go right back to stealing. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Third, and we have 2 more after that.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Valma Jessamy. I've been following online, and I plan to be in person, so it's been a busy day. So thank you for organizing this forum and for the opportunity to, one, endorse what Dr. Antoine just asked, those 2 burning questions. Mine has to do with labor. We have a labor crisis. It's a huge elephant that nobody seems to want to talk about. The idea that a farmer could get a full day's pay and work until 12 o'clock or 2 o'clock, the farmers are actually earning more than someone in the construction industry. A laborer in construction is working for the entire day. Someone who is doing menial tasks in the garden does it for half of the day, and you cannot get him to go beyond probably 2 p.m. And we cannot talk about revitalizing agriculture when we have such a huge labor issue that nobody seems to want to address. Can we structure the workday so that we get more? I'm paying guys $80, $90, $100 a day, and at 2 o'clock, everybody's gone. At 1 o'clock, everybody's gone. At 12, and it seems like this is the culture, and we have to come together as farmers and the government, policy, labor, to address. There's an uneducated component to that as well. If we talk about research and development, my question is, what is the real financial allocation to, for instance, the Produce Chem Lab? If you look at the estimates, every year, not just this government, GIS gets more money in the vote than the Produce Chem Lab. If I need any R&D, I have to go to India, China, Pakistan, the UK, wherever, and Bureau of Standards, Produce Chem Lab have a lot of instruments that are not functioning. They need calibration, they missed in a reagent, and it's just like that for years, and there's no money put into the Produce Chem Lab and the Bureau of Standards to fulfill their mandate to support R&D, to even look at the nutritional value in a product. You can't do it on island, yet we have trained people and the resources. So I need you to go back, and Mr. Economic Minister, good day, Mr. Minister, my dear friend Toes, look at your budget and reallocate some of the money away from GIS or some other vote to Produce Chem Lab if you're very serious about lifting agriculture, doing research and development, adding science and technology, just basic for agro-processors to support what agro-processors are doing. Take a step at the Produce Chem Lab. It's in a very deplorable state. There's more I would like to contribute. It's late in the day, but I must say thank you for this opportunity. As the first speaker said, the one before me, that we need more time to deliberate on those burning issues. Thank you.
Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question, I didn't have anybody ask about it. It's to the greenhouse company. What is the goal of the company here in Grenada, and how will it benefit the farmers in Grenada directly?
Greenhouse company, 1 second. We'll take the last comment and then we'll allow you to respond. In case there's something else that relates to you. Yes, Senator, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Gordon Cornwall. I want to use this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Agriculture and the organizers of this, on behalf of the farmers, the fishers, stakeholders within the sector which I represent, I want to also thank my good friend, Senator Thomas, who would have been the brainchild behind this and his team, to give a voice. And not only we should have this voice only now, but we should have this voice maybe 6 months from now to see where we are. I want to make one or two quick comments. One, the issue, I think we need to have some validation, because the output here is very, we know it's not 100%, as has been alluded, and we should have some validation of the output here within maybe a month or so, whether it's circulated on email, and then have some session, because where you can have more input and a lot of burning issues. I think the issue, and I was very happy to hear Ms. Postle from the CBI program, because myself and of course former Senator Diali has been speaking a lot about how do we realign the CBI program to support agriculture some more. And here she's saying, look, I need help. I need somebody to help us so that we can do it. And I don't think I have to go to Parliament to move a motion. I think the motion is already moved there by the people so concerned, whereby we can do that alignment. Of course, I understand the risk that is involved, but if we do creative planning such that the same hotels that is being funded by the CBI, you have the agriculture part become a sort of add-on to the whole investment, because at the end of the day, they will then go and import, and we happily sign those import bills, those import permits. So I wanted to speak in that. And I think the last thing I want to say, because I think many points are raised, I would have other opportunities to speak, so I don't want to speak in detail, but I think the fundamental issue to drive agriculture, and the Minister for Economic Development said markets. If we're not going to organize and have guaranteed markets for products where farmers know the prices and so on which they can operate, and we would have challenges. Once they know they have market, they know the prices, then we could do those things that we spoke about earlier, and the issue of factoring, the issue of using a purchase order which can get the banks to honor and be able to access financing for working capital, etc. So I think these are just some of the comments I wanted to share inside of that. And Jeremy Bean Thomas, very good point. Not only talk, let's work and let's act, but we have to have people to do that. As a good friend of mine said, he's deceased now. He said, brother, you want to do this, but you don't set up. So meaning that we may want to walk, but I may have an impairment in walking. So if I don't have a walking stick to help me, I will never be able to walk. Enough said. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Mr. Goodings want to comment? So we have our final comment, and then the gentleman from Azerbaijan.
Good afternoon. It was Gooding, President of the Northeast Farmers Organization. I want to say I am so pleased to know that our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ is in charge of the environment. Because if you look now and I ask you, who was the last person who went up to the highest peak in Grenada to fertilize it? Who fertilized the highest mountain in Grenada? Who fertilized it? And I'm so happy that he's in charge of it, because we destroy and he continues to fix. I want to make a recommendation to the Ministry of Agriculture that every community in Grenada, if we want to make agriculture successful, should have a farmers organization. One of the problems the extension had in the beginning, if you have to see 10 farmers, that extension will have to go to 10 different farms. But if you have farmers organization where you have 10 farmers come together, there'll be one meeting she will have, or he will have, in order to spread that information. We at the United Farm Organization had this where we have our meetings and we invite an extension officer to be present at the meeting. So what the problems we have, we tell the extension officer immediately, and when you have information from the agricultural sector, he bring it to the farmers organization immediately. Somebody again talk about small ruminants. We had small ruminants in Grenada before. We have to know what the person was giving the goat. Some say they eat it or whatever they do with it. But if in terms of where we could have the small ruminants that the government give out, partner with the farmers organization and take the manure from the small ruminants with the farmers organization and do composting. Because we talk in terms of the chemical fertilizer and we talk in terms of health and things like that. As long as we not start looking in terms of the soil that we have, Nothing that we take from the input suppliers does anything to the soil. The only way the soil will get fertilized itself is by what is in the environment. You take the manure and the leaves and the flower, that's what the environment does, and that's why I say we thank you for our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Because that, if you look at the forests have the best form of composting and the best irrigation system. So we as the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, we have to copy from the environment and learn how to maintain and to sustain our soil. Again, they want to live with the Ministry of the Ministry of Agriculture. We should have community-based farmers organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we give the last 3 minutes to you to respond. You can, oh yes, you need a microphone. I don't know which one of these, which one works?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much for that question. I was expecting that question. That was the first question that was raised when we brought this project to Grenada. What is the beneficiary to the local farmers? Is this project going to hurt local farmers? No, absolutely not. First thing, over 90% of the production will go overseas. Will not stay in Grenada. Number 2, jobs. We're creating around 400 new jobs in a rural area, paying jobs. Number 3, we include in package the processing center. Where is the processing center? Let's say the farmers who produce the product, they will bring us to our processing center, wherever the harvest they have. We will calibrate it, pack it, and sell it, and marketing it. So you have the buyer. The local farmers will have a buyer. Number 3, our project includes the consulting and technical center. What we're planning to do? We're planning to help local farmers if they have any problems on their farms, diseases, some problems with the products, problems with packaging, problems calibrating. Any problems, we can consult them. If they need the agronomic advices, we can provide the agronomic advices. Plus, we're planning to teach young farmers, not only here on Grenada, but to bring them aboard, to bring them to Azerbaijan, so they can see different technologies, different things. The thing is that the agriculture these days, it's not walking, it's flying. It's a new invention comes every day. The new generation of greenhouses, the new generations of equipment, the new generation of tractors, the new generation of the lines. We're monitoring all of this. So as we see, in a couple years, Grenada will have their own agronomic force, professional, trained. It's not our goal to come here and just do the financial stuff, just to make money. Don't get us wrong. We got involved in laughing with this country a couple of years when we first came here. And this project we designed especially for Grenada. So we will do everything in our power not to hurt and help as much as we can local farmers. That's it.
Thank you.
Did I answer your question? Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did.
Or,
yes,
yeah?
more
Thank
or
you.
less. Yes. So, enough said. You're invited to view or chat with the persons who are running the booths outside, who are anxious to speak with you. Good evening, everybody. And I think the best evidence of how productive today was is the fact that there are so many of you here present at 5:30 in the evening. Have a blessed evening. Take care. Bye. The